Hey, how's it going everyone? Welcome back to another video. So without further ado, let me just refresh the page and show you what we will be creating today. So small loading bar, and then this button, and then hit enter world. Small little reveal effect, and you should be able to hear some music. I might crank it up a little bit so you can hear it in the background. But you notice as I scroll, the camera is going along a dedicated path, and I can either scroll up or down as a complete loop. Over here, I have this mute button, which will mute the sound. And then it will also mute the button sounds. Like when I click here, you should be able to see a button sound. And then when I click it, we close that and also hear the button sound. Then we have some animations. So we're going to be animating with some drivers in Blender, like so. And you'll also notice as I move my mouse, the camera is also moving in the space. This gives it some spatial awareness rather than just keeping the camera static. As I get here, the door opens, and then if I go back, it closes. So we have a breakpoint right here. Then, when we scroll in, we kind of look at the projects, and you can highlight over them, and they'll brighten up. The user might not know that, so when we get close, it starts pulsating a material. And then you can see when you highlight it, it stays that bright material. So I can click on it, and then we have a little modal right here. And then you can design it however you want. I just kept it really simple. And then you have an external link to go to wherever you want to. Same thing here. And then you can also out-click over on the overlay to get rid of it. Then if we continue scrolling, we have another small About Me section, like so. You can click on here, and again, it's going to be the same format, but you can make any style you want. And you can also see as soon as I get out of the range, this is no longer pulsating. So I didn't have time to put in Easter eggs. I wanted to click on that chest and open it and have like a secret diary or something. But you can see on the way back, it also closes, and then we just start at the end. So it's a fairly simple portfolio, but I touch on a lot of core concepts that you can apply to your other immersive portfolios. All right, so in terms of prerequisites for Blender, you should be able to look at this and recreate this 100% in your own in Blender without looking at a tutorial. You could just open Blender right now and recreate this. If you can do that, then you'll be fine for this tutorial. For React, you should be able to do a to-do list without any references, without any help, other than syntax. So you shouldn't have to Google any logic or what kind of hooks you would use and things like that to do a to-do list. So if you can do a to-do list without any help, you'll be good enough for React. For Figma, I don't think it's too much of an issue. Just know what these tools do, like how to navigate around it and how to make shapes, like so. There's a lot of hotkeys in Figma, and I'll try and mention them in the video. But you know, it's you can just use the default stuff without having to use all the advanced hotkeys if you're not familiar with Figma. In terms of Three.js and React 3 Fiber as a prerequisite, I recommend reading most of everything in the getting started areas, so just this and just this as well, and you should be able to, without any help other than syntax reference, create your own scene in both Three.js and React 3 Fiber. And if you can do that, you'll be good to go. If you want to, you can come to this website here, hit this information panel, and if you scroll down, I list out a lot of other technologies that we use. So we do use a lot more technologies than just those four, but all of them you can likely pick up along the way. A lot of them were just simple conversion tools online. Yeah, and then just some special credits to the people that made this project possible. Yeah, so if you need help, don't hesitate to reach out through my email. Sometimes I might reply in a few hours, sometimes it might take me a week. If it takes me a week, I'll probably send like, hey, I've seen this, but I might need some more time or something like that. But yeah, definitely don't hesitate to reach out. And yeah, without further ado, let's get started. To import our map into Blender, we're going to be using Mineways, and it requires 1.20 or earlier. So I'm going to be playing on 1.19.2, but as long as you have something 1.20 or below, it should be completely fine. I just have this version because my friends were playing on it a while ago. So this is what I built in Minecraft. Unfortunately, I will say signs do not export the text on the signs, but we can just add that in Blender. But I have a small kitchen in here, and then I have my selected works that you can click on. So I have 4 selected works you can click on, and then a small About Me section. So yeah, very simple, and build whatever you want, and I'll see you back in Blender. All right, let's start Blender, and I'm just gonna hit A to delete everything. And then the first thing we need is this MCprep Blender Minecraft add-on, and this is gonna help us with a lot of our setup. So you can just download it and you'll get a zip file. And then to install it, you can go to Edit Preferences, and then you can come over here and install from disk. I put it in my Blender add-ons thing, and if I just search for MCprep, you can just see here, you can click on it and install from disk. And you can see it's installed as noted down here. Search for it, MCprep. I already have a check mark because I already have it installed, so it didn't really do anything. All right, the next thing we have to do is install Mineways. So this is going to be how we import our map. So you can download for Windows, or if you have Mac, you can go for the Mac version as well. Then, for convenience purposes, under here, once you extract the Mineways zip file, you can navigate to the mineways.exe. So wherever you post it, just navigate to this, accept it, and save it. And then just in case, sometimes it will autosave, but I like to save it anyway just to make sure. Cool, so if you hit N and look for MCprep, I have a lot of add-ons, so yours is definitely going to be in a different position than mine. So MCprep, yeah, mine's right here. And then you can hit Open Mineways. So what this does, it just opens that executable that we linked in the edit preferences there. So now I can open my world, my Minecraft world from the Java, and it should automatically detect your saved worlds, but if it doesn't, you can navigate to it. But mine is there, the one that we looked at earlier, so I can click that. And then where I spawned is not where my house is right now. So what I'm gonna do is jump to my player. And then now you can see this is the house. It's a bird's eye view of what I created in the world. So I'm just going to zoom out a little bit, left click and drag, and then I'm going to right click and then just select a decent portion of what I want. So I'm going to hit yes here, and what it's trying to tell me is that some of these blocks, depending on my depth, aren't going to be added in my object file. So I'm just going to hit yes and it'll fix that for me. So now those are included. Then I'm going to come to File, and then I'm going to do Export for Rendering. You can also see the hotkey there. And then I'll just name it. So I'm just going to call it Minecraft Portfolio. You can copy these settings if you want. I don't think there's much to change here. By default, they're generally pretty good. I will say if you want to do maybe like animations with the blocks and things like that, you might want to do individual blocks, but this, depending on how many you selected, this might crash your Blender. So instead of doing each individual block as a mesh, what this will do instead is that common blocks and common lines will be like full entire planes. So I'll just show you when that happens. So I'll hit OK, and it just shows me the statistics there. So now I can close that, and then I can do obj world import, and then I can just navigate to wherever Mineways exported it or where I saved it. So it's right here, so I can just do that. And now I can zoom in and you can see, wow, we have our world here. So you can see this is all just together instead of each individual block. If you selected the other option, each water block would be its own block. If you did individual blocks for a scene like this, it would probably crash the computer. So if you go to Material Preview, you can see what we have, but there's still some issues. You can see these are kind of blurry. So what you do is hit A to select everything and click this Prep Materials thing here. And you have several options here. I will say most of the time they're pretty similar, so it doesn't really matter which one you choose. I'm just going to go for this one just because. And now you can see after I do the prep materials, these are a lot less blurry. And then if we go into render view, wow, it's looking really nice. So what you can also do is create a Minecraft sky. So if I go into render view, you don't see it. So let me just click this and just hit OK. And now you can see we have an MC sky here, and then you can change the time of the day. So this is like 12 a.m. This is 3:30 p.m., so on and so forth. And you can see what we have here. And then you can also hit Prep World. And what this will do was kind of optimize some of your settings so it's not as laggy. So just click that. And I guess it didn't really make too much of a difference for us, but we can also make our own optimizations. So here I can just change this down a little bit because I don't need too many samples. And yeah, so on and so forth. So it's kind of up to you and how good your computer is, but for the most part, my computer is handling this fairly well. Now, don't forget to save. So I'm going to do Control S, and I'm just going to call this Minecraft Portfolio Tutorial. Now, one downside of the sky from MCprep is that it doesn't really have the effect that I try to look for. And if you go into the shading tab and go to make sure you're on world, and then make sure use nodes is checked, and you might have to find it, but you can also just hit home on your keyboard to quickly jump to there. And you can see we have like the hour of the day and some other things like global illumination that you can adjust, but it doesn't usually get the things that I want to do. You can also hit tab to enter this group and then look at how it's actually created and then adjust it here. But the other really easy way is to do HDRI lighting, and that's a really easy way to go for some more realistic lighting. So we can just disconnect this and we can Shift A and add an environment texture. And then if you have the Node Wrangler add-on installed, Node Wrangler, you can just hit Control T or Command T if you're on Mac to add some mapping nodes. And this will just let us adjust the HDRI texture. So let me just plug it in there. And right now it's all pink because we have nothing here. So one really popular place to get HDRIs is Polyhaven. So you can look through a variety of here. You can get some pure skies. So if you don't want a background and so on and so forth. You can also disable the background or switch the background if you want to, but I'm not going to be covering that in this video. We're just going to be focusing on the lighting anyway. And it's really simple to change the sky in React 3 Fiber. So if we ever need to change it, we can just change it in React 3 Fiber. The lighting won't change, but the sky will change. So if I click open here, I have a lot of HDRIs myself, and I'm just going to select one that I kind of like the look of. And I think it's going to be this one. Now it's a little too bright, and one thing we're missing is the background node. So I need this here. And if you drop it in between, it'll automatically have this, and then you can do 0.5 and kind of decrease the strength. And then you can also rotate it to change the lighting direction and so on and so forth. So if you don't like the HDRI method, there is another method that I use sometimes, and that's just with the default Blender sky texture. So if you type in sky texture here and attach it to right here, you can also change the intensity here as well as over here. So we can turn down the intensity a little bit. So right now you can see the shadows are very, very sharp. So what you can do is play with these to get a little bit more soft and diffused. So if I increase the sun size, you can see how soft those shadows become. And maybe you like that look, maybe you don't. It's totally up to you. And then of course you can change down the intensity a little bit, change the elevation. You can see if you go too below, it becomes nighttime and so on and so forth. And of course you can always like add your own lights, right? You have the sunlight, you have the point light, you have the area light, so on and so forth. And then you can also like make emissive objects themselves, which MCprep actually did for us. So if I go to object, I should see emission. Yeah, and you can see some emission here. So if I turn that up, you can see it kind of increases that, but it looks actually pretty good already. So yeah, many different ways, just play around until you get some lighting that you like. So before you start your lighting, I forgot to mention that make sure everything that you want exported is actually exported. And you can see Mineways didn't export my armor stand or the item frames or the painting. So what we can do instead is use JMC to OBJ. So it's right here. You can download the latest release, go to their source code, and then just download this jar file. And then what you can do is back here, you can hit this, and then you can navigate to the jar file and you can save it wherever you want to save it. I do have a bug here where it's supposed to say open JMC to OBJ, and this will just say open Mineways. So I think at this point it's probably just better to create a new file. So I'm going to create a new general file. So I'm going to hit A to delete everything, and then I'm just going to do N, go to MCprep, and now you can see it does say open JMC to OBJ, so I'm going to open that. And then I do have some issues here, but it's not too much of a big deal. I'm just going to close those out. I did have my saves there. You can see the path for my map. I'm going to hit load. And this one does show you the player spawn. So, and it teleports here automatically. And in this case, we're going to use right click to pan. And then we're going to use middle mouse button to zoom out. And then we're going to use left click and drag to select an area. So I'm just going to select an area just like this. And then go to export. And then this time I'm going to do the same thing. If we want the same thing what we had in Mineways, we're going to create a separate object for each material. So each object or each mesh in Blender would be based on material. And then again, you can see we have this separate object for each block. And then they even have a warning here. And then I also have do not allow duplicate vertexes selected. And then you can just copy these if you want, but it's up to you. And you can always come back and re-export it if you want. So I'm going to export it. And I'm going to call this JMC to OBJ Minecraft version and just export it. And this is what it looks like when it's done. Unfortunately, there's no like confirmation message. So we can just close everything and then navigate there. I have it here. And then I'm going to do this one. It should be this one. It's OBJ import world. And now we don't see it because it's really offset. So what we can do is just select one of these. Now you can just hit numpad on your period key to jump to your model. And you can see my 3D cursor is all the way there. So this is really offset. Now, if you don't have a numpad, you can also emulate the numpad in Blender and it would be a different hotkey. Or you can just hit the backtick on your computer. And then with one of these selected, you can just hold the backtick and then go into view selected and it'll just pop in somewhere and then you can just zoom out and find it. Also, if your model is clipping, I should have said this earlier, make sure you change your view to have a higher starting end. If I change this to 100, you can see my model starts clipping. I'm going to leave it at 1000 because my computer can handle it and I want to see my entire model at the same time. So what we can do to bring it back here is hit A to select everything. And then we'll do object, set origin to geometry. This will just set all the origins back to where they're supposed to be. And then we can do Shift S. And since our cursor is at 0, 0, 0, and that's where we want to be, we can do Shift S, selection to cursor, and keep offset. If we do selection to cursor, it'll take all the origin points and overlap them. But if we do keep offset, it'll keep the same layout that we have pretty much. So if we do keep offset, now it's over there somewhere where we're clipping. So we can now just hit period key and then jump here. And now you can see we're at the center of our thing, GZ 0, 0. And again, it's the same exact process, A to select everything. Let's go to MCprep. We're going to do prep materials. I'm going to go for this one, hit OK. And then we're going to do prep world, create MC sky, hit OK. And if I go into render view, you can see we have the same exact results. Awesome. And if I go into material preview, this time you can see I have my item frames, I have my armor stands, and I have my painting. So cool. Cool. And before we start lighting, you'll notice that I do have all this extra stuff. And what you could do is just re-export it with lower depth. I think I had a floor of like -64, which is like why I was going so down so quickly. Or you can just like kind of delete them. So some of these are like some of these are kind of connected to things up there. So just make sure you're not deleting anything that's, you know, like impacting up there. That kind of impacted there. This, I guess it does. It's not, seems to be impacting anything. This one, you'll never see it, so we can delete this as well. I think, yeah, that'll be okay. This one is definitely impacting things. So what I'm going to do here is just go to like a orthographic side view, and I'm going to go into edit mode here, and then let's go into wireframe, and then anything below the ground, I can just delete those faces. And actually, we don't have to do it one by one. We can just select everything. We can just hit A to select everything, go into edit mode, and then anything below the ground, we can just delete because we're never going to see that. Unless you want to like create an experience where you go down in the tunnels or something like that. But I'm not going to be, so that'll be all good. So let's see. I think that would be okay. Now you do see all those origin points because the objects themselves aren't deleted. We just deleted their vertices. So what you can do is if these were parts of an object here, you can redo the set origin to geometry. And now you can see like some of the origin points did go up there, but some of them are still down here because they were part of objects that weren't part up here and their vertices are deleted, but they still exist. So one way to get around that is to try and do a Python script. So apparently a lot of people asked this before, but someone wrote a Python script that will delete all objects with 0 vertices. We don't have to do that in our case because there's like a clear visual distinction between the two. So what we can do instead is still in wireframe, we can select all of these top objects and you can just hit G to make sure this is the stuff that we want to look at. And then we can hit Control I on our keyboard and that will invert and select all the objects that we didn't select up here. And this belongs to MCprep, so we can just add it later, but you can hold Control or Command on Mac and then just deselect it with box select. Now this will just select all the empty objects that have no vertices and we can hit X and we can just delete those. And now you can see we have a full clean scene with everything that's visual. Of course, you can also go back into edit mode and delete some extra stuff. You can also see when I deleted some objects, I actually did accidentally take out some chunks here. So again, we want to make sure that we're not removing things that are part here. So this is the one that I deleted when I was deleting things. So again, let's just do that more professionally this time. Let's go into edit mode. Let's go into wireframe, take out everything that's on the bottom, X vertices, back to object mode, and then We don't actually have to change the origin point, but I like to just to see what it is. So origin to geometry, and then yeah, select everything up here. And this is everything that's visual. Cool. Let me go into render view to make sure I didn't delete anything. Yeah, this time it's here. So let's go back to solid. Again, Control I to select everything. And we want to deselect this one, and then X, and then delete. And now if I go back, we have our stuff. And of course, make sure to go around your scene and also polish up anything. So again, these, we don't see those. We can go into edit mode. And you can also select multiple objects at the same time to go into edit mode and just delete them at a time. So let's go into wireframe. Make sure you don't accidentally select anything. I'm just holding shift and selecting a bunch of things and deleting them. Of course, beyond the things that aren't also being seen, aren't just going to be things underground. For example, if you have your camera that will always look here, sorry, I should go here. If your camera is always going to be looking around this sort of rotation and you'll never be looking at something like here, then it's safe to just go into edit mode and start deleting some of these as well. So maybe you don't need these. Oops, I should be in wireframe. Maybe you don't need all these bushes, and then you can just delete those vertices. And then now you can see we don't need all those things over and over again. So it might take you a while to do this part, but yeah, light your scene and optimize and delete things that you know will never appear visually. And I will see you on the other side. So I finished lighting my scene. If you want to see, I just have a basic HDR here. This is from Polyhaven, so you can just search that up if you want to use the same lighting that I am. And then I have a strength of just 0.2, and that kind of gives it this evening sort of look. So it's not completely pitch black, and it's not completely daytime either. So it's not daytime, it's not nighttime. The vibe I was kind of going for is like you had a long day, maybe it was fun, maybe it was boring, but you kind of just got home and you're kind of ready to relax sort of thing. And that's kind of the time of day that I was kind of looking for. So yeah, and I also deleted some of the trees back here and some other flowers and everything down here that's not going to be visual. This side kind of left a little bit of depth just in case the camera angle goes here, but it probably won't. Honestly, I could probably delete some more of these shrubs back here and possibly even more trees and nothing would be affected. And even the ones that are blocked by the trees and things like that. But I kind of got lazy and decided not to do that. But ideally, yeah, you would kind of delete everything that wouldn't be visually seen. So now if I go inside, wait, let me turn on denoise so I'm not like blinding you guys when I move around in cycles. Yeah, so inside, I just have two slight area lights on top here, very subtle. If I hide them, you can see it kind of goes a little bit dark. Whoops, sorry, wrong H. You can see it kind of goes a little bit dark. Maybe you kind of want this effect. I'm just adding a little bit of extra light there so it's not completely dark. And then most of the lighting is actually done with a lamp. So in Minecraft, I didn't have a lamp, but I just copy and pasted and duplicated another lamp here so I have some lighting. And then next to the windows, I have some light portals. But for the most part, yeah, very simple lighting inside. Yeah, so kind of that winding down vibe is what I was going for in here as well. Cool, so that was my lighting setup. Now we're going to be ready for baking. Now there's many different kinds of baking, but the overall concept of baking is just saving some sort of information so it's reusable at another time. And the reason you would want to do this is so things might be software agnostic. Things can be software agnostic. Sometimes it saves on performance and so on and so forth. You can think of baking as saving pretty much. So what do I mean by this? Well, if I go into rendered view here, if I export this mesh with this texture into any other 3D software or Three.js and add some basic lighting, it would just look like this. It would just look completely green, just like this, or however the lighting is affected. But if we bake it in Blender with the lighting that I have, when you export this and use it in other 3D software with the image texture, with the orange lighting baked on it, it will always have that orange sort of tint and this sort of glow here. So why would we want to do baking instead of just real-time lighting? Well, first, it's good for performance. Real-time lighting is a bunch of mathematical calculations, right? In the real world, there's just light, but in computers, that's a lot of mathematical calculations to simulate light. All that linear algebra, you know, the bounces and all so on and so forth. So baking, we don't have to use real-time lighting anymore because it's part of the image itself. Obviously, that does increase file sizes, but then there's a lot of workaways around here like compression and a variety of other formats that are optimized for the GPU, like basis textures. And if you're not familiar with these, that's totally okay. And sometimes it's just easier to get results by just doing the lighting in the 3D software and then just saving that rather than having to play around with a bunch of lightings in Three.js. So that's the pros. Now, a really big con is that it's hard to adjust for like real-time interactions. Like, let's say if you wanted a night and day real-time lighting, so like depending on the time of the day, the lighting would change and affect this ground a little bit differently. So in that case, you wouldn't want to bake the lighting because let's say your lighting casts a really sharp shadow here with your real-time lighting, then the baked shadow would still be there and it would have like that additional extra shadow and it would kind of look weird. Additionally, let's say you wanted some interactions, like when you click on this lamp, it'll like jump up and down. In the real world, this lighting source jumping up and down would affect the lighting that it's emitting, and that would adjust the movement too. But with a baked texture, that wouldn't be happening because it's just, this isn't actually emitting light that affects the ground. So generally, sometimes for static things and things that aren't affected by lighting, you can do like a partial bakes and then partial real-time lighting if you wanted to. And baking lighting doesn't mean you can't simulate some sort of other real-time effects, like switching from day to night, for example. In simple scenes, you could have like a night texture. So one texture for the night version lit that's baked with nighttime lighting, and then a second one with like daytime lighting. And then you can do some mixing to like gradually change to the day and then gradually change to the night. And this might work for depending on what you're doing. Simple method kind of simulates real-time lighting. And just to clarify, baking is not just also lighting, but for us it will be. Like you can bake animations, for example, you can bake normal maps. And for us, it will just be primarily about lighting. So now before we bake our scene, there's kind of two approaches and it's kind of up to you. So our exporter JMC to OBJ exported everything by material type. So everything that shares the same material is considered its own individual object. And you could bake like this if you wanted to. The other alternative is to minimize as many objects as possible and join things that conceptually make sense together. So let's say this is a roof, this is a roof. What you could do is you could go into edit mode and then, I don't know, maybe select all the roof here and deselect those and then hit P, separate by selection. Object mode, go back into solid, and then join it with this. So this is also part of the roof. So you can go into, let's say, wireframe. Whoops. Let's go back to edit mode, select just the roof, P, separate by selection, go back into object mode. Oops, sorry. And then now these are two separate objects, but then you hit Control J and join them together. So this way you would have a single image texture for the entire roof. Now, I will say if you want to minimize the amount of image textures you want, and just from experience, you don't need a separate image texture for this alone because it's not big enough. You could probably include a lot of other elements here, like the walls of the house as part of the house. So then you would join here, and then you would have the house as one sort of texture, and then you could do the outside decorations as another texture, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to undo everything. But that's like one conceptual way to organize your multiple textures. And the other alternative, again, since our JMC to OBJ exported by their material, is just to bake by material. So each one of these would be an object that you bake by themselves. For example, this you would bake by itself and so on and so forth. Now this would lead to a lot of textures because there are a lot of different materials here. So perhaps it would be a lot of textures and we could save an optimization. For example, there's so few here that we could probably join it with here and bake together or so on and so forth. So there's really no right or wrong. Just in the interest of time, I think I'm going to be baking by material. And of course, you can also always combine different methods, right? Because at the end of the day, we're doing the same thing. So for something like this, you might think it makes more sense to join with dirt blocks, but like this is totally okay just to bake by itself. But you think like, oh, maybe this I want to bake together. So you go into edit mode and then maybe just go into wireframe select all of those, or whatever you want to select, P separate by selection, object mode, and then join them together, like so. And now these you can bake as one section of here, one section, so on and so forth. So the next step before baking is to unwrap our model. And the reason we need to unwrap our model is because we need to tell the 3D software how to put that lighting in the 2D image as well as the 2D image on the 3D model, so vice versa and things like that. Because after all, 3D on a 2D computer screen, we're still looking at technically at a 2D image. However, we perceive it as 3D because the computer is calculating a bunch of math to show us where to paint the pixel on the screen. Basically, you take a point, like, I don't know, some U coordinate, some V coordinate. You can also think of some X coordinate, some Y coordinate. And then that pixel on that image will appear to some sort of XYZ coordinate in the simulated 3D space. That's a concept of UV unwrapping, and basically you determine that mapping of 2D coordinates to 3D coordinates with UV mapping. So a little bit more on that later. In order for us to unwrap properly, what we need to do is adjust our model so it can be unwrapped properly. So I went ahead and did a test bake for the house. So you can see it's just an emission texture. It's not principal BSDF. So it's just showing the pure image texture here. So this is not baked, this right here. So if I hide this light, this will get darker, but the room already has the lighting baked in, so it will not get darker. And you can see that's exactly what happens. This remains the same color, but this got darker. So I can do that again. This is the same color, hide it, it's still the same color there. So it's already baked in into the image texture, and you can actually see it here. So if I go into the UV editor, go into edit mode, select this face, you can see that lighting right there is part of the image texture itself. Okay, so for most intended purposes, it looks pretty good, and you could get away with this if you wanted to, but you also notice some sort of artifacts like these. A lot of these are unavoidable in some sense, and you'll even see it on popular award-winning websites, especially along the edges and corners where there are seams. And if you don't know what those are, that's totally okay. But some of these you can fix, and maybe you don't want to fix them because it would be too much effort, but you can fix them. And in some cases, we kind of have to, otherwise it'll take away from the experience. So like this corner again, this is probably perfectly fine just to leave that black line in there, but something like this might be a little bit jarring. So the reason this exists here is because this model is not actually connected here. So if you wanted to get rid of this line, what you would do is you'd go to this face, and I'm just going to do it really quickly so it's kind of messy. Let me just go into wireframe. Actually, it'll be easier in solid mode. So what I'm going to do is go into edit mode, solid mode, and I'm going to select these, Control I to invert the selection, and then hit H to hide everything else. So I'm just working with this. And then if I do Y, and then I can now select this with face select, Control R for loop cut, and then we want to turn on snapping. So what I have here is snapping to vertex, and you can turn it on or you can just hold Control to activate it. So I'm just going to hold Control and hover next to that vertice, click there, and then yeah, just there it is. Go back to vertex select, go to wireframe, select both of those vertices. Right now, if I select one, wait, sorry, let me go to solid mode so I only select one. You can see that they're not connected, but if we go to wireframe, select both of them, merge by distance, or its center would work here by distance. And now you can see, well, sorry, let me go to solid mode to put that. And now you can see it's completely together. So in this case, now when you bake this, there would no longer be a line there, assuming you don't part a seam there. The other solution to fix these other ones, if you didn't like them, is, again, remember, it's just an image. So what you can do is like take it into Photoshop and just paint over that area, whatever color you want it to be instead. You can paint like a word on the texture itself and just save it like that. Again, here, you could even just paint over that instead of having to rebake, you can just paint over it. But for the most part, it's not too big of a deal. First tip I will give right now is that we should just merge all the overlapping vertices that MCprep and JMC to OBJ did not do. So I'm just going to hit A to select everything, go into edit mode, select everything, and just do M and then by distance. And you can see I removed 119 overlapping vertices. Make sure you have a really low number here because you only want overlapping ones. If you put it too high, it's going to start merging really far vertices together. So I had mine at 0.0001. This next process is going to be pretty time consuming. the only tip I kind of have is think about how you would model something like this, and then think about how you'd unwrap it after. And if you analyze your geometry, you'll see that there's actually a lot of bad things here. Like you can see there's a vertice here. So you would assume like this entire thing would be one thing, right? Like you would assume this line would be like a loop cut down the center, but they're actually completely separate. So if I go into wireframe, you can see like there's just this extra face here, which is creating that vertice. So that doesn't do anything, right? Like normally you would just model like one of these stairs and then use an array modifier to go this way and then another array modifier to go up, and then do the same thing here and then just apply the modifiers and then join them with just extruding it. However, the way they did it, it's completely different. You can see like so. So maybe we can do this roof together to give you an idea of how to fix something like this and prepare it for unwrapping and baking. So I'm going to hit backslash on my numpad. And if you don't have that, you can come up to view and go into local view and just click toggle local view. So just like that. So we do have several extra geometry that we'll never see. So we can actually delete those. And then if you want to like quickly select things, you can use some sort of, you can try and hope for the best and kind of get a pattern that you're going for. So I'm just going to do something like this because this selects all the interfaces. And I'm doing edge because I don't think the face would ever work given their circumstances. So here I have something like this, and wait, I want to deselect those. Oh, this is connected there for some reason. Okay, anyway, but now I can come up to select and then select. Maybe we can do non-manifold or something like that. And it seems to be okay for the most part. It does select some faces up here, but I'll never be in the roof, so I don't think that matters. And then I don't want to really affect anything down here just yet because I don't know what I'm looking at. Some of the faces were fine, but I'm just going to play it safe. So I'm going to go into wireframe and just not select those and deal with those at another time. So this one actually seems to be selecting fine. Yeah, I don't want those in ones. So I can do these like so. And yeah, this one as well. So let me go back to solid view. Probably want to keep those. Definitely want to keep these. I'm holding control and deselecting them. Whoops. Cool. And I think we can just add some of these other ones here. Like these. And yeah, we can add these as well. Oh yeah, we definitely don't want to delete anything bottom here because oops, let's go back into face select because we will be seeing that, but we can delete these here because no one will ever see those. Cool. And then we can just hit hide real quick just to see if anything is missing, and it doesn't seem like it. So wait, we can select these as well, and then just hit delete, and then we can delete faces. Oops, I don't want to delete this. Definitely not this. Cool. And then I think we can just delete faces. And we can exit local view just to make sure there's nothing that's like messed up. And we can go inside the house as well. Yeah, it looks good. So there are still a few issues. You can go back to local view and just polish those up. So these remaining ones actually seem to affect the texture mapping for the default. If I do Control X, you can see it kind of has issues here. And that's perfectly fine anyway, because we'll have a second UV map. So leaving this here isn't too big of a deal. Oh, and then I also have some extra leftover edges. So I spent about 10 minutes now, maybe even longer, just deleting faces. And even then, there's still quite a few issues that you would have to fix. If you're actually modeling this, for example, these faces especially, and they're like cutting through the model, and then this half right here would bake completely black, and they'll just take up texture space. So at this point, it might be better just to delete as many as you can and hope for a good unwrap. Otherwise, you'll spend way too much time correcting this model. And maybe it might be even better just to remodel some things by yourself. But I'm just gonna bet that it'll be completely fine here. Now I went ahead and just did a small test bake, and it actually turned out to be pretty good. So you can see, hey, it's not too bad. Now there are that really large black area right here. So this is something I forgot to delete, and I probably should have. And you can see how much of that texture space is deleting. It's taking up, and we definitely don't want that. So that probably needs to be deleted. And then you can just kind of go around. If you turn on this right here, you can click on all the UVs where it's like pitch black, and then it'll automatically select it on the screen too. So you can see this is pitch black, and this was part of the chimney. So no one will ever look inside the chimney. So I don't think I actually need that. If I go out, yeah, you can see it was part of the chimney. So I can just delete those as well. And then this is a good way to kind of, if there is like a big black spot, especially something like this, you can get rid of. If it's like small spots and it's kind of too much effort to change, well, this one, I don't even need it, so I can delete it. So yeah, you kind of just maybe have to go around and find those black areas. You might just do a quick bake, which I will show you how to bake if you don't know how to, and then just like delete from there. So again, here's like another face that no one will ever see, and I can delete that, save some texture space. And then all the places that don't have UV maps, it just means you don't have enough stuff to fill up the whole texture. So that's why you might want to combine this roof with something else. Since I'm just doing the roof, it's kind of too little things for an entire texture. So, but now you can see it's actually telling me so much about what I can delete and what I can't. This is pitch black, which means it probably was never seen in the original model. And that's true because it's being blocked by these stairs here. So I could have ended up deleting those as well. And again, things like this, if you want to edit it so this half isn't black, you could totally do that as well. Sometimes it's just not worth the effort. But something like these sort of obvious things, yeah, you definitely want to delete those. So that test bake went really well. But again, I would probably join this with something else and then unwrap all those together. So now let's get to baking. Let's prepare one of the more complicated ones together. And that way, once you know how to fix this up model and bake it, you should be good to do the rest of the scene. I'll go into edit mode here in local view. And I will say that it's really nice because everything is like a rectangle. So it's really easy to visualize how you'd actually model something like this. So how would you model something like this? Well, you'd have a cube, you would have loop cuts here and then extrude, loop cuts again and extrude. So that's kind of exactly what we want to do here. And the really nice thing is these are quad faces, so we can just use loop cuts. We don't have to use the knife tool. So I'm just going to do Control R, and if you get this flickering between the sides, you can just like slowly go down to select it, or you can just come to the other side and not have to deal with it. So one really nice thing about the way that the Minecraft exporter exported things is that they're at like perfect unit increments. So if I do a loop cut and I scroll up to 4 with my mouse wheel, or you can just hit the number 4, you can see they actually perfectly match up with the edges. So I'm just going to right click and cancel that. And I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm just going to R. I'm just going to Control R. If you're on Mac, it's probably Command R. And then do the same thing there. And then we want to do it on here as well. So I'm just going to do that 4 again, and everything. Right click to cancel the movement, and everything is perfectly lined up. And they're still not merged yet, but we don't have to merge them until the end. So let's just go on and keep on doing that. So maybe on this here, so maybe here we want a loop cut, and this time I'm going to turn on snapping so we can snap the loop cuts to the vertex. So you can toggle it and then keep it permanently on. Alternatively, instead of just keeping it toggled, you can just do GZ, like the axis that it's parallel to or perpendicular to in this case, and then just hold Control or Command to toggle it on by itself. So you can just move it, get relatively close, and just Command and hover over it, and it'll just snap right there. If you leave it on, you don't have to use a Control or Command. You can just Control R and snap to it like that. So it's up to you. And then Shift Tab is to quickly toggle it on and off as well. So of course I also want one on this face here as well. Just like that. Same here as well. Just like that as well. So just like that. Here as well. And then we want to connect here as well. Right, and then we want to do the same thing on this side for the other one. Let's just do it again. Whoops, I'm getting that glitch again. Control R, and this one's going to be 4. Cool. Also, if you accidentally make an edge you don't want by accident, so whoops, let me just make an edge that I don't want. You can just quickly do Control X or Command X to quickly dissolve those edges. So one here as well. And then for this bottom one, we just type 4, like so, right click cancel. Cool. All right. And then same thing here. We want the same thing on this side as well. So let's do that. Let's do 2. Whoops. I actually made it and then typed it. So I want to do it before I select it. So 2 here, Control 4, enter, Control R, right click, and Control R, like this as well. So I want to continue here as well. So probably like this. By the way, if you have a really hard time getting the loop cut where you want it to go, you can actually go into face select it first, and then add a loop cut, and then it'll add it to your selected face. So Blender knows what you're trying to do here. So this one, I can just go 1 here, snap here, Control 1 here, Control R, sorry, and snap here. Cool. So far, looking good. And then we want to polish this up for sure. So yeah, I'm going to do Control R, and that seems to be working fine. And then here I'm getting that glitch again, so I'm going to select this with face select and then add a loop cut, like so. And then same thing here. I'm going to snap it to this one. I could have done the left side first if I wanted to, but I didn't. Same thing here. I can just do GZ, okay, here, Control R, here. Now we also need to cut across the top here. So what we can do is Control R, up here, Control R, up here, Control R, right here, up here as well. And then we want to do the same thing for this side. So click, Control R, click, Control R. And actually, I think if I go into orthographic view, it might make adding loop cuts easier. So let me go Control R. Yeah, so if you go into orthographic view, it's a lot easier for Blender to pick which face you're actually on. So this one I want to do here. And I want to make sure I'm not adding too many. So that's one of the difficult things because I'm kind of looking in the back here. So what you can do is like temporarily hide them if you wanted to and just hit H to hide them. But I don't think I need to do that at the moment. And then you can do Alt H to unhide them. So let's go back to solid though. And then yeah, I definitely want to loop cut here. One here as well, for sure. And then one here. Okay, I think that's done. This seems okay. Okay, so now it's just here, and we can add a loop cut here, snap here. And let's make sure we're getting everything that we want. So let's see if this is joined. This is not joined, so I would add a loop cut here as well. Like so. So everywhere that's like overlapping, but they're not connected, you want them connected because you don't want that black seam. So, except like the corners are totally fine. You don't have to merge them. I actually prefer the black corners because it kind of makes it look a little bit more realistic. They'll probably be darker anyway, just because of how the lighting looks. So if you bake this now, you'd probably get a black line here. So maybe what we can do is add a loop cut here, like so, and then one here as well. And then maybe we can do it on this side as well. So I'm just going to do Control R, Control R. Now the other alternative, if you don't really like loop cuts, what you could do is use the knife tool instead. And if you do if you go to K for the knife tool, and then you just slice in and then hit C to slice, it'll go through your entire mesh and you can see what's happening right now when I go through that. I click there, it's cutting through my entire thing. And it'll cut from your view. So I would be cutting from here right now. So we want to be in orthographic view. And this will only work because these are exactly parallel to each other. So we actually have to be in the side view for this one. So let's go into side view, go into K, and I'll just do it randomly up here. And I'll do X to lock it on the X axis, hit C to cut through, and hit enter. And now you can see it adds that same exact thing in the back here as well. So That's really cool. So that was the other way you could have approached that if you wanted to, but I prefer loop cuts. And there's also an issue because when your faces aren't connected, you'd have to select each one in order for it to connect, rather than just being able to slice through properly. So that was kind of the other reason why I did not opt for the knife tool in this case, but you could have totally went for that approach if you wanted to. Okay, so we should be good to merge. So I'm gonna hit A and then M and then by distance. And then you can see we removed 107 vertices. And when you're merging these, make sure the distance is like 0.01. I think I originally had 0.001, and that might have, even really close vertices, that might have been too small to merge them. So 0.01 should be more than enough for us. I can just go around and start clicking faces just to see if they're good or not. And okay, this one seems to be broken, but I don't think I have to fix it because if I go into this view outside, yeah, no one will ever see that. So we don't actually need that anyway. So I can actually delete these faces because no one will ever see them. And we can always confirm that by going out. So yeah, none of these faces here we actually need. So I can delete these faces as well. Yeah, we don't need any of the top ones because they're all being covered. So we can delete all of those. Okay, I don't think we even need these either, right? Let me see. Where are these? Yeah, we don't need these either. So we can save so much here. And then I'm guessing we'll probably need this for some reason. That's there. Let's see. No, we don't need these either. So this we don't need either. And oh, you can see I actually missed the loop cut here. So it's a good thing we went around deleting some faces. I probably don't need these. So I'm just going to select these. These are all being covered by the roof itself. And I think even these sides, right? Let's see, delete faces. Yeah, so these can also be deleted because it's the same sort of thing. And we're saving on a lot of texture space right now. So the idea was to fix the model in a way that you would actually model it if you wanted to. Like if you started from a cube, actually I can just start from a cube right now. You would scale it up. I'm gonna go on the x-axis and then you would GZ. And then if you wanted this out, you would extrude again or add a loop cut later and then extrude this way. And then you would extrude again. And then if you want this one, you add 2 loop cuts, just like this, XX, like so, and then extrude again. So if you look at this, we kind of have the same exact thing going on. We have a line, a line, a line, a line. So let me just delete this. Compared to that model, we do have these extra ones because we originally had that before we deleted it. So what you can do is just hold Alt and Shift to quickly select the edge loop and start cleaning these up as well. Just hitting Control X to delete them. Yeah, so if you wanted to clean up some of the extra topology and extra edges, you totally could. It would save on some vertices and possibly some file size, but the file size to time ratio is probably not worth it, so I'm not going to be doing it for this project. Now we can start UV unwrapping. So the idea is pretty much like, think that you're wrapping something, kind of just like a gift box, and you kind of want to minimize the number of folds in order to wrap whatever you're making. So for us, we're really lucky because all our stuff is at 90-degree angles. This makes unwrapping really easy, and Blender, if I go into edit mode, has this really cool thing if you hit U called Smart UV Project, and it does right angles or 90-degree angles really well. So we won't have to do too much work. But I want to come up to the UV editing tab. The reason I want to come here is because it'll automatically set a UV editor for us as well and have it split screen here. Of course, you could just go back here and split screen there as well if you wanted to, but I'm just going to go to here because this is an extra tab. I'm here. Let's just make sure I'm jumping there. Okay. Yeah, I'm here. And then on the left here, it'll show you the texture that this object is using. And you can see it's white concrete. And if you see some other texture for some reason, you can just navigate to it, right? You can click to the models, look at the name, and then also bring up the shading tab. So that's something I can do. Also, if you don't like coming to the corner, you can always just hit F3 and then do split area, horizontal split in this case, and then just click somewhere. And then to close it, you can also just do close area like that, and then it'll close that area. So If you have trouble getting this, which sometimes I do, you can just do F3, horizontal split, and click, and then have one. Then we can open the shader editor. So this is what I like to do. So I have my material on the side. I see it over here. And now that I'm selected here, you can see the name is indeed white concrete. And that's why I opened whiteconcrete.png here. So right now it has one single UV map. So if I go to UV map, you can see it's called UV map. And it looks like it's kind of a mess because what we're doing is when I'm selecting each face, it's showing me where that texture is mapping to on our material texture. Now it is off the texture, and that's just because the mesh itself is really large. So you can see these are actually connected. So if I hit A to select everything, you can see a lot of overlapping things and whatnot. The reason that this material is still showing on here is because of this property right here called repeat. So although that our image is only here, if the UV itself is bigger than the image, it's just going to keep repeating this square over and over again. We can see it has the width of 2 blocks, which means it will have, this would appear twice here and here. And we can also assume in this world, it would be the size of 2 in Minecraft. And that's exactly true because this is 1, this is the door, and this is 1 block, and then this is 2 blocks pretty much. MCprep did a really good job at UV mapping our texture. However, we cannot bake using this UV map. And the reason for that is because our UV map, the data we have is only 1 square, right? And our lighting on each of these portions of areas are different. So what we have to do is take all these UV maps with all their different lightings, bake that information, and fit it all into 1 single square because that's all we can use. We're going to create a second UV map, and this will be called for baking. So you don't have to rename it, but I'll call it baking. And then let's go into local view. And I'm going to hit A to select everything. And then I'm going to hit U. And then I'm going to do Smart UV Project. Make sure this is highlighted when you are unwrapping. So you can see this one. If you select this one and unwrap, it's going to mess up the original UV. So make sure this is selected. And then do U and then Smart UV Project. So you'll see this thing here called angle limit. And by default, this will work for us. But let's hover over it and see what it says. It says lower for more projection groups, higher for less distortion. So it's a little more complex than what I'm making it out to be. But in general, if I come back to the Wikipedia article and we take a look at this image here, you'll notice that this entire thing is connected. If we lowered this to, let's say, 0, what we would get is we would get 6 different sheets of paper. So instead of folding it like this, we would just like attach it one at a time. In the real world, you wouldn't really want to do that either because if each of these are separate, then there's no like continuous, right? So you would have to like retape it or hide some extra underneath the other ones or so on and so forth. So the idea is to generally keep as few seams as possible. And that's why it generally says if the angle limit is higher, let's say 90 degrees, for example, it'll only make cuts like these when they're 90 degrees. And in this case, they are. So that's exactly why they're cut here. If you turn the angle limit to 0, it would cut something like this into their each own. So this would be its own cube. This would be its own square. This would be its own square, so on and so forth. And this is kind of what we want, not just in the real world, but also kind of in software. So that's kind of a high level overview, and I hope that makes sense. You can see it did a fairly good job. So if I use my middle mouse button to click and drag here, there should be an option here called sync selection. I don't know if I covered it earlier in the video, but as I select my UV, you can see it also selects the face there. So if I select these, you can see that they're a connected bunch here. So this is really cool. And you can see I actually did mess up because I don't have the loop cut here either. So let me add that as well. And then we can do the same thing, use Smart UV Project and unwrap again. And it seemed like it didn't make too much of a difference because everything is flat. So it probably knew how to calculate it since this one was merged. So we probably didn't need to add that, but I added it anyway just for clarity. And it seems like I also messed up here. Wow, I've been very sloppy today. Sorry about that. And then let me just do this real quickly. But remember, we need to merge by distance again. 0.1, let's do 0.01. Removed 8 vertices, and now let's unwrap. So this time, instead of being separate, they should be together. So we should see a difference this time. Let me just do that again. Yeah, it does. So now it unwrapped it, assuming that these are now connected. So there was a difference for that one. So since our angle limit was 66, but all our angles are at 90 degrees, nothing would really change if we had to mark seams ourselves. So mark seams is pretty much where you want to cut it. So if I go back to this image again here, So if I was going to unwrap this cube, for example, like what they show here, and I want to mark my seams myself, well, I would put one here, I'd put one here, and then one here and one here, and then one at the top and then one at the top. And you can see just by doing that, I would cut here, I would cut here, I'd cut here, cut here, cut here, cut here, and then this is the result I would get. Blender is smart enough to do that automatically for us, so we didn't have to do that because everything's at 90 degrees. When you get more complicated stuff, you have to mark seams. So if I wanted to tell Blender where to cut, I could do Control E and then mark that as seam, and that'll tell Blender to cut there. We don't have to do that because everything is cube, and I don't want to spend too much time on that. I should have also mentioned, before you unwrap, you want to apply your scale. So if you go to N and you go to Item, you can see my scale is 111. If you accidentally scaled something, you want to make sure and apply your scale before you unwrap. Otherwise, it'll affect your unwrap and affect your bake. But MCprep by default has everything as a scale of 1, which is really nice. Cool, let's go back into edit mode. And let's just analyze this real quick. So for the most part, this is okay, but it's not perfect because we have all this empty texture space that we're not using. So essentially we're wasting data. So this is why I said when it came to the roof, you could join it with something else. You could also join this body with the other stuff as well. So let me take a screenshot of this and come here and just quickly so I can draw on this. Let's say you want to bake a 4K texture. So that'll be 496 pixels by 49 by 4096 pixels. So this is a 4K texture. And let's say this is like 100 pixels wide, which this is 100 pixels wide and it's like 200 pixels tall, 200 pixels tall. So this small section, what it has is a resolution of 200 by 100. And maybe something like this has a pixel of 50 pixels by 50 pixels. So why are some of these UVs smaller than the other ones? Well, it's clear that, well, this is a smaller area than something like this, right? So that's why it's a smaller UV. That is correct, but you can change it if you wanted to. So if I select this and select UV and increase it, now I just increase this area size to, I don't know, let's say 200 pixels by 200 pixels. So now this would look a lot less blurry. This would have an extremely high resolution when we baked on the final image. That would also be wasting texture space because smaller things don't need as many pixels as larger things, right? I'm gonna undo that. And if you really want to get into the nitty and gritty things of inside of things, places that probably won't be visible at all or mildly visible, you could optimize it by making them even smaller to take up less texture space, things that no one's really going to be looking at. For example, maybe all the intention is going here. So something like this is so significantly small, there's just no point of putting any sort of resolution there. So you could optimize it by making this really small and then maybe something more visual here and then make this a little bit bigger. We're not going to be doing that primarily because we don't need to, but that's kind of the idea of optimizing your UVs. You kind of want to maximize space as much as possible. So you could spend a lot of time just taking these out, you know, filtering your sections, which place you want more resolution, you make those bigger, and so on and so forth. And then the ones where you don't want as much resolution, you can make them smaller, and so on and so forth, and then fully optimize it like so. Again, we're not going to be doing that because it takes too much time. So the next thing you kind of want to do is check for distortion when you're unwrapping. And one way to do that is using a grid texture. So if you watch Blender tutorials on UV wrapping, you kind of see something like this to be able to check for distortion. And there's multiple methods of that. You could have like a matte cap that does that automatically, I think, if you uploaded a custom one. I think Blender has a default in grid image texture as well. The idea is to check for stretching. So if I stretched, let's say this was an image texture and this was stretching, this would be bad on the model because it would look stretched on the model and that doesn't look good. Again, for us, it doesn't matter because we all have squares and we can confirm this. If I go maybe here, click UV stretch, you can see everything is the same color, which is exactly what we want. But let's say I select a vertice and I start moving it, you can see it's like, oh, it's stretching that texture right there. This doesn't concern us because we're just working with rectangles. Yeah, so if you do have a little bit of extra time, I do recommend spending some time doing some better packing than what we have here. So packing just means optimizing your UVs basically. And Blender does have a built-in tool, but it's not great. So if I hit A to select everything, come up to UV and do pack islands and just hit pack, it'll try to optimize it to take as least amount of space with your UVs. Again, Blender's isn't great. And I have this other add-on here called UV Packmaster, and it's really good to pack. And this is part of my workflow. It is paid, so you don't have to use it. You can just bake with this one. The next thing we have to do is check for face orientation. And if I come up here and go to face orientation, it'll show you which direction is inside and outside based on the normals. So if I hit Alt-N, you can see I can flip these normals. And now this is going to be the side that's baked. In 3D software, there's this concept of normals that tell Blender how lighting will react to that surface. So we want to make sure that everything that we want lighting to react to properly and be baked properly to be blue. So obviously on the inside, everything should be blue on the inside, and it is. And everything on the outside, when we go outside, is blue as well. So this is exactly what we want. We want to bake the lighting here and the lighting here, not on the inside. No one will ever see that. So this is all good for us, but if you needed to flip something, you could totally do Alt-N and flip. Just know that this will be completely black when you bake it. For us, you won't see anything in the real world. Depending on what you're doing, you will. But for us, we don't. But when you bake it, you definitely will see it be completely black as a result. Let me just undo that. So let me go into face orientation. Yeah, and just do Alt-N and flip back. Cool. Okay, so to bake, let me just hit N to close this. And you can also just hit Control Spacebar to maximize it. Really maximize it, and Control Spacebar to go back. On Mac, it's probably Command. What we need to do is create an image texture to bake on. So I'm just going to hit Control A. I'm going to hit Search, and I'm going to type image texture right here, and just leave it like that. So I'm going to create a new image, and this is going to be our baked image. And I'll call this House Bake. House Bake, but call it whatever you want. And I'm going to make this a 4K texture. I'm going to click and hold my left mouse button down and then just drag down, and I'll select both of them. And then I'll just times 4 here, and then I'll make it 4096 pixels. By default, it was a 1K pixel. The color of black is fine, and we don't need an alpha channel because we don't have anything that's transparent with the house. So we can uncheck that and save some information. And then I'm going to check this because it generally makes things look a little bit better. Sometimes it won't do anything, but I'll just check that anyway. So then I'll create a new image and make sure this is highlighted. So I'm going to go back. And with this selected, we can come up to the render properties here. And since we're in a low light environment, so if I go back out of local view and go into render view, you'll see we're in a really low lit environment. It looks fine here, but when we bake it, it'll have this thing called noise, and that really happens in low lighting environments. So we want to make sure our noise threshold is really low, which means Blender will take longer to bake. It will make it a lot prettier, so it's totally worth it. So I'm going to do 0.01 here. And 256 samples should be okay, but you can always rebake it if you need to. And then denoise is okay. And then if you have a good GPU, I totally recommend using that. So I'm going to do use GPU. And then we can come down here, and I do have an add-on called Simple Bake, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But we come down here to bake, and we just leave everything the same. And we want to bake combined. So like I said earlier, you could have baked so many other different things, but we're combining baked. So we're taking all of this and then all the lighting information in Blender, and we're baking it. So I'm gonna go to wireframe. I did rename it to House Bake Final, but it's kind of up to you. And then I also kind of just want to open House Bake Final here as well. And I don't remember if in the new version of Blender you have to or not, but I like to go and select this, the thing that I'm baking, go into Edit View, hit A to select everything, and make sure I am selecting this one, make sure I keep this one rendered, select everything, and then last check one more time, make sure this is rendered, this is highlighted, has to be highlighted, you can see it by the white outline, and now everything should be good to go. So you can save this right now and then save it after, but since we're baking anyway, I'm just going to save the image after we bake. So everything's selected, this is highlighted, we're saying the House Bake Final is completely black, perfect, and now we should be good to bake. Looks like our bake is done. So you see this asterisk here is telling us it's not saved. So let's do save as, and then I can just call it house bake final.png, and this would be totally okay. And then we can just keep the same name and save it wherever you want to save it. So I'm just going to save it like that. And so far, it seems to look pretty good. So if we want to preview it, we can just go to the material that we have, and we can use an emission shader because we don't want it to be affected by light. So we're going to use an emission one, and then we're just going to put it as the color, and then put it as the surface. And then if I go into render view, it doesn't look right because what's happening here is we're using this one still. So now let's make this active, and there we have it. So let's enter local view, and you can see it's got all the shadows right on there. And if I go out, let me just go out real quick. It looks really good. And if I go inside, even in the unlit areas, there's not too much noise, and you can see there's no black line there anymore. So at this point, you could totally look for black lines around your scenes to make sure that there aren't any, and the corners are totally okay. We never actually combine those. Yeah, and for the most part, I think it looks pretty good, but you know, definitely check. And if you have to bake again, you can do the same process and bake again. If we want to, let's just do a quick test export. Let's do file, let's do export GLTF. I'm only going to include the selected objects, and I'm not going to bother with these right now, but the material is going to be set to export by default anyway. So it's just a test bake, so I just do house and export that GLB file. And let's go to gltf.report.com and then just click and drag our house in there. And wow, yeah, it looks pretty nice. So if you try and change the lighting, you can see it's not affecting the thing here because we used an emission shader, so the lighting isn't going to be affecting it. Cool, so we successfully baked together. Now you did notice the file size was like 34 megabytes with the GLB file, and it's not because of the geometry, it's because of the image texture itself, which I think was 34 megabytes on its own. So if you know you don't need as many samples, you could tone that down. You could increase the noise threshold if your lighting is fine without that. Generally, you want to bake at a higher resolution, like 4K, because you can always lower the resolution later, and compression might take away from some of the resolution anyway. But if you know you only need 2K, and I think for this house, 2K probably would have been more than enough. You could have just baked at 2K. I also say if you're in the older versions of Blender, you might have to change this to match the image resolution of what you have. I don't actually remember, but for us, it didn't matter. If you want to check, you can just look at the properties of it on your computer, and it'll say 4096 by 4096. So I didn't have to change this, but I think in older versions of Blender, you had to change this, but I'm not exactly sure. Now, I will say, if you want to bake multiple objects together, because I keep talking about it, they're going to need the same UV mapping name. So if I select this, and let's say I want to combine it with something like this, I need to come here, and I need to click baking. I need to name this also baking. So now that this has the baking, and this has the baking, if I go into edit mode and hit A to select everything, and hit U to unwrap together, and hit unwrap, you can see the roof stuff is also part of the same map as this run right now. In Blender, they're two separate objects, but in their UV maps, they're sharing the same texture. We're going to export multiple things as multiple GLB files, but some of them, like the house, for example, all of these, even though they're separate objects, they're going to be contained into one GLB file. So certain objects in that GLB file will be using one shared texture. So in this case, you can see just by baking with this added, we take up more of the texture and we're optimizing a lot better. Now, you don't want to fit too much into texture, otherwise you'll run out of resolution and everything will be blurry. Over time, it becomes intuition. For the first few times, you might fail, but that's totally okay. Yeah, and so in any case, that's if you wanted to do 2 together. If you wanted to do 3 together, of course, you need all of them the same map called baking. Remember, the one that's mapping your texture, you want it to be the one rendering, and then the one that you're baking for, the UV maps that you're baking for, you want that to be active. And then for each of the materials that you're baking within the group, so let's say these were just still together, you would want this same exact thing. Sorry, let me just put this back here. So I would select this, Control C, and then select this material and Control V and paste this here. And then make sure this is active, and then go here and make sure this is active. And then same thing like I said before. Now, if you select both of them, go into edit mode, hit A to select everything. Here, set up just like this. And then you go to bake. Sorry, I reset the UVs, but let me just do it again. 2 image textures, both active, same exact image that they're baking on, and then you can hit bake. So if you have 3, you repeat the process, you paste the same exact image, make it active, and that one, add another UV map called the same name, and unwrap it together, so on and so forth. So what I like to do after baking is just duplicate the original one, go back to the original thing, and duplicate it and then just move it into a new one. So I'm going to do Shift D, right click cancel, and I'm going to move it to a new collection, and I'll just call this before baking and create that. And then I'm just going to hide this. So I'm just going to disable everything so I can't see it. So this is the only one that's after baking. And then what I can do for the one that I want to export is just get rid of this first one, just leave the baking one, and then I'm going to duplicate the material, and I'll call this concrete baked. Whoops, concrete baked. And you can also add house there if you wanted to. And I'm just going to get rid of all this stuff because we're not using any of this. And I'll go here, and you can see it looks exactly the same as the other one. So now if I want to hide this one, I can hide this one. And then I can come to this one, and you can see it's right back there. So I have access to my before one that I'll never touch, and I have access to the one that I'll be exporting with the emission shader attached to it. Since we have to bake other things, and these materials might still reflect some light onto other materials, we don't want to bake with this emission one. Instead, what we want to do is bake with the original principled BSDF one. So I'm going to move this, and I'm going to call this one for export and hit create. And then now for export, I'm going to actually hide all of these and then turn on before baking. So once we're ready for export, we can re-hide all of these and then export them. And then before baking just means that we set up all the UVs and everything is all prepared and ready to go. Again, it's up to you how you want to organize things, but that's kind of the approach that I like to go for. And since this is a separate material, we can delete this as well. So here we have our for export, which is just this. And then we have our before baking, which is everything that we already set up and prepared for baking. And then all of these other ones, we still need to either join, fix, and then rebake, and then move it here, and then bake it, and then move it to a for export. There's other workflows for sure. If you want to do like UV map, instead of selecting here, you can choose which UV map directly from here to use, instead of having to select here, and so on and so forth. So there's other workflows, but this is kind of the workflow that I go for. Of course, make sure to save. If you have a lot of computer space and you'd rather have a new file, you can come up to here and do file, either save copy or save incremental. And when you do save incremental, it'll automatically add a number here. So I already did it multiple times, that's why it says 4, but it would say 1 for you if it was the first time. And this is a really easy way to always trace your steps. I do recommend saving incrementally every time you make a major step. So before we move on, there's 2 final steps that we should do. And that's adding text to the signs, as well as if you want to, you can add things here for the item frames in Blender, or you can do that in Three.js. It's kind of up to you. And the second thing we need to do is fix all the one-sided geometries to have 2 sides if they have different lighting on the other side. So this grass right here, on this side, it has this really bright lighting, and then on this side, it's a little bit darker because it's not facing that lighting. So again, if I turn on face orientation, you can see that because it's just a single plane, it only has one face. And then if we bake this, it would bake the lighting on from this direction. And in Three.js, we would just view straight through it, and we would see the brighter version on this side as well, which doesn't make any sense because the light is coming from there, not from behind. In Blender, it's completely fine, but in Three.js, it would not be fine. So what we can do is just add a really, really thin solidify modifier. So if I just do add search and do solidify, you can see now everything is completely blue, which is exactly what we want. And then we don't want 0.01 thickness because, let me just turn off this real quick. You can see it's adding this line up here. So if I turn back on overlays, also if you don't like going for face orientation, what you can do is go into solid mode, and you can also come up here and, over here, go into and turn on backface culling. And what this will do, it will make everything with the face orientation that's red see-through. So this is kind of what you would expect in something like Three.js. Instead of having it so thick, what we can do is make this really small, like 0.001. And when you're from far away, you probably can't even tell, but it is there. We don't want that anyway because it's extra geometry to bake. So let me select the other grass objects or anything that you want different lightings on both those sides. And I'm just going to hold shift and select this one to make it active, Control L, or Command L on Mac, and then copy modifiers. So now everything in the back there, and everything in the back should now be blue on all sides, which is great. If you do Control A, it will apply the modifier and select that one and do Control A. If you have a lot of objects, that takes a lot of time, so I'm going to undo those steps. And what I like to do instead is just F3, convert to mesh, and like so, and it just applies our modifiers for us. You can see those wrenches are gone. So I'm going to keep both of these selected, and then let's go into edit mode and delete those faces. So I'm in face select, and I'm zooming really close, and I'm just going to select a face. And then instead of having to select each single one across, hundreds of them, what we can just do is do select similar, and just do area. And from math, that area is length times width. So each of these faces has the same area. So it just selected all of them for us. And then we can just hit X and delete those faces. And if we go back out, and let me turn off my overlays, you can see that line above the tree is completely gone. And it just looks like it's one single plane, even though there's two planes really, really close to each other. Now let's add our text to this sign. So I'm going to go on to this place right here, and you can download this Minecraft font. You don't have to install it. You can just unzip it and have the font file somewhere. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to shift right click. Oops, let me turn on my overlays here and turn off face orientation and do Shift A and add some text here. Then I'll do RZ 45 and then hit minus if it works like that. RXX, and then let's do 90 so it's upright, and then just kind of scale it down to match our sign here. And then I'm going to go into the font properties, and I'm going to navigate to our font. So let's go into font here, and let's go into just regular, and then wherever you saved your fonts. So I have my Minecraft font here. I'm going to go for regular, but go for whatever font you want to go for. Go into edit mode and just start typing. So I like to hike. And then you can also hit enter if you want to just put it on a new line. And I'm just going to do GXX to move it, and then scale it down. And then you can also do G and then Shift Z to only move it along here, or you can turn on the face snapping. So now it will only move across this face like so. So that's the other alternative. What you can also do is add a shrink wrap modifier. So basically it's like wrapping it, and then you can just do something like this, and then you can play along with the offset a little bit. So it's a little bit of something. You can also try some of these other ones. So one thing that really works for me is outside and project. This seems to work most of the time, and give it a material, of course, make it completely black or whatever color you want it to be. And there we have our sign. So the other alternative is to actually install the font and make an image texture with it, and then combine that using a mix node to combine it with this image texture if you wanted to. You could also do it like a decal with like texture painting or something like that. So it's really up to you. I'm just doing it this way because it's a lot faster, and the amount of geometry it adds is very little. So yeah, duplicate it, format it how you want, and then when you're done, just F3, convert to mesh. All right, last thing before baking, we need to add our items here. So I'm just going to do somewhat of what this painting style is, and then I'm just going to be putting my project pictures in a pixelated format as part of my item object. So I'm just going to Shift A and right click and add a cube. Again, it's totally up to you what you want to put here. I'm just going to be putting like a small little image that is pixelated on here. Enter local view, and then of course we want to delete this side because we never need that. Let's go back out. And there we have it. So now let's add an image texture to this. To convert my images of my projects into pixelated images that kind of follow the one that Minecraft has for their paintings, I'm going to be using this tool by Given to Fly. So all credits to Jose. So I'm just going to go down here and upload my file, and I'm just going to select project 1. So let me just show you what project 1 is. It's just an image that I found online, and I'm using this tool. I just uploaded it. Now I got this image that I can download. So let's give it an image texture and two materials actually. So this will be the base, the frame, and it's a little gray. I just want to make it completely white, but it's up to you. And then another one, and we can just call this, so let's just call this project 1, but name it whatever you want. And then we can do F3 split view, like here. Let's just click here, and then of course you can also do that way. And then what we want is the shader editor. So with this material selected, we're going to do Shift A, search for an image texture, and navigate to that project image, that pixel art that we downloaded, and just attach it there. And then maybe adjust the roughness if we need to. Then go into edit mode, select this face, and assign it to this material. Cool. And it seems to be all good. So if yours is not, you can go into your UV editor and navigate to that image. So I think it's called PX art. Yeah. And then you can go into edit mode, select this. So if I hit U and unwrap, you might be getting something like this. So you can just do R90 and then I'll hit minus because we want to flip it that way. And then you can just adjust the UVs to get what you want. And then of course you can also adjust this thing as well if you want. And if you want it to be more like this, you could totally add a frame, right? You could go into edit mode, I and set, go inside E and bring it in a little bit. And then with this selected, you can hit Control I to invert your selection and then hit assign. And then now you have a frame with something like that. And you can just repeat this process for all of these. And when you're done, you should be good to start baking. Just don't forget to put the text for the signs and any other edits that you may want to do. Yeah, so I finished baking and what you're seeing is rendered view of the baking results. So if I go here, you can see I have 18 different separations and then this is the one before. So let me just open that up. And here is the original thing with everything. You can see I deleted a lot more faces. So as you can see, I can go through some of the ways that I broke it down. Here I have like a grass on this side, a grass on this side, a grass on this side, and so on and so forth. I didn't spend too much time determining how I want to group things. I kind of just wanted to continue on. So it's not really a big deal how you wanted to group things. So there are going to be a few adjustments that we're going to make later. But for now, let's just move on to animating a pig. And I'm going to be doing that with our before baking scene because we also want to bake our pig for our lighting, even though it will be moving around and the lighting will change a little bit. If it's not the main focus, then the shadow won't actually make a big deal and take away from the experience at all. So just for example, this site was submitted to awards.com. I think it won site of the day, but I don't remember. But you can see here they use baked textures. You can tell by the edges that this is a baked texture and probably went through some compression. But you can see they baked his hand onto the table, but the shadow is not moving. But since this is not the main focus and no one's going to be paying attention that much, the static lighting here doesn't really take away from the scene given everything else in the room. So that's going to be the same concept. When the pig is going to be moving around, yes, the lighting's going to be changing, but it's not going to be changing so much that it looks completely out of place. All right, so I'm going to go on SketchFab and I just typed in Minecraft pig here and downloadable. And this is going to be the pig that I'm going to be using. So you can see it's by Vincent, so credit to Vincent, and the license is all good if you want to check that out. Now SketchFab is going to be removed soon and changed into Fab, but the model still should be available. It'll just be on a different website. So what we can just do is download, and I'm just going to do for the converted format here. Okay, so I'm back into Blender. Let me go to one of the ones where I can just see. Whoops, let's go out of that. Cool. Yeah, so kind of just take an area where you think you want to animate your pig, and kind of only make it contained to that certain area. You don't want it to get too bright, otherwise it'll look out of place. So somewhere over here would be okay. Or if you want the bright area, then you could definitely do somewhere over here, and keep it within the bright areas at all times. So let's import. I'm going to do file and I'm going to do import and that GLB. And you can see I have that Minecraft pig. So I'm just going to double click that. And we don't know where it is. So I'm just going to do Shift S, selection the cursor, keep offset. And there we have our pig. So let's scale it down, get it where we like it. Now, if you don't know what the size of a pig is, that's totally okay because the MCprep add-on actually has mobs itself. Now, the reason I'm not using this one, if you click reload assets, I'm just going to go to all mobs and look for it. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Yeah, so right here. And then shift right click, spawn pig. And then now you can get a relative size. So I'm just going to scale it down until it gets to that, the size of that pig. Now, one downside of the one that MCprep uses, while it has a really awesome rig for animating and everything, I tried to spend a lot of time getting it to export properly, but I couldn't. So that's why we're just going to be using our own. So now you can see that if I hit period key on my numpad, you can see that it's a single object. And there's a lot of empties here because it's converted and SketchFab is just making those empties. So what we can do is do Alt P, clear parent, and keep transformation. And then we can click this and hold shift, select all the empties and just delete with the delete key. Or of course you can always just do X and then delete those selected objects as well. So now if we go into edit mode, you can see that if I select one of these and hit Control L, the pig isn't connected even though the vertices are overlapping. So what we can do is hit A, M, and merge by distance. And you can see I removed 108 vertices. You'll also notice that the faces are triangulated, which is not an issue at all, but I don't like the way it looks. I'm going to hit A to select everything, go into face select with 3, and then I'm going to right click and I'm going to do tries to quads, and that'll just get rid of those extra vertices for us. And now if we select something, hit Control L, you can see that now all of these are their individual objects. What we can do now is go back into edit mode, hit A to select everything, and then just P and separate by loose parts. So now we have our legs and we have our head. It also looks like our nose is also a separate object. So if you wanted to animate the nose, you probably could, but I'm just going to select that with the head and hit Control J to make that into a single object. So let's rename them. You can hit F2 on your keyboard and just call this head. And I'm going to be renaming the other ones as well. All right, so I renamed them. Here you can see this is pig underscore back left leg. And if I could do this one, this is going to be B for back, right leg, and then front left leg, so on and so forth. So we can delete this one. I'm going to select this one. If you just hit delete, you might not delete everything. So make sure you right click on the entire collection here for MCpreps and do delete hierarchy. And I'll just delete everything. Make sure we delete everything. So now I'm going to select all of these. I'm going to move it into the new collection that we just deleted called pig. Then I'm just going to hit / in my numpad to enter local view so we can get an easier time for rigging. All right, so before we rig this, I did record a video of just some pigs running around in Minecraft. And you can see that the origin point of rotation is actually not directly at the top of the leg. You can see if you look here, you can see it's kind of rotating a little bit down. So if it's up and down, it would probably be somewhere here if we're kind of looking at it perfectly straightward. But since we're kind of angled, but basically the rotation point is not up here for the leg, it's somewhere down here. And the same thing is for the head. You can see like the head is not rotating back on over here. It's rotating someone slightly over here in front. So what we can do is go into edit mode on one of these legs and just add a loop cut where we want that rotation point to be. So maybe somewhere like here. And then what we can do is just do Shift S and we can do cursor to selected. And this will just place it directly in the center. If I go to top view and go into wireframe, you can see now it's perfectly in the center there. And then let's go back into object mode. And what we're going to do is Shift A and search and add an armature there. The origin point of the original geometry is there, and we don't have to fix that because it's going to be rotating around the origin point of this bone. So what I'm going to do is RX 180 and just flip it this way and then just hit S and scale it down to kind of fit within that leg. So the reason that MCprep's rig looks a lot different from what we're doing is because they used filler or dummy objects, I think they call them. So you could totally do that if you wanted to, but for us, it'll just be extra time. So we're going to be sticking with just regular bones. Eventually, you can like create a mesh, and then instead of show the bone, you show that mesh instead acting as a bone. You can see here, if I go into the bone properties, go to viewport display, you can see I can set a custom object here. Cool. So what we should have done was add the loop cut to each leg, but it doesn't really matter. We can just do that again. Let's do Control R. Right click cancel, Control R, right click cancel, Control R, right click cancel. And we select all of them with Shift Alt to select each loop. Let's turn on vertex snapping or edge snapping GZ and just snap it to over there, just like that. Cool. All right, so let's repeat the process. Go here to this leg, go there, make sure this is selected, Shift S, cursor to selected, snaps right in the center there. Go back into object mode, select this bone here, go into edit mode, select the bone and Shift D duplicate. Right click cancel and just do Shift S and selection to cursor, and then now we have a bone there. Okay, now that I have all my bones in place, what I can do now is select all of these, go into edit mode, make sure all these are selected, and just hit Control X to dissolve those extra lines there. So now we just need 2 bones, so one for the body. So we can just select the body, and I'm just going to go into edit mode, hit A to select everything, Shift S, selection to cursor, whoops, Shift S, cursor to selected, my bad, and just again go back into object mode, go back into our armature, edit, and Shift D duplicate, right click cancel, Shift S, selection to cursor, and this one I'm going to make a little bit bigger, and I'm just going to do RX 90, whoops, and then hit the minus to make it go that way, and then GZ, and kind of just put it like that. Now, it doesn't have to be inside. You can put it up here if you want. It doesn't really matter. Since they kind of look like bones, I kind of like to keep them inside. And then, of course, you can always add other more control bones later that are outside that are easier to access, which is a really common way to rig things. But we're just going to be keeping things simple here. So for the head, we do need to care where we place this one because it's going to be rotating around the origin. So this one, I'm just going to Shift D and I'm going to right click and maybe go into top view here for a little bit. GY to lock it on the Y axis that I'm on. Your might be a different axes, sorry. And I think this is okay. I'm not exactly sure. So what you can do is go to MCprep and actually check where their origin rotation points are for more accuracy if you wanted to, but I'm just going to be eyeballing it based on the video. Cool. So since this thing right here is going to be rotating everything that we see here, what we can do is go into edit mode, select all these bones here, and with this one as the last one active, we can do so with this as the active one, you can do Control P to make it apparent, and we're going to be doing the keep offset one. You can see right there, and there's a little tooltip right there. All right, so now this is the parent bone. Now, if you rotate it in edit mode, nothing will happen, but we have to go to pose mode. So I'm going to hold tab, go into pose mode. Again, if you don't have this, you can come into edit preferences and then do tab for pie menu. Or you can just come up here and switch here. And then if you're still on the default tab, it should switch between your last two states. So if you're in pose and object, it will go back into pose. And if you're object and edit, it should go between those. I don't know if they changed that, but I thought it used to be like that. So when we animate, we're going to be in pose mode. You can see now when I rotate this bone, it's going to rotate all these bones. But if I rotate these, it's just going to be rotating the individual bone. Let's go back into object mode. Okay, so now we need to pair our sections of our pig to our bones. So with the active select object, let's go hold shift, select this, let's go into edit mode and make sure this bone is selected. And let's go back into object mode, Control P, and let's go down here and just do bone. So now let's go back into posed mode to make sure it worked. Let's select this bone here, and you can see now when I rotate it, it's going to be rotating the head. So if you want, you can do that in pose mode here. Cool. So there we have our pig. Pretty sweet. Let's go back in. Whoops. Let's go back into wireframe. Cool. So let's do that process again. We're going to select the body with the armature. Let's go into edit mode. Make sure this is selected. Sorry. Go back into object mode. Then just do Control P and do bone. So again, if we want to check that, let's go into pose mode. And with this bone selected, let's just do R and rotate it, and you can see it's working. So I don't think it's actually a big deal where this rotation origin point is, because we're just going to be doing it z-axis, not like this or anything like that. But if you don't like it, what you can do is always just go back into edit mode and then kind of just scale it down a little bit and adjust the rotation point. So maybe like, whoops, GY and move it up here a little bit. Go back to pose mode, and if you like that origin point a lot better, then go for it. All right, so let's do the same thing for the legs again. Let's select this one. Let's go into this, hold shift, edit mode, make sure this is selected, go back, Control P, and do it to bone. And I'm going to be repeating the process here. Do the same thing again. Whoops, hold shift, select this, edit mode, make sure this is selected, go back, out, Control P, and bone. And then the same thing here as well. Let's go here, hold shift, select this one, enter edit mode, make sure this is selected, Control P, and do bone. And same thing for here. Let's go into, whoops, go here, edit, select this, go back into object mode, Control P, and do bone. Okay, so now let's check our bones. So let's do here, RX, that works, RX. Yep, seems to all be good. So let's just do this one. This works as well. Let's check the head. Oh, looks like the head is a little bit messed up. So what we can do, seems to be parented to this one by accident somehow. So what we can do is just Alt P, clear parent, and keep transform, and then do the same process. Go back into edit mode, select this bone here, go back to object mode, select this, whoops, and hold shift select, Control P, and do bone. So let's go back into pose mode. This one's still working, and this should now just do the head. So I might have had both of these selected when I accidentally parented here. Cool, so we have a fully working rig. Whoops, I'm in edit mode, which is why it's not rotating, and everything seems to be working. Yeah, so this is a very basic rig. Like, you know, if you go into edit mode, like, and just hit R, sorry, pose mode and hit R, it's going to rotate all across the place, where in Minecraft it's only along this sort of axis, or in our case it would be the x-axis, the local x-axis. So you can come here and like add bone constraints, like limit rotation, for example, so you only rotate it on one axis and stuff like that, but we're not going to be working with a complex rig. So now sometimes you don't always want to be in pose mode to move around your object. So sometimes you just want to be in object mode and move it like here. And since the origin point of the armature itself, it's going to be over here, which doesn't really matter, but maybe sometimes you just want it here. So what I'm going to do is just select this and just do object sort origin to geometry. Origin to geometry, the cursor is right there. And then I'm going to select the armature and I'm going to do the same thing, set origin, this time origin to 3D cursor. All right, so the last thing I want to do, it's completely optional, but I want to rename the bones so they match up to the body parts. So I'm just going to go back onto our armature here and go into pose mode. And I'm just going to select a bone, and you can see you can come here and rename it. So this is going to be the pig back left leg. And then, yeah, so I'm just going to be renaming it here. This should be the back right leg. So I'm just going to double click and just copy and paste to make it faster. Yeah, and just repeat that. So this is going to be the front right leg. You can also just hit F2 on your keyboard if you want to name it here anyway. So this is just going to be pig body. Oops. And then this one will be pig head. So everything should still be working. Yep, really cool. So if we expand our armature, we should be able to see that, yeah, we have all the names for our bones here. So if you go into pose mode and click on them, you'll see that it's going to be going for each thing. So the last thing I want to do is just click our armature, click and drag and drop it into the pig collection if yours isn't already there. Then I'm going to right click on it and give it a pink color, just because pigs are also pink. All right, so let's exit out of local view with numpad / Let's just find somewhere to put our pig. Move your pig kind of wherever you want to put it. So I think the camera angle is going to be roughly like this. So I'm going to leave my pig around this area right here, maybe a little bit closer to the house. So if we take a look at how pigs walk and interact, or mobs in general, they almost never go into a straight line for long periods of time. They usually like stop and then turn a little bit and then go again, and so on and so forth. So we should keep this in mind when we're animating the pig. So let's come down here and create a new place and just go into our timeline. Yeah, so let's just head back into local view temporarily, because it'll help when we're animating. It'll kind of get rid of the noise stuff. And then the first thing we want to do is make sure that we're at 24 FPS. So if you come here to output and change your frame rate to 24, it doesn't really matter for us, but 24 is kind of standard, so that's what I'm going to be using. In the timeline here, you just see what frame you're on. So, when you hit spacebar to play, which is the default in Blender, it's going to play each frame. So that means if I go to 24, frame 24, that means between here is going to be about 1 second. So let's go into wireframe so we can easily see our bones. Let's go into pose mode. And then if you click on a bone, and let's go back to the endpoint, you can also see the shortcut there, the start point at frame 1, and hit I. It will automatically insert a keyframe, we call them, that basically stores all the bones data, like its rotation, position, at that specific frame. So if I open it up here, you can see, it's got the rotation, it's got the location and scale and everything like that. Now we don't want all this other animation data like scale and location, because we're not changing it. Like for us, it doesn't really affect anything, but when we export it, this data is going to be saved. And while it's kind of small, we don't want it. And also, depending on the compression tool you use, it might discard this because it sees that it's not changing. However, it's kind of just better just to not work with that information at all. So what you can do, I'm going to hit undo, hit the end key, and come to item. And then for rotation, you can hit I. So now we'll just see that we're only inserting a keyframe for the rotation. So if I insert a keyframe at 1, and then let's go to like 24, so 1 second later, and do RX, you can see it shows that, oh, these have changed, they're orange, and there's no new keyframes. So you can hit I again, and now turn yellow, and it says, oh, you entered a keyframe. So if I scrub on the timeline, click and drag left, you can see it changing. And if I hit play, about 1 second later, it'll be like that, so on and so forth. And then you can use similar things like middle mouse button to pan, Shift D to duplicate keyframes and just move it over here, and you can see it kind of goes back and forth just like that. And then similarly, when you select another bone, you can see there's no more keyframes here because we only keyframe this one. So you could repeat the process for this one, except this time it would go like this instead. So if you watch a pig walk, you'll see that the one side goes inwards and the other side goes outwards, and then it just rotates between as the pig walks. So there's kind of two ways we could go about it. We could animate a walk cycle like what we're doing here manually, and then use like the non-linear animation pane to like stitch run and walk cycles together, and also like idle states. However, that's going to be a little bit tedious because the pig moves so often and stops so often. So what we want to do is automate the rotation of these legs based on the pig's position and speed. So it's actually going to be based on this bone because it's going to be moving the entire pig. And that's what we call in Blender, we call them drivers. So basically one bone is driving the action of another bone. So I'm just going to clear these keyframes, hit delete, and then I'm going to hit Alt-R to reset the rotation of these. Cool. So let's add some drivers. So select any bone, and I'm actually going to change this to XYZ Euler rotation mode. For us, it doesn't really matter what mode we're in, but I kind of just like it visually better because it's just like rotation X, if that makes sense. So depending on how you oriented your pig, you might be at a different axis, but mine is on the x-axis. So what I'm going to do is right click, and then here you can see this thing called add driver. And then I'm going to open in show in drivers editor just because it looks a little bit easier, and make sure you select this and expand this out a little bit because our expression is going to be quite long. So if you're familiar with like algebra in middle school and things like that, then you're kind of familiar with what we're doing here. We're basically just using a equation, and then this is all our variables for the equation here. So I'm going to get rid of the default one and clear out the expression. Okay, so this will take a mathematical expression to rotate this leg a certain amount of degrees. Whoops, we can't rotate it because it has a driver on it. So I already determined that it'll be about 72 degrees, which looks good to me, except this takes radians instead. So that'll be about 1.26 radians. And you can see when I type that in, hit enter, it's now showing a rotation of 72 degrees. The issue right now, though, is this is a completely static expression, and we want to base it off the pig's movement somehow. So the speed of this bone basically determines the speed of rotation of this bone and what rotation it's at. So how do we get it oscillating between, 72 and negative 72 degrees? So if you remember from probably your trigonometry class in middle school, there's this function called sine. And as you increase sine or decrease it, it always oscillates between 1 and -1, as you can see here. So if you want the amplitude to be 72 to negative 72, what you do is multiply by 72. So now you can see, if I zoom out here, it goes from 72 to negative 72. And if you wanted to have a higher frequency, you can just multiply by a factor, right? And now it oscillates twice as fast. So this is the same exact concept we're going to be doing. If I move this bone, you're going to see it's on the Y. And if I rotate it, it's going to be GYY, and it's also going to be there. So this is the local Y-axis. This is the global Y-axis that we're moving on, and GYY is going to be the local Y-axis. So let me hit Alt-R to reset that, and let's add a variable based on this bone's location. So let's come here and do add input variable and change this to transform channel. The object is going to be the armature, and the bone that we want to track is going to be the body bone, which is this one right here. And now I need to update the expression. So I'll do sine. Oh, I should rename this to distance traveled, but you can name it whatever you want. So sine of distance traveled, and then we want to do it in radians, so we can't do 72, it'll be times 1.26. So now when I do GY, you can see it's rotating based on the pig's position. There's an issue with this, and it won't work because when we rotate it, let's say slightly like this, and do GYY, you can see the legs rotates a lot slower. So if I completely go perpendicular to the y-axis, you can do GYY, and you can see it's really, really slow. Now, the reason it's like this is because I don't think Blender actually updates the mathematical calculation for the local y-axis as it animates. So now you can see it pretty much doesn't rotate at all. Whereas if you kind of go like this, you can see it rotates. If I do Y, it kind of rotates as well. So how do we fix this? So there's a few workaround methods that you can use to work for most instances. However, they're very hacky and they don't guarantee good results. And this is kind of like a limitation with Blender, or at least my knowledge with Blender. So since we have to determine how fast the pig travels from point A to point B to determine the speed of rotation for the bone, what we could do is use the distance formula. To find the distance between 2 points, you can use this formula. Take the second point x value minus 1, and then the first one, and then the second y value for the first one. And the reason we can't do this in Blender is because there's no easy way to track the second point unless with like a custom Python script. So what you would do instead, if I go back to the driver, let me go back to the driver. So what you do instead in the driver is you would add 2. You would call this like distance y. And you would add another input variable and call this distance x. And then you can do the armature again. And let me change this to transform channel. Let's do the armature. And this time we're going to do x location and yes, body. Now that you have 2 values, so what it's doing is subtracting the pig body's x location and y location in the world space from the 0, 0 point. And then if you put in the distance formula within the sine function and multiply by this, it'll generally work except for diagonals. The other alternative is to add these together, because right now what we're doing is just adding the y one, but we could also add the x one. And this would work for a few cases too, assuming, again, you're not working with diagonals or you're not operating far from the world space or local space origins. And the other thing to try and do is try and factor in the Z rotation. Now, the reason this doesn't work is because when you rotate the pig, it will start updating the rotation of the leg. So if we know that we need to calculate the difference between 2 points, what we can do is create an empty mesh that will store the previous point that the pig was at, and then use a driver to determine the distance between that previous point based on that empty's location to the new point. So let me just show you what that means. It'll make more sense in a little bit. So let me just show you what that means, and I'll show you that in a little bit. Let's go back into object mode, and let's do Shift A, and let's search for an empty cube. So you can type empty cube and just add it. Then you can shift right click somewhere here, just do selection to cursor just to snap it quickly, and then just move it, kind of wherever you want. So what you can do is select this, go into pose mode, make sure this is active, do Shift S, Shift S, cursor to selected, it'll snap to the origin point of that bone. Go back into object mode, select this, do Shift S, and do selection to cursor. So now the origin point of this empty is going to be the same as the body of this bone. So now what we can do is we go into edit mode and, pose mode, and select this and edit the driver. So open in drivers editor, we don't need this anymore. What we can do is come here and do this distance thing here. And this is going to be fine because we're just working with world space now. And our object too can be this empty. So let's rename our empty actually before we select it. And I'm just going to name it pig previous location. But again, call it whatever you want. So, and then I'm going to go back here, and now I'm just going to select my empty, pig previous location. And then I'm just going to call this distance, like so. This will just be distance. And now you can see, when we move it, it has the same exact effect. And this time, when we go RZ and move it GYY, you can see it has the same exact speed on the rotation. And the reason for that is because we're calculating the previous point to the new point. And you did notice that it's quite slow. So again, what you can do is multiply by a speed up factor. So I'm going to do 2 times, and that just means we're going to be rotating twice as fast. And now you can see when I do GY, it rotates a little bit faster. And again, based on how far it goes, based on the frame rate, this is going to be rotating faster and slower. So that's kind of already taken care of for us. Okay, now we can just copy this driver to the other legs. So I'm going to do right click, copy driver, select this one, and paste it over here. Paste driver. And then what I'm going to do is also paste it here. So if they're all on this one, make sure just to change it to this one. Let's do paste driver. This one, I'm going to edit the driver, and instead of 1.26, I'm going to do negative 1.26. And I'll just make it start from the other direction. So now I'm going to copy this driver and paste it onto that opposing leg over there. And I should come over here and paste driver. Cool. So now when I do GY, you can see we have the walking animation. All right, let's go out of local view. Let's go back into object mode. And now when you're moving, make sure you select the pig as well as the empty. And now you just want to find a place to place your pig. So I'm just going to like shift right click over here, shift S, selection to cursor, keep offset, and bring it up a little bit. Like so. All right, so you're ready to start editing the animation. So go into wireframe, select your armature, go into pose mode, and then at frame 1, make sure you hit the starting. You can hit I on the location to insert a location keyframe, and then maybe go like 1 second forward. So I'll just jump to 24, and then GY and move it until the legs are straight, because the pigs always stop when their legs are straight. So I'm just gonna hit I, and now we can just scrub that, and you can see it moves there. And of course that looks way too fast, so we can put it back a little bit, and that looks a little too slow. That also looks a little too slow. Cool. It doesn't look exactly like Minecraft, and that's because the ease of the starting movement and the ending movement of these keyframes are not close to Minecraft. So if you go to the graph editor, and you might have to zoom in or whatnot, you'll see this is the starting of the keyframe and this is the ending of the keyframe. So what you see is a gradual slow start and then a gradual slow end until it flatlines its speed. So you can see if I take this module and like flip it, it's going to be completely different. It comes to like a very abrupt stop like that. And then if I do this, you're going to see it's really smooth. So it's going to come to an extremely smooth stop. You can see it goes really fast and then comes to an extremely smooth stop. If you want to use the other handle for this one, so you can hide the X and Z location because it's only moving the Y. So if you want something a little more sharp on the start, you can see it kind of slowly starts. You can move this up a little bit, and you can see when I start it again, it's less of an ease when it starts, and this kind of feels a little bit more Minecrafty on the front here. Yeah, for us it doesn't really matter because it's really far away, so I'm not going to be playing with this, but that's definitely something you can spend time on if you wanted to. So I'm going to go back to the timeline here. So when pigs stop, they generally move their head before they turn. Otherwise, they will just move and turn at the same time without moving their head. Pausing here, yeah, I'm going to be moving the head. So since the pig is stopping here, what I'm going to do is hit I to enter a keyframe, and then just move over here, maybe RZ, maybe look. I want it to look in the direction that it's going to be traveling in. So, yeah, I guess going into a loop here wouldn't be too bad. So that's what I'm going to be doing. So let's go back to wireframe so I can see what I'm doing. I'm going to hit I here, like so. So let's play that animation again. We have it stop. It looks a little bit, maybe that's a little too slow. Yeah, that seems okay. Now, before we start moving the pig to a new location, we need to update the last location, the previous location, to be here, right? So let's go back into object mode. And for this empty, what we need to do is go back to the start. Since this is the starting point, it's going to be the previous position. So hit I on the location of the empty, and then go back to the bone. Or if you memorized the keyframe number, which I didn't, you can just hop to that. But then I'm going to jump to the next keyframe, 53. Then with this bone selected, cursor to selected, go back to object mode, select your empty, do Shift S and do selection to cursor, and then hit I for here. And the last thing we have to do with this cube is to change it to a constant jump, because right now it's going to interpolate like this, and you can see the pig is not doing appropriately. So what you're going to do is going to hit A to select all the keyframes, right click, interpolation mode, and set it to constant. And now you can see once it gets here, that's when it jumps. And that's exactly what we want. So now we're ready to animate this bone again. So now we're ready to animate this again. So I can do maybe I want it to rotate a little bit while its head is also moving, which is also common. So I actually want to rotate the body, and I forgot to add a keyframing set for the rotation. So we have to go to the start again, and then you can just hit I over here. Now, if you just want to do rotation and location, you can right click and hit this and do location and rotation, and it'll do the same thing. But I just hit I over here because it's faster. So then we go to the new body location. You can see it's green, which means we didn't insert a new keyframe. So I'm going to hit I to insert it there. I'm going to go a little bit, and I kind of wanted the body to start rotating while the pig's head is rotating. So I'm gonna hit I probably around here. Let's hit I over rotation over here, go a little bit further, and just rotate this slightly, and then hit I on the rotation again. So what we have is looks a little bit, turns a little bit, maybe that's a little too fast. And then what we can do is go back a little bit when the body stops rotating, hit a rotation keyframe for here. And then I want to make the pig look a little bit back, so I'm going to do RZ here. And then I'm just going to hit I on the rotation. So we have it looks, and then it looks back a little bit. And then maybe that's a little too fast. So what you can do is move this out a little bit. Super cool. So it looks, turns right, looks back. And then I want the body to start here. So I'm going to insert a initial location as well as a initial rotation. And then I'm just going to GYY, move it until it falls flat, and then rotate it again, so on and so forth. So I'm just going to do the same thing, insert keyframe, location, rotation. So here's what I have. It looks back, and then it starts. And then again, that's a little too fast. So make sure when you jump here, you also update the empty. So same thing again, select the armature, select this bone, Shift S, cursor to selected, go back out, select your empty, do Shift S, selection to cursor, hit I for the location, and everything should be good to go. So here let's just watch what we have so far, and then I'll let you do it. So it comes here, hops, looks a little bit, goes back out, walks to the new location, slows down, and jumps there. So let's go to rendered view and watch what we have. The pig comes out, looks a little bit, turns a little bit, looks back, and continues its journey. So again, the easing isn't perfect, but from far away, it's almost indistinguishable compared to the real Minecraft. So yeah, just repeat that process until it goes into a loop. Or if you don't want it to go in a loop, what you could do is make it go off screen so the camera can't see it, and then maybe make it jump here and come over here, and then make it go off screen again, and then, you know, come over here. Or you can make it go in a loop, you know, really up to you what you want to do. And if you do want to increase this, you can totally do that if you need more time. Whoops, I also realized I had some extra rotation here, so I'm just going to right click and clear the scale and rotation for the empty because we just need this location. So when you're done animating, you should be good to start baking. One thing I'll say about baking with mobs is you don't have to bake with the current lighting that it is. So right now, what my pig does, it will eventually go over here. And since the lighting will be baked on it, it'll be a lot darker on the right side. Obviously right now it's live, so it doesn't, but that would look kind of weird. So what you can do if you want to is just go into wireframe, select one of these lanterns, Shift duplicate, P separate by selection, and just temporarily use it only for baking. So you can just like move it next to the pig. It'll kind of illuminate the pig a little bit more. So I kind of want it equal on both sides. So yeah, I'll kind of move it like this, maybe like this. It's not completely dark. And make sure you delete these when you're baking for something else. For example, if you're baking this grass here, you wouldn't want this light existing because it'll bake that lighting in there. But just for the pig, it's totally okay. You can also do something like a hide, and then just bake the mobs by themselves. I also forgot to mention, instead of just hiding it, also make sure you disable it in the render. Otherwise, even though you can't see it, it'll still impact the environment during the render or during the bake. I'm also from the future, and I just want to show you, like, if you bake each of these together rather than individually, what you'll get is like all the overlapping areas become black. Like that may be totally fine from far away and like not noticeable. For example, this villager, it kind of has some black here, but no one can notice it because it kind of just comes off a shadow. This one's definitely more noticeable. So instead of having to rebake everything, what you can do is just select the two objects, or in this case, the legs also, because they're also black there. And you can either bake them in local view if the lighting is similar, or you can hide and disable the render like we did for the grass, and bake each of them one at a time onto the same image texture, which is what I'm going to be doing. Yeah, so I did mention that I was going to show you simple bake a little bit later. So I already have it copy and pasted, the word. So now I can just Control V and paste it onto the new UV map. But what I'm doing is giving each each mesh that I want to bake together with Simple Bake a second UV map called Simple Bake, which will be targeted by Simple Bake if you have the option there. So I already did that for all of my mobs. So I'm gonna bake all the mobs onto a single texture. So now I can just select all the mob mesh items. So I'm gonna hold Shift and it'll select everything in between. Then we want to hit Control because if we hold down Shift, it'll select everything in between. Now we can hold down Control and Shift. Then we can hit Control, again skipping everything between, Control and Shift again, Control, Control and Shift, and like so. And if you're on Mac, it's probably Command. So yeah, we have everything. Then I'm actually missing this cow, so I'm gonna open this, Control, and then Control Shift, like so. So here we have all the mobs. Let me go back to UV editing. I'm gonna hit U, I'm gonna unwrap and Smart UV project, hit unwrap like so. Everything looks okay. And then I can hit A and then hit pack and pack everything with UV master. And you can see I'm kind of wasting a lot of texture space here. So again, we could rescale some of these things. So I don't know where these are, but you can hit period key to jump to them if you want to. Oh, those are kind of small. So yeah, what we could do is possibly resize some of the smaller ones if you wanted to. So like you could just like take a bunch of these and then just scale them up again and then hit A and then just do repacking. And now you can see we kind of take up a little more space there with our upscaled UVs. So this is really handy. UV Packmaster, definitely recommended. Anyway, then all you have to do is come over here and set some parameters, which is the same parameters that we set for basic Blender. It's just in a different interface. Then you can just hit add and it'll add all the ones that we selected. Yeah, and then just some more settings. So I have a 2K texture here. And then I can just hit bake. And you can see it's so much better because it adds that image texture for us and we don't have to do it manually. All I did was just hit bake and it's doing everything else for us. Yeah, so here I have all my exported meshes and I still need the armatures. So I'll talk about that when we get there because we're going to need these in order for the animations to still play. But for now, these are just all the meshes that I have and all of them are using bake textures. So if I open your editor, you can see if I click on all of these, they're all associated with an image texture. And I can show you that in my folder here. I have all of these. I remember initially saying earlier in the video that it should be emission, which is fine for some things, but for the ones with alpha textures, it's actually bad because what happens is that it puts it in the emissive map. But what we can do in Three.js is just take all the emissive map ones and then create a new material and attach it to the texture map rather than the emissive map. However, for the ones with alpha textures, we're going to need a principled BSDF. So this one has an alpha channel. So what we're going to do is select it and add a principled BSDF and just attach it here, delete this one and Control Shift left click to easily attach it like so. And then we want to take the alpha channel here and put it in the alpha channel here. And the reason we want to do this is because our compression method, if it's not utilizing the alpha channel, it'll actually remove it automatically. So we're going to export it with an alpha channel. So even though the texture itself has an alpha texture, our compression will take that alpha channel and remove it from the texture if it's not being used. So make sure it's attached just like this in a principled BSDF. And you want to do that for all your alpha textures. So same thing here. Again, principled BSDF, drop here, Control Shift. You can just leave the emission node if you want to, but I'm just going to delete it. And then also attach the alpha channel. Just do this for every texture that has an alpha channel. I'll actually say that Simple Bake also has an option to do principled BSDF, but I just chose emission because I'll be working similar to you guys. Cool. So everything is replaced that has a alpha channel. So as you can see, I don't think there's anything that's showing black anymore, which is nice. So it does look a little bit off compared to if you just did emission or just attached it like this, but trust me, it'll be okay once we bring it into the browser. All right, so the next thing you want to do is check any of your image textures for things that you don't really like and the bake might have messed up. You can always rebake if you want to and rebake specific parts of that baked image texture if you wanted to. But basically what are you kind of looking for right now are like blemishes or obvious mistakes that you kind of want to cover up. So let's say you don't like this blurred thing here. You could like paint over that image texture in Photoshop and re-upload it. So one thing I don't like is this pig's butt and how dark it is. So I forgot to add a light source in the back and rebake it. So I could just simply rebake it if I wanted to. But I'll show you that if you want to edit your texture, you totally can do that. So I'm going to select this, and it's called Mobs Baked. So here's my image called Mobs Baked, and I'm just going to click and drag that into Figma. So here I have it now in Figma. And if you don't know where the pig butt is on your image texture, that's totally okay, because what you can do is go into UV editing, select your pig, edit, and select that face. And if you want, you can open Mobs Baked here just to see where it is. So it's right here. So if I go back into Figma, you can see this is my pig's butt. Yeah, so what I can do is hit R for a rectangle, and I'm just gonna just kind of look at it. And then I kind of like to start with a gray. And then I'm going to change this maybe to like 20% just to see it. So now you can see it's a lot brighter. And then if you want to add a little bit of red, you could totally add a little bit of red, make it a little bit brighter. And then if you want to play around with this value, and then you can play around with this just to see how it is. So there it's a little bit brighter. Then we can do select both of them, Control G, rejoin them, and then you can rename this to whatever image you called, Mobs Baked, I think I called it. So, and then I'm just gonna export it as PNG here, right in here, and hit save, and I'm just gonna replace it. Then I'm gonna go back here, and I'm just gonna hit Alt R, and it reload the images. So I'm in rendered mode, so I have to go back to solid, and then go back to rendered mode. And now you can see the butt of the pig is a lot brighter. So if you wanted to, you could definitely do something like sign your initials here. And the reason I'm using Figma instead of something like Photoshop is because Photoshop is paid and not everyone has it. Of course, you can also use other image editing softwares like even Canva, GIMP if you wanted to. I'm just using Figma because it's a really popular design tool and really easy to use. You could also just use the texture paint thing in Blender and like just paint over things if you wanted to, and just resave the image texture. So you have a lot of options on how you want to edit your image texture after baking. Okay, so the next thing we have to do is prepare our objects to be animated and interactable for the Three.js. So if I go here and click on this right now, so I'm going to go into render view, you're going to see that all of this is one object. So in Three.js, Raycaster, if you're not familiar with it, that's totally okay. Essentially, that's just how you detect objects, essentially. So for us, our raycaster is going to be pointed from our camera. So let's say this is our camera, and raycast basically shoots a ray, and it's like, oh, it's hitting an object. And since this is all one single object, so if I click on one of these, for example, here or here, it would be treated as the same object, which means the event that it would trigger would be the same whether I clicked on this one or this one, because it's all the same object. So what I want to do is separate them. So I'm going to go into edit mode, go into wireframe. And then for each of these, I'm just going to hit P and separate by selection. And remember, I'm not doing this on the original one. I'm doing it on the ones that are baked. So you can see it's just going to duplicate there. So I'm going to do that for this one as well. P separate by selection. Go into edit here and P separate by selection. And then I'm going to go here as well, and then I'm going to P and separate by selection. So now we have 4 different objects here for our mouse to hover over and click. The other alternative, instead of separating these into their individual meshes, is to use a lower res dummy mesh as sort of a hitbox. And the reason you'd want to use a dummy like cube instead of one of these more complex meshes is just to save on the mathematical calculations, a slight bit of performance benefit. For us, it's not that big of a deal because our shapes are really simple. But let's say your shape has a bunch of polygons like this. Raycaster is going to take a lot more to calculate when your mouth goes across the surface to calculate where it's hitting. That's why I say a lot of times what people will do is add a cube, leave it like so, and this will be the hitbox. So when you give it no material, you won't see anything in Three.js, but you can still click on it, you just won't see anything. So if you want to simulate that in Blender, what you can do is come down to Object, Viewport Display, and instead of textured, you can just do bounds. So it won't update, but you can go back to solid, and then you'll see that it's kind of just there, and this would be our hitbox. I'm not going to be doing that, I'm just going to be using all of these. So I'm going to rename these things. So I'm going to call this project 3. This one I'm going to call it project 4. So I'm going to do project 2. This one I'm going to call project 1. And I'm going to do the same thing for the About Me section. Then the last thing we need to do is prepare our door to be animated, because I want it to open and close whenever we get close. So this is the same thing if you wanted to animate your chests, for example, you'd want to separate those. So I'm going to go into edit mode and I'm going to go into wireframe and I'm just going to select my door and make sure that's deselected and pre-separate by selection, and now it's by itself. I'm going to rename this door and we need to set its origin point somewhere. So what I'm going to do is just go into edit mode and add a loop cut where I think the rotation point should probably be, around here. And then I also want to add that loop cut on this side as well. So I'm just going to do that. And then since I already have the vertex snapping, I'm just going to hit Control and snap it there. Then we're going to select these two vertexes, cursor to selected, go back here, object set origin to 3D cursor. So let's go back to rendered mode just to see if this is okay. RZ 90, and I want to do -90. So the door doesn't rotate exactly how I want it, so maybe we can make it a little bit. So instead of doing the loop cuts this time, maybe we can just make a small manual adjustment. So I'm going to Control X, hit A to everything, GX, move it slightly a little bit like this just to cover the gap. And then we can just keep moving it. I kind of want the gap between here to be the same size as what we just saw recently, and that way it'll kind of close off the gap. And then I go back into object mode and then do GX and snap it to the corner. Whoops, let's go to rendered so I can actually see it. GX and just snap it to this corner. And now if I do RZ 90 and hit minus, yeah, it seems like we kind of exactly got it. And if you're a little bit off, it's totally fine. It doesn't really matter. And then RC 90 again. And so we have a door that can open and close. Cool. So yeah, we could definitely do this animation in Blender and just export it with that animation and then play that animation whenever we get close. But I'm just going to animate it in JavaScript itself just because I don't want to save that animation data. So now we're ready to export, and I kind of want to talk about a little bit of the export methods. So I kind of want to talk about a little bit of the export methods before we start exporting. We have a bunch of textures here. Some of them are 50 megabytes to 10 megabytes. Now, traditionally, you might just want to use something like squoosh.app and then put some of these textures on there and convert it to WebP. Actually, I can just do this real quick. So let me just go into view details, and then we have a 70 megabyte KBV. So then we can do something like WebP. And now you can see we downsized it to 1.28, and if I zoom in, you can see the after on the right and then the before on the left. And then you can adjust this just to see because that kind of looked like it lost a lot. And now you can see it's 2.44. So maybe let's say we would probably get about 5 megabytes per texture. So 5 times 18, which I think we have 18 here, is 90, 40 plus 50, yeah, 90. So that's still a lot. But what I want to do instead is use KTX textures. If we only had a few, using squoosh.app would have been a very quick and easy solution. But for us, I'm going to be using this. So there's kind of a few ways to convert your PNG textures into KTX textures. One way to do that is to take your textures, convert them, and then load them separately into your React 3 fiber rather than attach it to the model like we did. So you could do that, you know, in React 3 fiber with Dre. You can do use K2X2. And the reason you might want to do it this way is because it gives you an opportunity to determine when you load your textures. Instead of just loading it when your model loads, you can determine when to. Like, if you want to swap a texture, it'll load that texture and then attach it to the model. And then if you're swapping to another texture, then you'll load that texture and then load it instead of loading everything up front. We don't need to do that because our scene is kind of just like a static scene and nothing's really switching, and it should be okay enough just to load up front given some sort of small delay instead. So what we're going to do is use these textures embedded in the GLB file, and then use a command line tool to compress those image textures into basis textures for us. Alright, so there's kind of two different compression methods when it comes to basis textures, and one of them is higher quality than the other ones. So since we're going to be close to the house and everything else is kind of just secondary, everything that is part of the house I will be exporting together because we're going to be close to it, and then everything far away I'm going to be exporting it as a separate GLB file and use a different compression method for that GLB file. So with all my baked items, what I'm doing right now is I'm going to hold shift and select everything that is near our home. And I'm just going to occasionally move them around just to make sure I'm selecting everything. I'm going to go move new collection, and I'm just going to call this house exported. Create that, and then I'm going to put that in my for export collection. And I'm going to turn it to hide right now, just so I know that I'm selecting everything in my house. And then I can just keep on dragging it into house exported. So all of this stuff should go into the house exported collection. Here we still have these. And let's just drag those into house exported. And I'm just going to disable my interior lights because I don't need this anymore. So the next thing we can do is take all our animated meshes together and export them together. So I'm going to come up here in before baking, and I have all of these activated. And I want to make sure, I'm going to come to these filters and make sure I have this selectable icon available. And what that does is when I click this, it makes that thing no longer selectable. So here are all the original ones. And you can see it's kind of overlapping with our baked ones right now. But I'm disabling them, and I also want to hide all of them. So I'm going to do this, just like that. This way there's no way I can select those. Same thing with this one as well, all the original ones. So what you can do is just hold shift and select everything, and then hit alt, unselect this, and it'll select all of them for you. I'll say if you don't have duplicate meshes for your animated ones, that's totally okay. Just make sure when you're exporting it with the right UV map. So again, I'm using simple bake, but if you had a bake texture in the second slot instead of the first UV one, which is just the mapping of the texture, and then this is the bake texture, just make sure you export with the right UV map. So I'd probably save incremental and then just remove the original one and just use the second UV map. Okay, now I'm just going to select everything. So I'm just going to select the top one, go through my organization, hold shift, and select all of them. So it does show that we are selecting these, but it will not export. If you deselect them with Control, you'll see that the file size is actually the same, even though this is highlighted here. I'll also say, since we're studying export, I definitely recommend doing a save incremental here or a save copy and then rename it. As you can see, my new name is now starting export. So in case if I mess something up here, I kind of have a fallback. So instead of organizing this into a new collection, I'm actually just going to export it right now. So let's come up here, let's do File, let's do Export, and let's do GLTF right here. And we're going to be combining them, all of them, not the separate one. And then let's go include, and we just want our selected objects, so all the ones that we just selected right here. And then everything else should be fine default. Let's open data. I don't think we have to touch anything here, but I'll just go through mine in case. Yeah, UVs and normal, sure, we don't have anything else to worry about. We don't have shape keys, so we don't need this. Skinning, I think that's okay. This is okay as well. Lighting. Our compression method will take care of a lot of extra stuff, so we don't have to worry about too much. Let's open animation. Shape keys. Again, we don't have shape keys, but I think our compression method will get rid of that extra data there, even if it was there. This is okay. And then, yeah, we want to set all the animations starting at the frame 0. So this is here. That just basically means your timeline in Blender is at 0, and we're exporting it like that. Also, make sure in materials you set it to export. So everything should be good to go, and make sure you click remember export settings so we don't have to change this every single time. For the ones that don't have animation, we're going to be hitting uncheck. All right, so I'm just going to call this mobs.glb and export this. And you have a lot of options for quickly viewing your GLB file to make sure it's appropriate. So one of them is by Don McCurdy, who's an amazing Three.js WebGL person. So definitely check him out. And nothing's playing at the moment because you kind of have to select all of them. So you can do all these and you can see that everything seems to be playing perfectly fine. Awesome. The other one you can use is the Three.js editor. So if you do import and import your mobs. So mine are a little bit up here in Blender. Ours is not near the world origin at all, actually. So this is why it's up here. And then if you scroll down here, you can see all the animations that we have. So if I hit play the pig, you can see it's playing the pig. And if I play the villager, it's playing the villager. Now, the reason I only have 7 here, so you can actually see the animation names here, unlike here. And the reason we only have 7 is because I never actually animated the previous location for the villager. So I do have it here, but I never animated it. And there's kind of like a few reasons why. First, we're calculating the difference from this point. And since the villager was going here and then here, the legs were moving perfectly fine without me needing to update the position of this. So this doesn't actually have an animation. It's just like a point in space, basically. Additionally, no one is going to be looking at there because it's kind of blocked by everything else in the scene. So that's why I didn't animate the position of this one. And same for this cow as well. This also does not have an animation, as you can see, because the cow's just moving that way and then back to the point. So that's why I only have 7 here. And then you also have GLTF report, which I also imported. And then if you come to here, you can see, scroll down and you can kind of see the animations here and then some more information about that. And then you also have this one here by babylon.js. This one also has a lot of options that you can play around if you want to. You can switch between the animations and play and scrub through them just like this. Really, really cool stuff. Yeah, so you have lots of options to inspect your GLB file. And I just noticed that I don't really like this darkness on this side, so I'm going to be fixing that in Figma as well, or Photoshop, and then re-exporting the image texture. Actually, what I'm going to do for the pig is actually just use this side for the same side. This is over here, so what I'm just going to do is select this UV and just overlap it just like this and scale it up to match that. So I don't have to edit the image texture, I just change the UV. Yes, we are wasting texture space, and yes, we should probably optimize it a lot better, especially since there's so much empty space here, but you know, but sometimes you just want to save time and instead of being a perfectionist. So what I'm doing here is just taking all the mobs that we exported and putting them into a separate collection and disabling selection so we don't accidentally select them, and hiding them to know what we still have left to export. I'm not putting the armatures in this collection, I'm just putting in the duplicate meshes that we exported, but I am disabling the armatures and hiding those as well. One of the biggest issues of combining all of them into one GLB file is the file size, and the upfront load might crash, specifically iOS devices, which is why we want to be careful about how many things we export at a certain time. So here I'm going to take all the back elements, probably something like this, with the water, cool, and I'm going to export these together. So I'll do File, Export, GLTF. No animation this time, and I'm going to call this backgrass.glb and save it like this. And then I'm going to move this into a new collection, and I'm just going to call it grass back. And then I'm going to hide these because I've exported them. I'm going to select all the grass blocks and export these together. So I'm going to do File, Export, GLTF, grass blocks, GLB. You don't have to write .glb, I just do it instinctively. And then I'll just make a new collection here. Grass blocks, create, and also hide those because I exported them. To do the grass sides together as well, so I'm going to do File, Export, GLTF, grass sides. Again, new collection, and I'm just going to call that grass sides. And then I'll do grass here, so I'm just going to do File, Export, GLTF. And that was called backgrass, I'll call this front grass. And then let's create a new collection, and I'm going to grass front. And then move these in here, and also hide these. And also hide these and these as well. And then let's go to the house. Hello, I'm from the future. You might be seeing different GLB files in my folders in the next few minutes. So now I'll show you how I export for the house. For the house, we want to export each separate baked texture as its separate own GLB file, primarily because it's going to be really large if we start joining here. So let's go to the shader editor and just make sure we have all of them. So we have extras 3 baked. Nothing else is using extras 3 baked. Yeah, so just door and extras 3. So I'm going to hold control and this will be export this. And I'll call this extras 3. And then I'll look for any extras. Seems like it's just this, so I'm going to export this, file export as extras. And then house should be by itself, so I'm going to file export this as well, and I'm just going to name this house. Enter, enter. And then extras 2, I'm going to export this, export GLTF, extras 2. And then everything else should be detail. So all of these are detail. I'll do file export, GLTF. I'm going to do detail here. Before we move on, I just want to give some alternatives if you don't want to do the compression method we're doing, because when you start compressing with our method, it's going to make your computer max out its CPU usage. It'll kind of make your computer a little bit slow, so you kind of have to do something else. And it might even take like an hour, if not 2 hours, depending on your computer. You know, it probably won't be that long, but just in case you notice that it is, I want to show you some alternatives in case you start what we're doing and you kind of decide that you don't want to do it anymore. So you don't have to follow along here. I'm just going to show you some alternatives. So I'm going to export all of these together actually. And I'll just call this test house. Then I'm going to navigate to glb.babylonpress.org. I think I said Babylon earlier in the video, sorry. And here you can see my testhouse.glb file that I exported. And it's really, really big. What I'm going to do is come down here. And you can see they also do convert to K2X2 on this website as well. But I haven't gotten it to work consistently, so that's why we'll just be using the command line tool instead. So for us, I'm going to select WebP. Then I'm going to drag testhouse.glb in here. And you can see the output of the texture is 3.36 megabytes. Now the downside of this method compared to using something like squoosh.app is that you can't control how lossy it is. So on the surface, it kind of looks like nothing really changed, but when you start zooming in, you'll realize that, oh yeah, look, compared to here, there is some blurring here. So, but again, if you're totally okay with the blurring, that's fine. Yeah, so you can just download it here. And then you can use Squoosh if you want to do the image texture separately by yourself, or you can try this, which is a command line tool for converting your images. And then I think I said it earlier, but if you want to convert your image textures separately into K2X textures, you have this software here, and you have a lot of commands that you can use in the command line. All right, but let's move on to what we're going to be doing. All right, so this link will be in the description. You can come over here, and we're going to be installing our compression software. So you can read this if you want, but instead of using like PNG or JPEG, we're going to be using KTX because it saves a lot of memory and it's optimized for the GPU. So you can read this if you want, but I'm going to come here and go to KTX software releases. Then I'm going to scroll down until I find the download area. So right here, I'm on Windows, so I'm just going to download the Windows one. By the way, if you are getting a virus notification here, you might have to temporarily turn off your antivirus, whether that's McAfee or the Windows built-in one. All right, so just run the installer. And I'm going to do this one. If you want, you can just do current user, but I'm going to do all users, and this way we can use the KTX commands anywhere in the terminal. And this is going to be fine, so I'm just going to hit next. All right, and then now we can just hit install and finish. So if you scroll down, you'll see that we need node.js. So I'm going to assume you already have worked with this before. And then now I'm going to be installing this. Just going to copy this and then go into your command prompt. Oops, command prompt. And then just do this. Cool. Yeah, so here are all our exporting things. Again, if you don't know what they are, you can just open a browser GLTF viewer and just drag it in there. So what I'm going to do is just copy this pass, do CD, and open it like so, and I'll be navigating there. And then we can start using our GLTF transform command. So if I go back to this guide, you can see some of the commands that we'll be using and some of its parameters. So this one is not as high as quality as this one, but it does reduce the file size a lot more than this one. So that's what we're going to be using for those far away ones. We're going to be using this one here. So you can see it takes an input GLB file, and we just give a arbitrary name for the output one, and then we set a quality, and then verbose is pretty much just the progress. So you can read this here, what it's actually doing. There's no actual indicator, so it'll just be helpful there. And then again, it also shows you what this parameter does here as well. So what I'm going to do is just copy and paste this. I do want the highest quality, but you can play around with this number over and over again until you find something that you like. So now all I have to do is change output 1 to mobs. So I'm just going to call this mobs. I'm just going to name my output mobs t, and this just means mobs transformed. Cool, and now I just hit enter. And here you can see our model went from 2.27 to 716.12 KB. And you can see it's right here. Yeah, so what you can do now is go to like a GLTF viewer and just click and drag it and take a look. And yeah, so probably definitely some artifacts, but they're kind of far away, so no one can really tell. Yeah, so for all the ones except the house ones, which are these, just use this to convert it and play around with the quality if you want to. And if you want, you can also just use the WebP thing and play around with WebP because it might actually be smaller. So you have a lot of options there. But for all of these, I want the maximum possible quality and the smallest size. So for us, I'm going to be using this to compress it, and I'll be doing it at level 4. So when I copy and paste this, we don't need all this extra stuff. You can read those parameters if you want to. And I'm going to go back into my command prompt and just paste this here. And then I'm going to change this to house. So house, and I'm going to name the output house t for house transformed. And then I'm going to do dash verbose at the end of it just to see it. Yeah, so this method is the one that's might take a really long time, and it's going to be using a lot of your CPU, so your computer's going to start lagging and freezing and something like that. So I definitely recommend stepping away from your computer and doing something else for a little bit. Yeah, so mine finished. I tried level 4. I also tried level 3, which was significantly faster, I think 1/5 of the time. And it did reduce it a little bit more, and it actually looks fairly similar. So I might end up actually using the dash level 3 one instead of the dash 4 one, because every little bit counts. Yeah, so before I let you start compressing these other ones and converting their textures and things like that, I definitely recommend you explore the method that you like and, you know, use maybe that browser converter and kind of just find something that you like to do and that fits in your workflow. Also, it doesn't have to be something that you like. Maybe your client is requesting something really quickly rather than caring about perfectionism. So you could just use like a blurred WebP, for example, and the online converter would be more than enough rather than having to go through this complex process. So it's really up to you. I can't really tell you what's right or wrong here, and I encourage you at this point of the video to play around with things. So before I let you, compress all of these and explore your own methods, I'll show you one last really cool tool that I like to use called gltf-pipeline. And the reason I like to use gltf-pipeline, so if you didn't install it, just install it like this in the command line, like so. And the reason I like using this command line tool is because it has a lot of options here. For example, you can like separate the textures instead of embedding them into the GTLF. Now for image textures that are like JPEG and PNG, you can just like simply do this in Blender or some other software. For KTX textures, Blender doesn't work for those, so it's not easily separatable there. But using this tool, it's really simple. So what I'm going to do is actually just copy it because they already have it here. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to use house t for my GLB file, which is the one that I just transformed, house t. .glb, and do that, and it says it takes 14 milliseconds. So if I go here, you can see they took house t and they exported it with the glb itself and then the baked texture .ktx2. So what you can do is visit this website and drag your ktx2 texture in here just to view it. You can see the RGB and alpha channels. So this is really good. Like the more white it is, the more of that color is present. So essentially what this is telling me when I go through RG and B, there's a lot more red in the scene. As you can see, the red channel is a lot brighter than the other channels. And just by looking at it, yeah, it definitely looks like there's a lot more red in the image than there is green or blue. And the alpha channel is, of course, 100% white because there is no transparency on this image. Yeah, so for your other ones with transparency channels, what you should see is a white of your grass and a black of the background. Now, if for one of your transparent textures you see something like this, that means somewhere along the line you messed up. So this is kind of why I like using this, because it's kind of easy to tell and see if you messed up somewhere. So it could be your compression method. It could also be because you didn't attach the alpha channel when you exported it, and so on and so forth. So kind of just trace back your steps. Yeah, so now just play around with the rest of these and until you get something that you like. I'll just be doing the same thing that I was doing over here. This for the other ones, play around the quality, and then same for all the house ones. I'm going to be using this compression method instead. So I converted everything into T's. I still have my original ones over here. So it's still fairly large. I think this adds up to about 74 megabytes, but it's totally fine. One last thing we have to do for these transform things before we use them in code is to compress them with Draco compression, and this will just be another step to lower the file size. So in the past, in previous versions of Blender, when you exported it, there used to be like a compression option. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like I see it anymore. So it might be somewhere, I just can't find it. But that's totally okay because there's a lot of methods to compress it. But that's totally okay because there's different. One is GLTF report. So if you drop in here, turn on compression and do Draco. You can try some of these other ones, but Draco is the one that we're going to be going for. And just hit export. And you can see we reduced it a few kilobytes. Alternatively, you can use the gltf-pipeline. So they already have a common thing here because it's so common. So you can just copy and paste that. And I'm actually going to try mobs t again. So this time I'm going to try mobs t. So I'm going to do mobs t.glb. And the output object, I'm going to add a d to the end. So it'll be mobs transformed and Draco compressed. And then I'll do glb and -d. And here you can see that the default setting of gltf-pipeline actually didn't compress it as much as this one. It did a little bit, but not as much as this one. So what you can do is try a different compression level. But yeah, don't spend too much time here. It's not that big of a deal. We just want it compressed. And we can also use GLTF to JSX, which we'll use anyway. So they also have a Draco compression here. They also have a lot of other options like instancing. And also if you want to change the resolution of your textures, really downsize here. Also, I think they convert to WebP using this here as well. So really up to you. So I guess I should have mentioned this earlier, but like, yeah, they also convert your textures here, and then they can also resize your textures if you want to. So this would have been another option to make your textures smaller if you wanted to. So I'm just going to leave these here, but what I'm going to do is just copy the command. So this right here, go back here, and I'm going to call this mobs t dot glb dash transform, and then we also want -d for the Draco flag. Whoops, I accidentally messed up. Cool, let's do this. And here we have this, and then we also have the mobs transformed. And the reason we're using this tool is because it basically takes our GLTF file, which is kind of looks like a JSON object, and kind of outputs it in code for us. So it's really easy to see and target things. And you can see easily alter content. So if I go to this output source here that you see here with what we did and open it, you can see like all the meshes that we have, and then they're all using the same exact texture, which is merge bake 105, but it's kind of all laid out for us. And they already have the imports and everything. So this is going to be really useful for us later down the road. Let me delete these other ones, and I'm just going to be repeating the process for all these other ones. So I'm going to create a new folder here, and I'm just going to do transformed. And this way I already know the ones that I transformed, so I don't have to do it twice. So I'm going to repeat the process with house. I'm just going to hit up arrow on my key and then just change this to house T. Cool. I'll also mention here, just from experience myself, here the Draco compression did a lot of better work, whereas in here it didn't actually do that much. If you try the GLTF pipeline, it'll actually reduce it a little bit more than what GLTF JSX did. But yeah, I'm not going to spend too much time there, other than I'll say like when you want to optimize, definitely try multiple methods. All right, so I converted everything. As you can see here, I have the JavaScript source files and the transform GLBs. Sweet, now we're ready to start coding. All right, so I'm going to be using Vite as our bundler and to bootstrap our project. And the reason I'm using Vite as our bundler is because it's really low config and works fairly well for our project. So if you don't know what a bundler is, basically it takes all our development languages like SCSS or TypeScript, all these things that we use for development, and then what it'll do is like optimize the code a little bit, and that's why you sometimes see code that just has letters as variables, because that's an optimization. It's also in all single line with no white space. So bundlers do that. They also take this and put it into code that the browser can actually read, like vanilla JavaScript. And then if you're using like a templating engine for HTML, like Pug or something, you know, it'll actually go to actual regular HTML once through the bundler. So the bundler will take what we develop and put it in a way that the browser can actually use. So that's essentially what Vite is. That is an oversimplification, but that's kind of all you need to know for this video. So I'm going to assume you already have Node installed, so we're going to be using npm, but if you have some of these other ones like Yarn or Bun, like that's totally fine to use as well. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this and paste it. I already navigated to the directory I want, and I'm just going to hit enter. And then I'm going to name this house portfolio, but name it whatever you want it. And then I'm going to hit my arrow key down twice and go for React. And then I'm just going to go for JavaScript, but if you want, you can use TypeScript. Cool. So now we can navigate to that folder that we just created, that directory. You can see here. So we're just entering house portfolio, and then we can install the dependencies, which is all that's telling us to do. Now if you have VS Code installed, you can just do code dot and it'll open it up right in VS Code for us. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit here so you guys can see what I'm looking at. And here we have all our stuff. So we got a source folder, a public for our stuff, and some other cool stuff. All right, let's hit Control or Command backtick to open the terminal or view terminal. And let's just npm run dev and see what we have. And here you can see we just have a small Vite plus React project. I'm going to hold Control-C to end that. You can also just create a new terminal instead. And I want to install a few things. So you can do install, you can just do I. So the first one I want is definitely React 3 Fiber. And then I also want React 3 Dre, which is a community that created a bunch of really awesome fast things for React 3 Fiber. And this will be good enough for us to get started. So let's just hit enter, and we can always install some more dependencies a little bit later. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is kind of just get our canvas on the map. So let's start purging some stuff. So what I'm going to do for app, I'm just going to purge all this stuff. I'm going to leave the brackets here, but I'm going to just quickly get rid of that stuff. I'm not going to be using the Vite logo. I'm not going to be using the React logo, so I'm going to get rid of those as well. There's a react.svg here. I'm just going to delete that. And then in app.css, there's a lot of extra stuff here, so I'm just going to delete all this. I don't think we need any of it. And here I'm just going to have HTML, comma body as well. And I just want everything to span the full thing since it'll be a full Three.js experience. So I just set everything to 100%, M0 for quick completion, and then P0 as well, and then overflow hidden. And then as well, box sizing, border box. Cool. And let's add our GLB files into the public folder. So I'm going to hold Control just to select each of these GLB files, like so. And I'm going to click and drag them into the public folder. All right, the next step I want to do is create a folder into the source directory for our experience, our Three.js experience essentially. Because when you create a 3D experience, what you're actually doing is rendering 3D content inside of an HTML canvas. So if I go here on a really popular website, you'll see it's actually a canvas. And then everything else that you're interacting with is like HTML. So what you have is like this 3D world, and then you have all these HTML elements that are in the 2D world, right? So if I delete this canvas, you can see the 3D world no longer exists, but all these do. So for us to distinguish that, this is why I kind of have this experience folder here. And then I'm going to create an experience.jsx file. Instead of typing this from scratch, what I like to do is use some snippets. So you could probably also use ChatGPT for this, honestly, or like Cloud. But I have this, well, I had this on a previous VS Code installation. But it's really quick to just create React things. Now you can see I have RAFCE. I can just hit enter and it'll basically create this for us based on the file name. Yeah, and then I'm just going to get rid of this and just leave it like so. Okay, so if we go to the docs, you can see here that the first thing we need to do is create that canvas element that I was just talking about. In regular Three.js, you would actually create your own canvas and target it, but we're just going to be using the canvas component from React 3 Fiber, which is just code someone else wrote. And then we can just place it inside our right here, like so. Now we won't see anything yet because we need to import it into app.jsx. And app.jsx is where we basically attach our entire React application into the root element of the DOM. So let's come in here. Sometimes, not always, if you just type it here, it will automatically import. So you do experience like so and just hit enter and then do something like this. You can just see that it should automatically do the import for us. All right, now let's just copy and paste this mesh here and just put it in our canvas so we can see something. So let's go, I'm going to do Control P or Command P and just type experience to quickly jump there. And I actually messed up here. It should be 2 tags. So I'm going to do /canvas like so. And then we want to put our mesh and box geometry in there. Okay, so now if we go back to the browser, indeed, we do have a cube there. And if I inspect it, you can see we do have a canvas there with Three.js. Really, really cool. Now, if you want, you can read the documentation. This is vanilla Three.js code, all the things that we did here. And here you can see why React 3 Fiber, a lot of people prefer it over Three.js. It's a lot more simple to use and faster to use and less code to write. And again, since React 3 Fiber is code that someone else wrote, it's kind of good to look at the documentation to see what props or what parameters are available to you when you're using their React components. So here you can see, again, this is vanilla Three.js, but then here is the same thing in React 3 Fiber. Whoops, I accidentally placed this inside, so I'm just going to hit Alt and down arrow to quickly move the line down one. And apparently it still works in here, probably because it recognized that it was a mistake and fixed it automatically for me. But yeah, I'm just going to leave this here. And now what we can do is start importing our GLB files so we can start seeing our scene. All right, so let's come to our experience folder, and I'm going to create a new folder here called components. So this will be all the components for our experience. So you could also name it models, whatever floats your boat. All right, let's click and drag. So I'm going to sort by type and just hold shift to select all of them and click and drag into components. And we have all of these, really, really cool. So one downside of this conversion is that we're using K2X2 textures, and by default, the loader in this hook does not support that. So we have to extend it and attach a loader itself. But instead of doing it for each one of our objects, we're just going to create a custom hook. So I'm going to come into experience and I'll call this utils. You can also call it helpers. So, whatever you want to call it. You could also just call it util without s at the end. Create a custom loader. And since it's not a class, I'm going to use a lower case. And I'll call it useGLTF. And then with KTX2 and then .jsx, just like that. So we're going to need 3 imports, and I'll talk a little bit more about these in a little bit. So the first one's going to be use3, and I'm just going to hit enter to let it autocomplete. The next one's going to be useGLTF, and I'm just going to hit enter to autocomplete. The last one is going to be the K2X2 loader, so I'm going to do this. This one is not an autocomplete, for me at least, and I'll just do 3 standard lib. So what we need to do is create a custom K2X loader. So what I'll do is const K2X2 loader, and I'll set that equal to a new K2X2 loader right here. The next thing we need to do is set a transcoder path, which is basically just the code to convert our K2X2 textures so the browser can use them. So there's a few options here. What you can do is go onto the browser, and there's a CDN here that is used in a lot of React 3 Fiber code snippets that you might see that you can just refer to as the URL and copy and paste this. The loader path, let me do k2x2.loader, and then it's going to be set transcoder path, and just put in this here. Oops, let me put in some brackets, quotes. So this would be more than enough. CDN is totally okay, but we can also just do it for ourselves. So if we come into node modules, you'll see the directory. So it's /examples, So let's go into 3, URS2V. So in 3, then we can go into examples, then JSM, then libraries, and then here we see the basis. So this is exactly what we want. And you can see it's just some code that someone else wrote and some WebAssembly. So with the folder selected, just do Control-C and close the node modules. And then in public, with public selected, just Control-V, and now it's in there. So now all we have to do is just do /basis /basis/ because public is already registered by our bundler, so we don't have to put public there. Cool. Now let's export this loader so we can use it in all our other files. So I'll export a function that we can reuse over and over again. And I'm just going to name it the same thing I named it the file. So I'm just going to hit F2 to quickly copy this and paste it here. And we're going to take a path, and this is the URL to our GLB files. If we go into your components, you can see it takes a path. And since it's in public folder, it's just a slash. And then what we need to do is extend the original GLTF hook. So you can see they actually have this already. So if I scroll down here a little bit, if your model needs K2X2 textures, you can extend the loader. So here you can see the path, and they also use that transcoder path that I was just talking about to unpackage. But anyway, we can just copy and paste this and paste it in here like so. And then again, these two, if you don't know what those are, you can just watch it. You can just go up here. It's optional. By default, it's going to be true. Mesh optimization is also true. And then here it's like extend loader, optional. And we're just extending the loader. So basically we're taking the regular loader and attaching a K2X2 loader to it. And then we want to return this because it's in our function here. And then instead of facecap.glb, we're just going to put in the path that we're going to be putting in there. And then if you don't know what a GL is, you can also just look up the use3 hook. If you hold Control or Command, you can just click on it and it'll jump to use3. And then it'll show you a URL, which again, you can hold Command if you're on Mac or Control and click and just jump to it. And then I'll show you what GL is. So it's actually the WebGL renderer. And basically what this is saying is, does the renderer support K2X, for example? So that's essentially all that we're doing here. All right, so now we can just go back and use our custom hook in each of these files. So here, I'm just going to get rid of this and I'll do GLTF with K2X2 and it will automatically import for us. And then I'm just going to put this here instead, like so, right here. And then we can't use this preload anymore because this original loader that we didn't extend here does not support K2X out of the box. So we have to get rid of this. And now we save it. Cool. And then we can get rid of this import as well. And yeah, I just repeated this process for everything else. So you can see I replaced it here with useGLTF, and then I got rid of the preload statements for all these. All right, so let's start importing. All right, so let's start importing our GLB files so we can see them. So let's go to experience here. And what I'm going to do is import house because I just want to see the house one first. Import house, and it's going to be from /components because we're in the same level of directory. And then I'll just do house t, and we don't need .jsx at the end because of our bundler. So now in the canvas, all we have to do is just do house. So let's reopen our terminal and do npm run dev if you don't have the server running anymore. Control click just to open it. Or I guess I already had a tab there open. Let's do Control Shift I, make sure there's no errors. Oh, and it says there's no default export. And it's because we're importing it like this that we need a default. So if I go back to house t, here we can actually use search and replace because it's a lot faster. So I'm going to do Control Shift F, open this, and what I'm going to do is copy and paste this into search. And what I'm going to do is replace it with defaults. I'm going to click this or Control Alt Enter and click replace. And now everything's replaced. So when I save it, it should be good to go. And Control Shift R for a hard refresh. One downside is we can't see it because it's somewhere up in the Z direction. If you remember in Blender and in the editor, it's all the way up. It's not at the origin, which is 0, 0. So what we can use instead is this thing from Dre called camera controls. So again, all we have to do is import that. So we're going to do import camera controls. It already has that. And then we just attach it into the canvas. So let's just do camera controls like so. And now let's go back to our web app and we should be able to move around. Now I can't pan because we're in touch mode, so the right click on my computer isn't acting as a pan, but if you go back to the regular one, so you can start panning with right click and middle mouse to zoom. So we probably should have exported it at the origin. We could also translate it to the origin if we wanted to, but I'm just gonna move my camera position instead. And there we have it. So we do actually end up having our model. Cool. So every time we refresh our page, what's going to happen is that we're going to start at the default location. So before we fix this, let's load everything else first and then set a default camera position. All right, so I just imported the rest of these and I also just placed them in the scene. So let's take a look if we have any errors. So it does look like I have an error here. Animations is not defined. So I probably accidentally removed something. So I'm going to go back here and just check in mobs t because it said mobs t. And yeah, I accidentally got rid of this. So I can do use animations and just cut out here. And then animations also belongs. We can also take it out of the loaded file. So now it should be good to go. Yeah, and there we can see our scene. So since we have our scene, now's the time to set a default camera position. So what I'm going to do is use the use frame hook. And basically what this does is it's just the window request animation frame. You know, when you're watching a movie, what it actually is a bunch of sequences of pictures playing really fast, or frames, and that's why you have frames per second. So use frame is basically just saying, okay, on each frame that the 3D scene is rendering, do something. So let's navigate to experience, and from React 3 Fiber, we just want use frame hook. And then we can come in here and create our use frame. So let's do use frame. And then it's going to take some parameters, but those are optional, so I'll just leave those empty. In order to access the camera location and position, we need a reference to this. So to do that, we're going to use this useRef React hook, which you can see it's to reference a value, in this case the camera, that's not needed for rendering. And rendering in this case means changing the DOM or rendering the DOM page. So the camera position and rotation does not impact the DOM in any way. So let's just do ref equals controls, which we haven't created yet, but we can just do that right now. So let's actually import useRef here, useRef, and then let's create our useRef. So I just make it a constant, const controls equals useRef, and that's all we need to do. Now we can just log this out. So let's do console.log. We'll do that reference that we just created, .current, and .get position. And I'll just do console.log position here. And then I'm going to copy and paste this. Whoops. Let's put some quotes around these. And I'll call this one rotation. So we're just going to get a rotation like so. So if I go back, there is an error. It says React 3 Fiber hooks can only be used within the canvas component. So if I go here, you can see this is obviously not within the canvas component. So what we can do is get a little bit more organized and create a scene component. So that's actually going to be outside of experience, and I'm just going to call it const scene, but call it whatever you want. Whoops, this is a mess up. Then we can just control X or command X to get this and put it in scene. And then put our scene here. So let's just do scene like so. And now our use frame is within the canvas element, so it should be good to go. But it's still not ready because the scene has no idea about these camera controls. So what we have to do is create a custom prop called controls and just pass in our same reference that we have here. And then since it's a prop, we need to create it, and now we can just reference it. So we're taking this reference, which is from here, and we're passing it into the scene. Scene is taking that and we're getting it here. So I'm back here and I'm getting an error here. It says get rotation is not a function. That's totally okay. It's been a while, so let me just, what I can actually do is just comment this out temporarily, see what's available to me. Controls.current. It might also be in the docs, but I'm just gonna do this and just log this out. So we have camera controls. Let's just go to the camera. So we can just do .current. So we can just do camera and then check the rotation here. No need to use a method. So let's just do controls.current.camera, which we're just targeted right here, .camera, and then we'll just do .rotation. So right here. And we'll just do .rotation. Control X to get rid of that. Let's go back. Control-Shift-R. Cool. So now we have the rotation and the position. So I guess I already noticed some stuff, but yeah, all the principled BSDF ones look a little bit weird, whereas the mission ones look perfectly fine. So let me just find a good camera position first. We can always adjust it later. So what we can do, if you look in the docs, is there is a camera attached to the canvas, and here we can set our default position. So it takes an object, and the object has a lot of attributes that you can change. So position will take in an array of numbers. I'm just going to copy and paste this right in here, and I want to get rid of this stuff because it doesn't take those. Cool. And for the field of view, I'm just going to set a default of 70 because Minecraft's default field of view is also 70. I think in Blender, I don't remember what we had, but you can always change this later if you want to. So unfortunately, you can't set rotation here, so that's going to be something that we do at another time. And you can see here it only has position in the canvas, right in the docs. The camera prop only has FOV, new, far, position, and so on and so forth. Right, so things don't seem to be terrible. Let's fix up our textures. Okay, so again, in the utils folder, let's call this convert material.jsx. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is import the mesh basic material from Three.js. So we can use it, mesh basic material, like so. And then we want to do that from the 3 package. So if you use vanilla Three.js, 3 will be listed in your package.json. For us, it's not because React 3 Fiber is using it, but it does exist in our node modules folder, as you saw earlier. So if you scroll down, you can see it's 3. It's right here. Even though it doesn't show up in our package.json or our dependency list, it's still there and we can still use it. So let's do a function that we can use. So I'm going to do s4 const convert materials to mesh basic material, and it'll take in those materials that we load from the GLB right here. So we're going to pass that in. Let's go here and create a function. Cool. Then we're just going to use object keys, and then since materials is an object, what it's going to do is take all the keys of that object and turn it into an array pretty much. And then for each of So if you just want to quickly look it up, you can look up object.keys. This is what our material object kind of looks like. It's going to take all those keys and return an array. So for each element in that array, or for each key in that array, we're going to use that's going to be the material key. So I'm going to call it material key. And we're going to use this to find the material that we need to replace. So I forgot parentheses somewhere, probably here. And then I also need one after this one. Cool. So the material that we're going to replace, I'm just going to call it const material. We want that materials object that we're passing in, and we're going to use the key to find the material that we're currently on. So we're just going to do material key. Yeah, so we're just using the materials object, using its key to access the material. All right, so the next thing we want to do is check if the material is using the emissive map, which is one we exported with the emission shader in Blender, or if it has an alpha channel. And the reason it would have an alpha channel is because we exported it with the principled BSDF and hooked up the alpha channel. So all we have to do is if material dot emissive map, this means the one that we exported did not have an alpha channel. So if it has an emissive map, what we want to do is just set that original material to a new mesh basic material. So we'll just do equals new mesh basic material. And we're going to set the map, the texture map of this new mesh basic material to the emissive map of the original material. So material.emissive map, because this is where our texture lives at the moment. So we're attaching it to the non-emissive map area. And if it doesn't have an emissive map, what we're just going to automatically assume, is that it has an alpha instead. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to copy this here, but the material, we're just going to use the original map, because when we export it with principled BSDF, our texture lives in the map instead of the emissive map. But this time we want transparent, and we wanted to set it to true because we want to cut out the alpha channel. And then we need to do alpha test, and we're going to set this to 0.5, which should work for us. Cool, and now that materials is all good, we should just be able to return materials like so. Okay, so let's take a look quickly at something like extras 2. So this is extras 2, which is this here, and it's red because our lighting. So let's import. I'm just going to start typing our function. So convert right here, and it will automatically import. And then I'm just going to copy and paste this like so, and I'll just attach our materials here. Now let's refresh the page. Let's go back to extras 2. Cool. And now you can see that flower is no longer red, and it kind of looks okay. Now you might have to adjust your alpha test value, but 0.5 always seems to work for me no matter whenever I'm using it. You might have to adjust your alpha test value a little bit. So what alpha test basically means is like if the value in your texture is less than 0.5, it'll just completely discard that. And since black is 0, 0 is going to be less than 0.5, so it's just going to discard all the black stuff. And if you remember when we were investigating our K2X2 textures, we saw that the red channel in that one texture is a lot more white. And the more white it is, it means the closer the value is to 1, or it means it's present, whereas black is the absence of it, or 0. So this is essentially what alpha test does. So what we can do is copy these to the other files. So I'm going to click on the line, hit Alt, click on this line, and just do Control-C. You don't have to highlight the whole line. Then I come into extras 3. I'm just going to click here, hold Alt, click here, and paste, and then my prettier will format it automatically. Actually, sorry, I'm going to correct myself. What I see here is a bunch of white lines across these grasses at specific angles, and that's because of the alpha test value. Since the grass is so dark, it's kind of messing up. Occasionally, you can see it's flickering on this one as well. Alright, so what we can do then is just increase the alpha test value for specific textures, because if we increase the alpha test for here, it might start chopping off colors like for the tree or something like that. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is just put another parameter here, and I'll just call it alpha test value, and then I'll just place it here instead. And I'm going to set it a default of 0.5 if it doesn't have anything. Alright, so I think I just called them grass blocks, right? This should be all of them. So what I'm just going to do is, whoops, something happened. I'm just going to do 0.75 here. It might be a little overkill, but we can try. Yeah, and you can see our grass is kind of solved. It does look a little bit off. It looks like this is too overkill, so maybe 0.7. Now you can see the white lines are sort of coming back at 0.7. But this is okay enough, I'll say. Maybe 0.72, 0.74. Sometimes it'll hot module reload, so you don't have to refresh the whole page. But yeah, so it's definitely not perfect by any means. You can still see the white there, but for us, you know, it's good enough. We'll just hope that people don't pay attention to details. But if you did want to fix that, I would consider looking into using an alpha map if you wanted to fix this a lot better. I think alternatively, if you try maybe mesh standard material, it might do a little bit better of a job with some of more of its options. I'm not actually sure, but if you want to guarantee it, I would just go for an alpha map. Anyway, yeah, since I'm here, I kind of just want to point out a lot of other things. For example, the places that are split, you can see they're kind of see-through almost. There's like a small crack there. And I also accidentally deleted the sides. So you can see through that. In real Minecraft, you can actually see the side of the grass block a little bit down in there. And I accidentally deleted those sides. Yeah, so I made a few mistakes, but you know, it's not too big of a deal because once we put in the sky, these cracks will be filled in with like a dark background and then no one can actually tell. All right, so let's finish setting up our scene now. Okay, so let's go back to experience, and one thing I want to add across all our things here is suspense. If you don't know what this is, that's totally okay. Whoops, sorry, I need to close it. I need a closing tag instead. Slash should be here, like so. And if you don't have suspense, you can import it from React. And there's actually a really good post on this by DRCMDA. He's a really famous Three.js developer, and he kind of made a post on it. And then I'm going to put this here, so it'll be easier when I think we create a loading screen in the future. I don't know when we get there. but I'm gonna plan on adding a loading screen later in the video. Okay, the next thing I want to do is set our background. So what I'm going to do is import environment from React 3.js. So if I go to the docs again and I just typed in environment, you can see it sets up a global cube map. Take like an HDR, for example, or things like that. So what we're going to be doing is using a cube map. So let's go back to Blender. And in Blender, if I go into the shader editor, go into world, I am using this HDR from Polyhaven called Kira_1_Dawn. Now, using the HDR itself would be overkill, especially 8K, because one, we don't need the lighting information at all, and it would be extremely big, and we don't want that. So we just want optimized images as a background rather than a lighting source. And I'm just going to download this as an HDR and add 4K its location, and then I'm going to do HDR to cube map and just look for an online thing here. And I'm going to use this. Then I'm just going to click upload, and I'm just going to double click on that. Then I kind of want to match its exposure to what I had in Blender. So here I have a strength of 0.150. So I kind of want it to look a little bit like this. So you could also make the cube map through Blender itself, but it takes a lot more time than just using this online tool. So that's what I'm going to be doing. So assuming it gets somewhere close to what I had. Yeah, so this looks good. All right, so now I'm gonna hit save, and I'm gonna choose the resolution. I think 2K will be okay. Yeah, 2K should be fine. And then I'm gonna select this one here, and then I'm gonna hit process. And then I'll hit save and download that zip file. Cool. And then I'm gonna extract it. And then in here we have all our files. So it's interesting. It seems like the exposure did not save, which is totally okay because we can just change that in Figma. So I'm just gonna click and drag and drop all those in here. And then unfortunately there's no easy way to match the exposure all levels natively in Figma. So what I'm gonna do is just kind of eyeball it. Whoops, sorry. Let me try this one because this is the one that I have in Blender view. I'm just going to reduce the exposure on this one. Of course, if you want to make other adjustments, you totally can, but I'm just going to reduce the exposure until it kind of looks like this. I think that's good enough. So while there's no easy way to do it, I'd probably do it in like Photoshop or Lightroom or some other tool instead of Figma, but Figma is free. Luckily, this is a common enough issue because this is sliders and there's no easy way to copy and paste it. It's a really common issue, so you can right click, go into plugins, go to manage plugins and search for image adjustment. And it should be this one right here, copy and paste. And make sure to hit run if you need to hit run. And then you should just be able to click this, copy from image. You can see its exposure value there. You can edit it if you want. Now you can see we actually have a numeric value that we can change. So this actually doesn't save the state for the image. So you can see when I hit copy, it's just going to save here. So what I'm going to do is actually adjust it here a little bit. Now you can see it's there. That might be a little bit too much. So I think I like this book. So now I can just click this, click copy, and hold shift, left click here, hold shift, and select all the other ones, and hit paste to image. Cool. So now we can just export these as the same thing. So export PZ. So I'm going to create a new folder called cube map and just export everything here. So I'm just going to save there. And what I'm actually going to do is just select all of them, export 5 layers. All right, so everything is exported. Yeah, so now let's use Squoosh. There's a lot of other methods you could do to convert. Like if you wanted to do an entire folder and convert, you could probably use this command line tool. There's also online tools. If you just look at PNG to WebP, they'll convert all of yours at the same time. But honestly, it doesn't really matter. I just like Squoosh because it's made by Google and it's really quick. So I'm going to switch this to WebP. And I'm not going to play around with the quality and effort. I'm just going to assume that it's okay. On the right, again, you can see before and after. We lose some texture, we lose some information, but it's totally okay. I'm just going to download it. Yeah, so I'm just going to do it for all of them. I'm not even bother checking it. You can definitely play around with it if you want to. This is something you can come back to and just always replace because it's really quick to replace. So that's all I'm doing. So yeah, I'm just downloading all of them. Now let's open the file location. I didn't really save it anywhere. Yeah, so let's just drag this. It's going to be in our public folder. Let's call this cube map. And let's just click and drag this in here. And then let's go back into experience.jsx, which we're already here. And we already imported environment, so let's copy and paste that. Oh, now we can actually also get rid of the mesh and the directional light because we don't need those anymore. And then let's just put the environment like so. And I'm not going to waste my time typing it out. So what I'm going to do is just go to the docs here. And you can see these are all PNGs, but that's totally okay. They have the same naming convention. So I'm just going to copy and paste this here. And I'm going to hit Control D or Command D to select the next instance of .png. I'm just going to change it to a WebP and save that. Okay, and since we're in the public folder called CubeMap, what we need to do still, let's just do Control D again. Let's move over here, /CubeMap, /nx.webp, like so. And then we need to set background equals to true, which you can also see in the docs if you wanted to. Let's go back to the browser. So it doesn't look like it matches, but the reason for that is because the rotation is different here than in a Blender. So let's see. If we're looking forward here, what we see is this, right? So it's about 90-degree rotation. That's awesome because right here we have a background rotation, and math.pi divided by 2 is 90 degrees. So what we can do is just copy and paste that. Let's do here. Get rid of that comment, save that. Hopefully that works. Cool. And yeah, exactly. It rotated 90 degrees for us. Yeah, and now it matches our Blender scene rotation. Even though in Blender there's no rotation, but in Three.js apparently there was a rotation, so we just rotated the background. All right, and you can see all those gaps that we were seeing earlier, like here or whatnot, they become not noticeable unless you get close. From far away, no one can tell at all. And oh yeah, I guess I was doing this off camera, but I was also playing with the alpha test of the trees, and it looks like I overkilled that, so maybe 0.5 or something like that. All right, so last thing we have to do is just play our animations. I also have use effect here already. What I'm going to do is use effect, and the reason I want to put this in a use effect for playing animations is basically it'll say like, okay, once actions is ready, play animations. So that's all I'm going to be doing. I'm just going to check though, just for safety, if actions. We're going to go through the object of actions. Early in the video, we used object.keys. This time we're using object.values. So it's going to be the second one instead of the first column. And then for each of those values or those animation values, we're going to get the action inside and we're going to play that. So we're going to go like this. And then we're going to do action.play like so. And you can see it's playing. Really cool. And if I add a dependency array here, it's not depending on anything, so it doesn't really matter. React might warn you if this is empty, but so I'm just going to put actions, but this isn't going to be changing anyway. We can see that it is indeed playing, and it's auto looping, so we don't actually have to set that option to auto loop. It's just automatically looping, which is awesome. Okay, so now let's start animating our camera along a line. Now, I was planning to use theater.js, but it hasn't been updated in a while, and the release date for it is for the 1.0 release, which is a big change. It's going to be December 14th, and we're not there yet. So if you watched a previous video of mine about custom camera movements, I talked about the two curve method because it's a really popular method, but basically you have a curve in your 3D space, and you get a point along this curve, and then your camera will move along that point that you're continuously grabbing, which is changing based on your scroll or swipe or whatever. And then since the camera needs to know where to look, you have this second curve here that also we get a point on its line, and then the camera is going to be looking at that, and both of these points are going to be updating as you scroll or as you interact with whatever it's going to do. So as the camera moves, its lookout position is also going to move, and it's going to update like so on every single frame, you know, or however you want it to be. And it would be nice if we had like a second camera over here that could look at our curve and our other camera while we're working with it. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to create a temporary split screen to create our curve. Luckily in React 3 Fiber, again, they already have this because it's a really cool use case, and you can see some examples that they have here. But essentially we just use a view. So if I scroll down here, you can see that the usage is you create a view. There's separate controls in each view. There's separate meshes, or it could be the same, and then you just export it out into the canvas. Then if you want, you can play around with some of their examples. So This one, I think this one, yeah, shares all the controls. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, super, super awesome. So that's kind of all we have to do. So let's import view from React 3J. And since our views need to share all the same stuff, what we're going to do is clear out what we had originally for the scene. Yeah, so let's update everything. So I'm going to take everything that's in here and move it into scene. So let's paste it in here. Cool. And then we also need the environment. So let's copy and paste this like so. And let's also put this in here. And it's an error because we're not returning JSX. So let's do return. Let's do this. I probably should have done this first, but oh well, it's fine. Brackets, and now we can just copy and paste this into here. Cool. All right, so let's just comment this out for now because it'll be independent. Okay, so since we have two different views, we're going to need two different controls. So I'm going to shift alt down arrow here and call this controls 1, call this controls 2. I'm going to move this outside of the canvas. So I'm going to paste this here temporarily, and then I'll type view.port here. Like so. Whoops. Like this. Now what we can do is just honestly probably just copy and paste the two views because that'll save us some time. So what I'm going to do is just paste the view here like so. And then if you don't have orbit controls, I guess you can implement that. It should be from, I don't know if it's native in React 3 Fiber, but I'm just going to put it here just in case. Yeah, so now instead of this, what we need is our scene. So I'm just going to copy and paste this here like this. We don't need controls anymore. We're not passing that in. So let's get rid of this. Let's comment this out for a little bit. Okay, and I'm gonna make this a little bit larger, so I'll put this at like 500. And I'm not using this class name, so I'm gonna get rid of that too. We're only temporarily splitting up the scene, so we don't have to be too perfect here. It's more for debugging than anything else. So this one I'm just gonna copy the same style for here as well. And then I'm gonna hold alt and select two cursors, and I'm gonna do position absolute just to make sure we can see it. Oops, these should be in quotes. And then I'll do top 0. Whoops, top 0. And then for this one, I'll set it to the right, and the other one should be by default to the left 0, so I don't have to type that. Okay, so we have the controls, but we don't have a camera, so we need separate cameras for that. So let's import perspective camera. And then let's scroll down and create our two separate cameras. So let's do perspective camera like so. And then we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to do FOV equals 70. We're going to set its position to the same thing that we just had there. So it's going to take an array. I'm just going to copy and paste this. Honestly, these numbers are a little messy, so I'm just going to get rid of them. And let's just copy and paste that for this one as well. So I do have something, but I can't interact with it, and that's because we're missing one last thing, an event source. I'm just gonna be lazy and temporarily attach the event source as the document root. So I'm just gonna do get element by ID, and I'm just going to target the root. So now if I go back, you should see that, yeah, when I click on here, I can move around. Now, what's bad here is that it's using the same camera, and I can't click and drag and reorientate this one. So, all right, so let's fix that. And the way we want to fix that is telling, this camera controls to use this camera, and this orbit controls to use this camera. And what we can do is just create references to each other to make sure that, the controls are referring to the right ones. I'm actually not sure how Vue distinguishes between these, but we can fix that with some references. So come up here, let's do Shift Alt down arrow twice, Control D, call this camera 1, and then this one is camera 2. And then for this orbit controls and camera controls, I'm going to call ref equals to controls. Controls 1, this one will be controls 2. And then I'm going to continue. And then I'm going to set the camera for the controls equal to the perspective camera in their respective views. So that'll be their references, camera 1, and .current is the camera itself, and this one's going to be camera 2. And then I also just want to tell React 3 Fiber to make these the default cameras within their respective views. So now if I go back, you can see over here I'm moving my camera, and I have an independent camera that's also moving here at the same exact time. Now this isn't helpful because we can't actually see the other camera, right? So what we can do is use a Three.js camera helper. So if you haven't seen it before, it's in the docs. So you can see here, it basically shows you what the camera is looking at. And if I turn it on here, you can see what it kind of looks like. So this is going to help us when our curve is moving along the line. Okay, so to do that, what we have to do is come up here. So then we need to import useHelper. Whoops, not user, useHelper from React 3J, which you can read up on. It's just like a custom hook that makes things easier. Again, a hook is just code that someone else wrote, so you could make your own useHelper function if you wanted to. And then next thing is I'm just going to import the whole thing as 3, just because I'm lazy, from 3. Earlier in the video, I deconstructed, which is why we didn't need to do 3.mesh basic material here. But this time I'm just doing everything as 3, which means we have to use 3. Anyway, yeah, let's just create it here. So I'm going to do const camera helper. What I'm going to pass in here is the camera reference, right? Because we're just referring to that camera. And then we want to use that use helper hook that we just implemented. We were going to take the camera reference and we're going to do the 3.camera helper like so. And we don't want to return anything, so we can just do return all. Cool. So now we can just copy this camera helper and I'm going to place it into the second view, camera helper. And then I want to pass in that camera reference prop that we gave it. And then I'm going to pass in the first camera one, which is this camera, into this camera helper. Yeah, so this should be working. Let's go to the browser and take a look. Well, I definitely don't see any lines, so this is bad. If I don't see it, but everything looks right, I probably missed a reference somewhere. Because if you refer to nothing, then sometimes it doesn't do. Camera. Yeah, actually, I didn't set the references to the camera themselves, so I actually don't know what this is looking. Maybe it like automatically figured out I was making an error, and fixed it for me behind the scenes. I don't actually know, but I think we just need to update this and actually set the reference to this camera and then reference to this camera. So now this second scene can reference to the same reference as this actual perspective camera. If I refresh the page, okay, yeah, see, now we're seeing something. So now we can see the camera helper, and as I move it, you can see that, yeah, indeed, the camera helper is working. So this camera on the right is going to be the one that's moving along the curve and so forth, whereas this one on the left is going to be our look down sort of thing. Also, for some reason, these indexes came here for no reason. I don't know where they came from, so I'm just going to get rid of them. Okay, the next thing I want to do is start from a mobile approach, because if the motion path looks okay on mobile, it'll likely look okay on desktop and only have mild changes. Start desktop first, that could be totally fine as well, but I like to start with mobile when I'm doing motion paths. So I'm just going to hop into Figma, do like a frame with F, and then just choose one random. So I just want like a happy medium between something like that. So it doesn't have to be that accurate, but maybe we can do like 402 by 875. 402, whoop, 402 by 875. And cool. So we pretty much have a mobile view phone here on the right side. So let's also increase the size of the left one, and I'm just going to make it like 750 or something like that. Cool. So if you wanted to, you could also make a third view, which is 100%, 100%, and when you like scroll down, you'll see it. Alternatively, if you don't like the method that I'm using, what you can do is use Vite -- host instead. If you go to package.json, Vite -- host, and if you rerun this server, you'll get a second URL and that you can visit on your phone. So as long as your computer and phone are connected to the same internet, you can just visit the second URL on your phone and you'll see your Three.js experience right on your phone. I'm not going to be doing that just because I can't show my phone screen when I'm developing, and I kind of like doing everything on the computer just because of personal preference, but it's definitely up to you. I encourage you to find your own work style instead of just doing what I'm doing. Over time, you'll develop your preferences and how you want to develop. Okay, so in our scene, I think I originally called it controls, but what I'm gonna do is Control D, and I'm gonna name this camera this time because we don't need to pass in our controls, it's just the camera itself. And let's just come in here and let's just do camera equals and set it to the reference of the camera one. So just here. And then, yeah, let's just comment this out. Log this current should just be the current instance of the camera itself. So what we can do is just, we don't need .camera anymore because it's not controls.camera. It's just the current instance of the camera. Same thing here. This should be okay as well. So, all right, so let's take a look at what we have in the browser, and it looks like it's messing up crazy. And it can't define current. Oh, and I think it's because our second view, our second scene is not getting anything passed in, so that'll be undefined every time it loops. So what we can just do is, like, you could pass the second camera there if you wanted to, but we're never going to use that information, so I'm just going to do if camera exists. And we're going to remove all of this later. It's just to create our curve. So if camera exists, then print out and see, okay, there's no more error here. And as I update the camera that's going to be rotating, everything else is updating. Cool. All right, so let's find some positions that we want our stuff to be at and then create a curve based on that. So I'm going to go back here and I'm just going to choose a starting location. Yeah, so yeah, just get something that you like. It's not really a big deal. Okay, let's go to our scene and create our first path. So what I'm going to do is call const camera curve, and then I'm going to do new 3.catMul rom curve and create some vectors in here. So I'm going to do new 3.vector3. So what we're going to do is 273 and 47.5. All right, so now I'm at a second point and I'm going to be at 1.36. So I'm going to shift alt. This one I'm actually going to do 1.4, 69. Whoops, it's pretty much just 70. I don't want them too close to each other because that means we would just have a lot more points together, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, and then I'm going to go for my third point on the line, which is about here. So this is going to be negative 2.1258, like so. And then y is going to remain 70, and then 17 is going to be 17. Z is going to be 17. So we can't see our curve yet, so let's add a debug curve so we can see that. So what I'm going to do, you know, just with the other helper, I'll just do const debug curve. And it's going to take a curve as a prop. Whoops, I forgot the equal sign here. Like so. Then we're going to divide the curve into a bunch of points. So we do that by do get points. And I'm just going to do 50, which should be enough for us. But you can see here, get points default is 5 in the Three.js docs. Then we're going to create a geometry from those points. So I'm just going to call it geometry equals new 3.buffer geometry, which is basically us creating our own geometry based on those points. And then we'll just do set from points, and then from those points that we grabbed from the curve. And then we can return the line geometry. So return, and we'll do line says geometry equal to the geometry. And then we can do a line basic material, like so. And then for the color, I'm just going to make it red, because why not? Cool. And this should be in brackets. Whoops. Cool. Now we just create the debug curve in the scene. So I'm going to put it here. Whoops. Like so, debug curve. And I don't need a closing tag, just here. And then for the curve, we just want it to equal to the curve that we created here, which is camera curve. Camera curve. Okay, so let's see what we have. Point is not defined. Oh yeah, I said it here. I said it, but I didn't actually type it. That's weird. So const points equals curve.getPoints. Whoops. Now if we go back, you can see our curve. So we start up here, and then we go in a little bit, like so. Pretty cool. I'm actually going to get rid of the rotation logs right now because it's just clogging things. And I don't need position here either. Yeah, so just continue getting your points. I'll show you all of my points at the end, but I'm just going to fast forward so you don't have to sit here and watch me get my points. Yeah, so here are my points, and I put a comment here when I'm going to open the door and when I'm going to close the door, so that's what these comments are for. And then for the first 3 points, I use them as the 3 last points as well, just in reverse order. So the first one is the last one, and the third one is the third to last one, and the middle one stays the same. And this way, when I go out and go back, it'll end at the same place that it started. Super cool. So yeah, I have it going through the door and then a little bit looking to the projects, a little bit parallel, and then it goes over here just so it can have some space to look at the left side, and then goes to the project and then goes back out the door like so. I will say I don't think I'm going to be doing the 2-curve method because we would have to time the rotation significantly. It might not be as bad as I'm envisioning it, but I do think the 2-curve method here isn't ideal because we have so many curves. If we didn't have so many sharp turns and sharp corners and it was like more spread out, the 2-curve method would be a lot easier to time. But for us, it's going to be quite tedious. If you wanted to speed it up, like the curves and everything, like we could have possibly exported a Blender spline and converted it to a path in Three.js. Someone wrote a Python script for it, so you could probably try that out. Another method I was considering using for this video is where you animate the camera in Blender and then just export it as part of the model and use a camera to follow those keyframes in React 3 Fiber. So this guy did it already, and he provided a sandbox, so shout out to him. I've been shouting him out a lot. You should definitely follow him. And you can see he has the camera action here, and he's just doing a linear interpolation, so it's smooth between the keyframes. Cool, cool, cool. And then, yeah, he's got a lot of other things like the child rotation. That's why he's getting this floating thing here. He's using those functions. Yeah, and a bunch of other cool stuff that you can look around. So what we're going to do instead is take target rotation values, and then based on the position of where that camera is on the curve, we're going to start lerping in between those target positions. Anyway, let's get our camera moving along the curve first. All right, let's go to experience, and we're going to create a few things here, a state in some way. And this is going to be the state of our scroll progress. So I'm going to call it const, and I'm going to call it, and I'll call it scroll progress, like so. And of course, naming convention for React is just set scroll progress. Whoops, I want to do camel case here, so let's do set, and let's do this. And it's going to be number, so we're going to do use state, and I'm going to set to 0. Now, if we just copy the original scroll progress, what we're going to get is a very solid movement. I wanted to smooth in between the movements. So what we need is a target scroll progress, and then we're going to linearly interpolate between that. Let's say here we have distance, and here we have time. If you're linearly interpolating between, let's say, like point X and point Z, if you're linearly interpolating between these, depending on your factor, it might look a little smoother, it might look like a little farther, but the distance is going to drop really quickly, and then as you get closer to point Z, it's going to start smoothing out and getting slower and slower and slower as time goes on until you eventually get to point Z. If you weren't linear interpolating, what you'd get is just a straight line, constant speed all the way from point X to point Z. And this slowdown or this smooth factor can be adjusted, and this is kind of what we call the lerp factor. So I'm going to call this const, and I'll just set it as a lerp factor. So I'll just call it lerp factor, and I'll set it to 0.1, which is a fairly standard lerp factor. Oh, and I shouldn't forget my target, so I'm going to do const target scroll progress, and I'm going to just use a useRef, and I'm just going to set it at 0. So we're referring to this value of 0 pretty much. And this is going to be changing the reference over in time. All right, the next thing we need to do is add some event listeners. So I'm going to put that in a use effect. This way, everything loads, and then the use effect loads. And in here, I'm going to create a function called handle wheel, and this will handle the wheel event. We'll do pointer later. And then I want to grab that event object that comes with events, like so. And now I just want to set this and .current, so just the current reference of this, equal to itself plus e.delta_y. So if you don't know what delta y is for the wheel event, you can just log it out, but it'll be 100 or negative 100. It kind of varies depending on your mouse, but it's typically negative 100 or 100. We're just adding it to the target scroll progress. Because e.delta_y is significantly large, it's not going to work well when we add it to the current progress, because curves in Three.js, their progress values goes from 0 to 1. So if you wanted to, you could just get the direction of it. Like if it's positive, then if it's positive, multiply by a factor, or if it's negative, multiply by a factor. Either way, we need something that's really small multiplying it by it. So what I'm going to do is const, and I'll call this scroll speed. And I'm just going to set it to something really, really small, like maybe like something like this. And then here we can just multiply here by scroll speed. Whoops, scroll speed. Scroll speed, like so. Okay, now let's add that window.add event listener. And we're going to add a wheel event. And then we want to pass it, we'll call this every time we are doing the wheel. And then, of course, we just want our function that we created here for the wheel event. And just save that. And then good practice says when we unmount something, we need a cleanup function. This experience class will never unmount, so it's kind of useless, but, you know, just for us, you know, just for safety's sake, let's do it anyway. So what we'll do is do window.remove event listener. So window.remove, and this will run as a cleanup function if the component unmounts. Okay, and then let's just make an empty dependency array because nothing is going to be changing this. So now we need these to be passed into our scene. So I'm going to double click this, hold Alt and double click all of these, Control C, and then let's just come up to our scene and add these as props. And then let's hold Alt, multiple cursors, add some commas here, add a comma here, scroll here, and then copy and paste these. And then let's also come to this one because this is the scene that is updating. Just paste it in here. I'm going to do 4 cursors, and I'm going to do equals, brackets, and then Control V. If you have the same amount of cursors as the number of lines that you pasted, it'll do 1 for each line. If you have more than 1, it'll duplicate them over and over again. So just make sure you have 4 because I highlighted 4 lines. Sweet. And now we need to update our use frame to actually use this stuff. Let's just comment this out and let's get started. Okay, so we need a new progress value to scroll to. So I'm going to call it const new progress. And then we're going to linearly interpolate from the current scroll progress to the target one, which updates based on our wheel, right? So let's say our current is like 0.5 progress. Then we scroll down, it'll be 0.55. So we want to linearly interpolate between this. One way to do that is using three.mathutils. They have a lerp function here. So scroll progress is our current progress. And then we want to do that target scroll progress, the current reference of that. And then we want our lerp factor, which we put in. So I called it lerp factor, and like so. So again, you can look this up in the docs if you want to. You could also write your custom lerp function if you want, but this will be good enough for us. Cool. So our new progress is linearly interpolating between this with that 0.1 lerp factor. So let's set the scroll progress to the new progress that we're calculating on each frame. Then let's get the point that our camera should be copying. So let's do const point equals camera curve, get point, and we're just going to get the new progress point. And then all we have to do is set the current reference of the camera. So camera.current, current reference of the camera, .position, .copy, and we just have to copy the point. Now, one last thing, let's also make sure we do our imports. So we need a useState, like so. And let's go to the browser and see what we have. Okay, let's see. Set scroll progress is not defined. Let's see. Oh, yeah, so we didn't actually... Oh, we don't need scroll speed in here. Whoops. This should be set scroll progress, which is based on our use state. So I'll just organize it like that. So yeah, set scroll progress. This is the one that we need here, and it shouldn't be scroll speed. So I'm gonna Control D and just do that, and then let's organize it. Let's go back and see what we have. Yeah, and now when I scroll. So I still have orbit controls on, which if I right click, I can pan around, but I can't like zoom or rotate it. Otherwise it's gonna start glitching, but that's totally okay. I can still use right click to pan around. Anyway, you can see that my camera is now following my curve, and yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, so I think I said it earlier, but we probably should have just standardized this instead of multiplying it by something really small. So there's like a few packages you can do. This one is something that I used quite a bit to normalize the wheel events. So it works across multiple browsers and mouses in the same way. But instead, I'm just going to get the direction of e.delta y. And we can do that through math.sine. And math.sign is just a native JavaScript function that you can see right here. Depending on the sign, it'll just output -1 or 1 or 0 if it's not neither. And since we were doing 100, we can take off 2 zeros here. So we're doing 0.5% per scroll. So this should effectively give us the same thing. And indeed, when I scroll, it feels exactly the same as before. Okay, so before we move on, I just want to get rid of our split screen with the views. I was planning to use the double curve method, but after thinking about it, I decided that it's probably not a good idea for what we're doing. So there would be no benefit of keeping a split view in that case. Yeah, so I don't really plan this when I'm recording it because I don't code it beforehand. I kind of just code it and record it and talk about it when I'm coding. So I didn't actually know if that would have been a good idea or not. But I do hope that at least you learned something, even though we wasted a little bit of time. Hopefully you learned something about working with views. Alright, so what we can do is just get rid of this because we don't need it anymore. Again, we don't need viewport anymore, so we need to toss this in here and just toss it like so. And then we can also remove this because we created a perspective camera here that we're using. Cool. And now let's go back up here and kind of just remove our camera 2 reference and our controls 2 reference. And then for the controls, whoops, I actually got rid of those. So maybe what we can do is leave an orbit controls in here. So I'm going to do orbit control, and then we'll set its ref equal to controls 1, and then its camera equal to, and the current reference of the camera. Cool. So this way we can still pan around because we're going to need that for the rotation. So if I go back, you can see I can right click to pan still. And yeah, since we did mobile first, you can see on desktop, it's not too bad. So it goes in and you can pan around and go here on desktop. Now, if you wanted to, like, you could definitely make a separate curve if it was on desktop if you wanted to. But since we did it on mobile first, you can see that it actually looks really good on desktop as well. All right, now let's add some pointer events for our mobile devices. So the first thing I'm going to do is do a on pointer down. So when we click down and then we drag right on the screen, that's going to be pointer move. And we only want to trigger pointer move when the mouse is down. And then once we release up, we want to get rid of that pointer. So what we're going to need is const is swiping. And I'm going to use ref, just refer it as a Boolean value. And we'll do const handle pointer down. So when someone clicks, basically, we actually don't need the event object for this one. But I'm just going to set is swiping equals to true. And whoops, this should be the current reference to that, not just itself. And we need a pointer move, so I'm going to do pointer move. Handle pointer move. Cool. And then we want to check if is swiping. So if it's false, then just return. So we'll just return. This is like a guard. So this is what we call a guard clause. You know, if we're not swiping, then we don't want to be triggering this event. This time we do need the event object. And what we're going to do is do the same thing up here. We're just going to copy and paste this because why not? And so I don't know if pointer move has e.delta-y. You could just console.log this if you want to see, but I know it has movement y, which is what I've used before. And this does the same thing that this pretty much does. It shows you if it's negative or positive pretty much. So if you don't like the syntax, by the way, like you can totally just simplify it to plus equals. I'm just doing it like this for readability. And then sometimes the browser will handle pointer up for us. So we might not need this, but you know, just for clarity purposes, what we're going to do is set it to false. And this will be handle pointer up. Whoops, handle pointer up. So let's just shift alt down arrow here 4 times. And let's do this on pointer down. This will be pointer move, and this will be pointer up. And then we can just copy and paste these in here. So pointer move, pointer up, and pointer down, And then now we can just copy this, paste it in here, double click, Control D, Control V, replace. Let's go back to the browser and just see what we have. So if I go here and scroll down, and I'm still holding my mouse down, so it does seem to be working. Orbit controls is glitching out with touch, so let's get rid of this temporarily and put it back later. Now it doesn't seem to be working the same as it was with orbit controls, and there was probably some event propagation in which that orbit controls made the pointer move work. And this is actually a well-known issue. So if I go into Stack Overflow, you can see this question as 176 upvotes, point to move event not working with touch. So we can fix it pretty simply. If we go into app.css and just do touch events, touch action and set it to none, then it'll start working again. So if we go back, you can see it works the same as it was before. And if it's too fast, you can always just multiply by a factor here. So 0.0, I don't know, maybe like 0.2, we can try that. This seems a little bit better than what it was before. Yeah, so you don't make the user scroll as much. You could also dynamically adjust the speed and how much they can scroll at certain areas on the curve. We're not going to be doing that. That's kind of just extra time and it's not necessary for a scene. Additionally, if you didn't want to use our standardized stuff, like you could have definitely used the delta difference between the points. So like have a const delta y value, or sorry, an initial y value, and then get the initial y value in the pointer down and then subtract based on its movement. But to me, just having this constant factor and based on the movement is a lot simpler than calculating delta values to determine movement. But yeah, for us, we don't need to calculate the delta for anything. And this effectively has the same exact effect as calculating the delta. Okay, let's update our rotation on scroll now. Now, like most things, there are a lot of ways to approach this. In a previous video, I talked about along the curve, you can use like vector math. So if you get the next point on the line and the current point on the line, you get a directional vector, and then you can multiply it by an up vector in the y-axis and take the cross, sorry, not multiply, take the cross product of it, and you'd get a vector pointing outward toward the curve. So if the same curve a little more angled, you'd get, you know, your camera always looking outside the curve. And then of course you can just make mathematical adjustments if you want it slightly this way or slightly this way, depending on the position. If you want, you can work with quaternions, so set from Euler, which you can also work with. This is just another way to represent rotations, and it's kind of better than Euler's because it avoids gimbal lock. And you can also try this package by Cody, who's another really popular WebGL 3D person. So I definitely recommend checking him out. Here, his package here kind of does a lot with rotations too, and positions and so on and so forth. Now, since we're not going to be concerned with gimbal lock because we're not having user interaction for the camera, I'm just going to be using Euler's, and I'm going to go for a very high readability and high understandable solution. First thing we need to do is save a bunch of Euler rotations. So I'm going to come here. You can also put it out of the scene. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to refactor the code later, but I just want to get things working now. So I'm going to call this rotation targets, and it's going to be an array, and it's going to be an array of objects. And what I need is a progress value as well as a rotation value to lerp to at that specific point, or that progress value. Let's say at open door, the rotation is like 90 degrees on the y-axis, and here it's 0 at progress 0. And let's say this is like progress 0.2. That means at progress 0.2, between 0 and 0.2, we're going to be linearly interpolating to 90 degrees. Of course, if you want to add something else here, like let's say it rotates at 180, then between this point and this point, we're going to be linearly interpolating from 180 to 90. The difference in this progress is only 0.1, whereas if you get rid of this, the difference in progress is 0.2. So we're going to mathematically calculate for that in a little bit. So what we need is a progress value and a rotation value. So the first progress marker is obviously going to be 0. So this is going to be our initial rotation. And I'm just going to comment rotation, and I'll do a new 3.Euler. I'm just going to temporarily set it at 0, 0, 0. But let's now finally uncomment this so we can see our rotation, like so. And what I also want to do is console log the progress. So what I'm going to do is console.log, and I'll call it new progress. And then I'm going to shift alt up arrow and just put a quote on up here as well. And of course, this is initiated below, so let's actually just move everything down here. Cool, cool, cool. Let's also re-enable our orbit controls. When I was making the positions, I should have saved the rotations at the same time, but oh well, now I have to start over, but that's totally okay. Anyway, let's come back here and reinstantiate our orbit controls. And let's also get rid of this stuff because the mouse is also a pointer when you click on it. So I'm going to get rid of that. Now you can check the pointer type. So here you can see if it's mouse, you can check for this from the event object. So we could do that for the mouse if we did not want mouse interaction. to click and drag, but I haven't determined if I want to get rid of that yet or not. So I'm just going to temporarily just comment it out rather than only have it for touchscreen at the moment. Or you can just leave it in. I'm just going to leave it in and determine that later. Yeah, so once you get a rotation you like at your progress of 0, you can just copy it. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to open it up and copy this. And I'm going to put that in our Euler. So let's just do Euler, search for here, and just copy and paste it in here. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Don't accidentally remove the minus sign because we need those. Let's put 2 commas here. Save it like so. Control X, get rid of those quickly. And then let's shorten these numbers up a little bit. So I'm just going to go to the more major ones. So somewhere like here and kind of rotate. And then unfortunately this isn't there. So let's just go back, wait till it stabilizes a little bit. Here's another one. Cool, cool, cool. We can just copy it here. Then I'm going to highlight the whole thing, Shift Alt down arrow, and then paste it in here. And of course, don't forget to add the progress value. So mine is over here. So that's pretty much just 0.14. Whoops. And remember, it goes from 0 to 1, which means this is about 14% of the way along the curve. And then let's just go to the next major point. So I kind of wanted to start looking at the projects right here, around here. So what I'm going to do is come down here and just copy it again. So now I'm about 24% of the way. So let's do this. 24%. And let's copy this again here, like so. Get rid of this, get rid of this. And let's copy this again here, like so. Now, I will say, I suggest you do the major points first, and then once we implement our rotation lerping, you can add some adjustment progress points in between. Because right now, if we go from here to a rotation of, let's say here, when we're scrolling, since it's going to be lerping in between, we might get an effect where this kind of looks a little bit left, and it starts looking left, and then goes a little bit more left, and then it goes into the door, and then it looks left. So I might put another point right here where I'm still looking at the door, and then it loops in between from closer to the door and then looking there. But I suggest you get your major points first, like here, for example, like the point between this one and this one, so it's like parallel. Get your major points first, and then you can always add adjustment points later. Yeah, so here are my list of rotation targets. Obviously, it's going to depend on your scene, but if you want to copy mine, if you're using the same Blender file as I am, these are going to be my initial rotation targets. Okay, so now let's create a function that updates the rotation based on our progress. So we could just smack dab it right into useFrame, but I'm going to separate it out. And again, we're going to refactor our code later. So I'm going to call it getLerpedRotation. And then I'm going to need that progress, which is going to be this new progress. We're going to pass it into getLerpedRotation. Then we need a loop. And what we're looping is between a set of these two, right? Because if we're, let's say we're at 0.63, then that means we're lerping between this original rotation and this original rotation. That'll determine our linear interpolation factor. So for let I equals 0, I is less than rotation targets dot length minus 1 I plus plus, your generic for loop. So we're going to need a start and an end. So let's create those right now. So we're going to do const start, and we're just going to set that equal to rotation.i because it's looping, so each one of these could be a start. Then we're going to shift alt down arrow, call this end, and then the next target is going to be the end point, right? If this is the start, this is going to be end. If this is the start, this is going to be the end. So that's all this is doing. So now we need to determine where our new progress is within the set of predefined rotation targets that we have. So it's a simple if statement. If progress is greater than or equal to start.progress, and progress is less than or equal to the end.progress. Now let's calculate the linear interpolation factor. So I'm going to call it lerp factor. I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, but it's typically referred to as just the value of t. So you could just call it const t, which you'll see a lot, but I'm going to call it lerp factor. Whoops. And our lerp factor is just going to be the percentage between our starting and ending progress points. So to get the percentage between two random values, we can take our current progress, or our current value, minus the start.progress, or initial value, divided by the total distance, or the total progress between the start and end values. So that'll just be end.progress minus start.progress. Okay, let's just do a simple calculation just to visualize this. So let's say you have a starting progress of 10 and an ending value of 15. Actually, it doesn't have to be progress, it can be anything. And let's say you have a value of 12. And you want to know how far 12 is from 15, or vice versa. So how do you calculate that? Well, so you probably learned this formula if you don't recognize it, but you probably learned it a long time ago. 12 minus 10 equals 2. And then 15 minus 10, or the ending progress minus the starting progress, equals 5. So what we have is 2 over 5, 2 divided by 5 equals 40%. Obviously, mathematically, you know 12.5 is going to be 50% of the way between these two values. And now we can just return this. So let's do return new 3.uler. And it's going to be math.utils. So I'm just going to copy this lerp function right here. And obviously I'm going to get rid of this variable because we don't need it. And we're going to do start.rotation. So the starting rotation, one of these, wherever the loop is, and it's X, and then we're going to go to the end. So we're going to do end.rotation.x. Let's shift alt down arrow twice. 1, 2. Let's put some commas here. Save it. Let's Control D, change this to Y, and Control D and change these to Z. So now we can come into use frame and just use it. So what we're going to do here, get our const target rotation, and it'll be get lerped rotation, and we're going to pass in our new progress. And since it returns a lerping Euler, and it's returning that, we can just copy the rotation. So camera, the current instance of the camera, dot rotation, dot copy, and we'll just do target rotation. Cool. Looking amazing. Yeah, here's the issue here. I said it's going to start rotating left before we get to that point, as expected. But everything seems to be okay so far. A little bit awkward here. So I could just adjust that, and yeah, this is definitely wrong. And this is kind of the problem with Eulers. You can see we're having a lot of issues here. And I can't scroll out anymore. So yeah, so we have a few issues. I was kind of hoping that it would be a non-issue, but so the reason everything is rotating randomly is like sometimes the 3D software will take the long way around. If you don't have drastic changes in rotation, just leaving this should be fine, but apparently my rotations are a little bit drastic, so we can fix this. However, it is a really easy fix. We can just use quaternions instead. But I do hope this made sense. If it did, then quaternions should also make sense. So all we have to do is set our start and end quaternions that we're going to slurp with that Three.js built-in function. So I'm going to call this start quaternion. Whoops. And I'm going to equal a new 3.quaternion. And I'm going to set from Euler. So that method that was also in the Three.js docs that I talked about earlier. And it'll be the start.rotation. And then I want, this should be rotation, and then we want an end quaternion. So this is going to be the end here. So let's just do const, and I'll call it lerping quaternion, and it'll just be a new 3.quaternion. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. I don't actually know. I think it's quaternion. And then we're going to use that slurp thing that's in the Three.js docs. Slurp quaternions. Right here, and it takes a quaternion, a first quaternion, a second quaternion, and then our linear interpolation factor. Cool. So we have both of those. So let's go over here. We'll have the first one and the second one, and then we just have our lerp factor. Cool. So we don't actually have to assign anything here because this stores the result inside that quaternion itself. Then let's get rid of this and create our rotation that we're going to copy. So const lerped rotation, and it's going to be a new 3.Euler, like so, and then we want to do dot set from our quaternion, our lerping quaternion. So I'm going to type in our lerping quaternion, and then we can just return this looped rotation, like so. Again, if you just want to return this is totally fine as well. So I also forgot the parentheses for these two, so I'm just going to add those right now. So if I come back, let's see what we have. So everything still looks good. Everything looks good. And I keep scrolling. And you can see now there's no more rotation. Super, super cool. So if I go back to the browser, so if I scroll too fast, there's still some jaggedy movements. So you could smooth that out probably by either fixing your rotation or making the curve a little bit more spread out. But if you go slowly, no one's really going to notice. Even in some award-winning websites, if you do scroll too fast, it will also do the jump. You know, sometimes that's just unavoidable. I think this rotation here I have is a little too disorienting. So maybe I'm just going to lower it a little bit like here. Maybe instead of adjusting the rotation itself, I just make it start rotating sooner, and I'll make it a lot less more abrupt because there's more distance to rotate. Yeah, so it definitely feels better that way. Cool, cool, cool. Now there's also this last error here. I can't go out the door. It's because our progress is above 0.755, but it's not less than the ending progress because there is no ending progress because we're at the end, right? So what we can do instead is just let's come out of the for loop. If we're past the end, that means we can just use this. Again, if you want to though, you can like make progress 1, which means 100% of the progress, or you can just use this one. So outside of the for loop, what we can just do is do rotation targets and just return the last one because we're just going to save them. So just dot length -1, and then that's going to be that object, and then we just want the rotation, right? It's just going to be this one, and then we're targeting the rotation, and this will be our end. So if I go back here and scroll, so you can see it takes the same rotation all the way back to the start. Okay, the next thing I want to do is add some sort of spatial awareness, because right now it seems kind of static, even though it is an immersive website. You can change the camera rotation or position based on the mouse position on the screen. And you'll see this effect a lot in like art galleries and other immersive scrolling experiences. So what I'm going to do is create a mouse move event. I'm just going to shift alt down arrow. And I'll call this handle mouse move. And for mobile users, I'm not planning on adding any sort of camera adjustment to it. You definitely could though. Like you could check if two fingers are pointing down, then you can like update the position slightly or let them rotate or have a completely different set of controls. But this will just be a desktop feature. So I'm just going to calculate the mouse position where the center is 0, 0 rather than the top left corner. So const mouse x coordinate equals e.clientx divide by window dot inner width times 2 minus 1. And then I'm going to do the same thing for mouse y, so like so. And this will be eClient y, and then window dot inner height. So I'm sure you've seen this normalization before, but you know in regular JavaScript, the top left corner is 0, 0. What this formula does is makes the center 0, 0, like this. And then if you go up, if you move your mouse up, it will return a value between 0 and 1. And then down will be between 0 and -1, depending where your mouse is. This one will be 1 in the x direction, and then this will be -1 in the x direction. I explained how this worked in a previous video, so you could definitely check that out. But I'm sure there's a lot of articles online, or you could use ChatGPT to explain the calculation there as well. So now what I want are some sensitivity values. So I'll do const sensitivity x, and I'm going to set it to 0.2. You can use the same one for both if you want to, but I'm just going to have separate ones in case I want to change it later. Whoops, I probably should have shift alt down arrow and 0.2. So let's go up here, and our mouse offset will be a Three.js vector. So we're going to do const mouse offset, and we're going to use ref, and it'll be a new 3.vector3, and we're just going to leave it empty for now. Whoops. All right, so let's do it. And we're only going to be updating the x and y directions. All right, now let's just update that vector. So let's do mouse offset, that reference that we just did, dot current, the current reference. And then we want its x value to be based on the mouse x location times the sensitivity of x. Shift alt down arrow, same thing here, but y. And now we can just go into our use frame. So I'm just going to go to use frame. Whoops. Hit enter, get here, and let's call this base point and add to the base point. we get rid of copy because we're no longer copying this position. We're going to be calculating a final position. So I'll do const final position, and it's going to be a new vector, new 3.vector3. And I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of on autopilot, so I don't actually know if we should do y or x here, but I'm assuming it's going to be plus, and it'll just be the mouse offset dot current and just x. So essentially what we're doing is taking our base point from the curve and then adding our offset of our mouse move, right? So if we move right a little bit, it's going to add that to the point that we got on the curve. So same thing, we're going to do base point dot y, we're going to plus mouse offset dot current, and then it'll be the y direction. And then for z, we're not doing anything, so we'll just return that as the same thing. Oops, dot z. I mean, you could totally add an offset here for z as well if you wanted to, but you know, up to you. Like maybe it's like a derivation of this, and then maybe it's like times 2, like, you know, really up to you there. Or it could be a completely different mathematical formula from this at all. So now we just lerp between these two. So camera, current instance of the camera, dot position, dot x. Then let's just copy and paste this 3 math tails up here because I'm lazy. And then I want to put an equal sign here. Whoops. Okay, so let's get the camera dot current position of its x coordinate, and we're going to lerp that to the final position dot x 0.1. So now we just do this for y, and then let's just do highlight this, control D, do y, and then we need to update this just in case. And of course we need to set the scene, so I'm going to click up scene right here, and we need to set a prop here for the mouse offset that we created. So I'm going to go down and here, and we need to pass it that into our scene. So let's go into our scene, shift alt down arrow, control D, control V, just like this. And if I go back, it says base paint is not defined. So yeah, I definitely misspelled something. Base paint. Yeah, whoops, there should be base point. Whoops. And I also noticed that I misspelled position here as well. I also misspelled it all the way here. So let's fix that. So it's still not working. So let's see where we messed up. I mean, I'll say, like, even if this is the wrong order, it should still do something or throw an error. Let's see. Let's just go to our mouse move event. Yeah, it's not, yeah, we didn't even add it. Whoops. Shift alt down arrow, mouse move. Let's do handle mouse move. Copy and paste this. Just place it here, same order. Copy, copy. Cool. And then, yeah, I also completely forgot the event object here as well. Whoops, sorry about that. Okay, if I go back, now it's working. So if I go to the right, the camera goes right. If I go to the left, it goes left. If I go up, it goes down. And if I go down, it goes up. So maybe you're okay with that. I mean, you could just make it a negative here. You could also make it a negative here, a negative here. Or you can just come up here, flip this order, or just do minus. So now when I go up, it goes up, and when I go down, it goes down. So adding this simple interaction definitely gives it some more of the spatial awareness, which I really, really like. Now, one thing I'll say is when the camera is rotating, you'll notice that, so it seems like it's moving on its local z-axis, but it's actually moving along the global x-axis. So it kind of gives in this zooming in effect. So depending on where you're on the curve, like if you're parallel to the x-axis, it'll go left and right. Whereas if you're perpendicular, it'll go forward and back. So if you want, you can mathematically adjust for the rotation, but I actually kind of like it where it has a different effect depending where you're on the curve. It might be a little bit confusing at first, but the randomness kind of also gives it sort of a more dreamy feel because it's not consistent all the time. So again, it's really up to you, and I definitely encourage you to spend some time exploring. Yeah, I definitely encourage you to explore, but you can see it definitely adds a lot more spatial awareness. All right, so for the controls, that'll be enough for now. We're going to revisit this. But now what I want to do is open and close this door when we get near it. To do that, the door came with extras 3. However, it's actually not listed here. And the reason is because when we use GLTF to JSX and we did dash transform, all the objects that used the same texture, they joined them together to optimize the mesh. So we actually shouldn't have transformed it. So the good news is we don't have to re-export because we should be having it fine. If we go to the one that wasn't transformed yet and go into GLTF report, you can see there's 6 meshes here. But if you do the one that we transformed, it will only show 1. So let's just copy this pass, CD. Then we'll do npx, gltf, jsx, detail t.glb. And since we can't use Draco with NPL without the transform flag, we can just use GLTF to compress it real quick. Let's export and let's go to Draco and just export. So here it is. And then let's just do the same thing, npx, and this time we want to do extras 3 because that's the one that the door is with. Then we want to do the same thing with extras 3. I forgot what I called it. Extras 3t.glb because that's the one with the door. Same thing, let's click and drag extras 3 here with the door. Let's add compression, Draco, hit export. Okay, let's go back to VS Code. Let's go into our models and delete extras 3 and detail and just hit delete. Move to recycle bin. Then let's put in detail here and let's put in extras t. Open extras detail with VS Code. Let's copy this here and go to our detail and just replace it here. And then instead of detail t transformed, it will be detail t-v1. And then same thing with extras 3. Let's open this. Let's copy this. Let's go to our extras 3t here and replace this group. And then instead of extras 3-t transformed, extras 3-v1. Yeah, I'm not going to spend time renaming these, but if you want to, you can totally do that. Okay, so to make this door open, it's actually really simple. Let's go back to experience.jsx. All we have to do is send in the progress to our child so it can use it. So I'll just set it to scroll progress. And remember, we're updating the scroll progress with set scroll progress. Use frame, so it's updating new progress on each frame. So our child component is going to get that updated scroll progress on every frame. So we need to refer to this door geometry here. So what we're going to do is do ref, and we'll just call it door ref. Door ref, I should have probably made it first. Oh well, we can just make it now. The const door ref equals use ref. Whoops. All right, now unfortunately it didn't import for us, so let's import that now, use ref. We need to determine if the door is closed or open, so we can do that in another use ref. So I'll call this door state, and it's going to start off as closed state. So if you didn't want to use a string, you could totally just do like something like is closed, and like use a Boolean value and set it to true by default. Like it's totally up to you, you don't have to use a string. Okay, let's find some pivot points for our door to open and close. So if I scroll here, I'm still printing out the progress, by the way, in use frame. So I'm just going to scroll down, and I want the door to open probably around here or so. Yeah, so maybe I'll just say 0.2. So just keep 0.2 in mind, and then we need one way on the way back. So now I'm on the way back, so maybe around here somewhere, and I'll just say 0.8. Let's create a door animation config. So door animation config, whoops. And it'll be an object with all our parameters to refer to. So I'm going to call it pivot. Well, you could, maybe threshold is better for this. I'll just call it pivot point 1. And I'm going to set that at 0.2. And then I'll shift alt down arrow. Not forget the comma there. And pivot point 2. And this will be at 0.8. And then we need our open angle. So open angle. And that'll just be 90 degrees with it, which is just math.pi divided by 2. Now it could be negative math.pi here. I don't actually know. We can just check when we get to it. And then we need our close angle, which is obviously just going to be 0 or the default position. You can see we're going to be here, and by default it starts at the z-axis of 0. And then we need a closing angle, which is just going to be the starting position of 0. So it's going to be 0 here. You can see it's 0. So this, we're going to open and close and rotate it instantaneously. Okay, so before we write our if statement, we need to grab that progress. So I'm just going to make this here and get the progress prop that we had. Whoops. And let's just set a default of 0. Cool. So if progress, let me think for a little bit. If it's greater than this and it's closed, then open essentially. So yeah. So if we scroll past 0.2, it will be greater than or equal to 0.2. So we call this door animation.config. Whoops. And I call it pivot point 1, and it's going to have to be less than pivot point 2. So whoops, this should be together. I thought saving would save it, but I guess not. And it has to be less than this, and progress has to be less than pivot point 2, and we have to make sure that the door is closed. So let's do and door state current reference at that equals closed. So if it is, then let's open it up. So let's do door ref, door ref dot current dot rotation dot z equals door animation config, and then we want our open angle. So we're just opening it. So let's shift alt down arrow. Let's do door state here. Whoops, door state, update our door state variable. And we're just going to set that equal to open. Cool. By the way, I have Control E on my delete to the right, which is what you just saw there. So if you want, you can go to keyboard shortcuts and type in delete right. And you can see I have it at Control E. So now we need, if we scroll backwards, like let's say we scroll forward, it opens and we're at 0.21, and then we scroll backwards, then 0.18, we want to close the door again. You don't have to, but I will be doing that. So if the door is open and the progress is less than pivot point 1, which means that we're below 0.2 and the door is open, then we want to close it. So we'll do open angle, close angle. We'll just set it to the close angle. And we'll set this state to close. Okay, so now let's do it for the second pivot point. So this is going to be the first pivot point area, and then this will be second pivot point. I'm just gonna note that we probably could leave comments here, but oh well, too late. Okay, so let's do the second pivot point. I'm just gonna copy this. It should be, let me see. It will only close after we're past pivot point 2. So that means greater than or equal to. Like so. So it's going to remain open all the way. Sorry, it's going to remain. This is going to come first. Assuming we don't scroll back, this will always stay open. And then the progress will go past 0.8. And the door is still open from here. And then we want to close it at 0.8. Okay, this is good. Okay, so then let's just copy this and let's just think through this for a moment. So if we scroll backwards from 0.8, like let's say we're at 0.81, and then we scroll to like 0.79, it will be closed because of this. So we want to open it again. So yeah, we're checking if it's closed. Then we're going to set it to open. Actually, I don't even think we need this because it's going to be the same as this one. Like intuitively, you'd think that we would need a door state, like a check if we're at the first or if we're at the last pivot point. But it should work for the second point out of the box. So we actually don't need this at all. So let's just get rid of that. So we only need 3 if statements here, which is actually kind of interesting. I have some typos here. So instead of close, it should be, whoops. Instead of close, it should be closed. Whoops. Closed and closed. And then I should keep this consistent with open angle, Control Shift L, and I'll keep it camel case. Same thing here. Close angle. And then for props, I also need the spread operator here. Scroll, we're going to hit 0.2. And it'll open, go back, close, open, cool. That works. It closes, let's go back. Opens, closes, opens, cool. Okay, so before we move on, let's make some adjustments because there's a few errors. So first we want to set our Boolean value of true for closed. And make sure your starting and ending points are the same. If you don't, it will still close, but it'll like draw a line between your starting and ending points. If you want predictable behavior, make sure they're the same. Otherwise, if you trust Three.js, then it doesn't have to be the same. And it might actually work out for you. For progress, I guess what we need to do is, I guess have a final one that's the same as the first one. So I don't want to start changing it here. So I know my threshold is 0.8, so maybe like at 8.5, we're going to leave it at the same here to this one. Let's go. And then I don't want it ever to change until progress 1, so I'll keep it the same and keep it until progress 1. And in our use frame, what we can do is right here, we want to make it come after the linear interpolation. So if new progress is greater than 1, let's reset everything to 0, so new progress is going to be 0, and then let's also change our target scroll progress also equal to 0 and .current, and then else if new progress is lower than 0, below 0 means we scrolled past the loop. Progress is going, new progress is going to equal to 1, and target.scroll progress is also going to equal to 1. And then let's not forget that this is now, let's make it a let variable so we can reassign. Here you can see I'm almost past 1. And I scroll past 1, I immediately get jumped to 0, and the door is still opening, and the door is still closing. Let's go back. Let's go to all the way to 0, and then you can see it jumped all the way to 1. All right, now I want to make the user know that these are clickable. And what I'm going to do is take the progress of the curve, and then when it gets to a certain progress, material will start getting brighter and pulsating. You could also do outlines. Honestly, there's a lot of ways you could do it. So let's create a pulse intensity. So let's go into our scene, and then let's just do const, and we'll do pulse intensity. Pulse intensity, hopefully I spelled that right, and then set pulse intensity. Set pulse intensity. Is that spelled the same? Anyway, and it'll just be a use state, and it's going to be 0. Now let's go into our use frame, and what we need is to grab the state from it. And in our use frame hook, we're going to be grabbing a state object. So just like in event listeners, you can grab the event object, right? In Three.js hooks, custom hooks, you can also use this state object. So if I go into the docs, you can see that under hooks, there is the state properties. And what we're going to be doing is using the clock of the state, so state.clock. And then you can see it's a 3.clock. And then if you go to the open source repo of Three.js and navigate to clock.js, you'll actually see what clock is actually. So again, if you wanted to, you could make your own clock, but we're just going to be using the one that comes with React 3 Fiber. So using that clock, let's create a pulse intensity. So it goes brighter, and then it goes not brighter, and then it goes brighter, and so on and so forth. I'll call that const new pulse intensity. And again, we're going to use that math.sign function that we used when we were animating the pig driver. So if I go back here, you can see, again, math.sign, or the sign function of x. Cool. So now we just need to get the state. So state.clock, and then we'll do .elapsed time. Now we need to make a few adjustments, because right now, again, it's going between 1 and -1. But we want to normalize it to go from 0 to 1, because 0 is going to be our base material, and 1 is going to be the increase in intensity. Now you could leave it like this and readjust it, but it's better just to adjust it so it's not as confusing when you work with it later. So again, how do you do that? Well, we can add 1 to it. So now it goes from 2 to 0, but we want 0 to 1 just because that's easy to work with. So we just divide by 2. And now we have 1 to 0. And then obviously this pulsating might be a little bit too slow. So of course, if you want to increase the frequency, you can multiply here, just like we did when we were animating the pig. So we'll do times 3. Let's add some parentheses here. We'll do +1, and we'll divide by 2. And yeah, you can play around with these to adjust the intensity and the frequency if you want to. So I'm going to do set pulse intensity, and it'll be this new pulse intensity that we calculate on each frame based on the elapsed time. So our child of detail needs this information, right? So we just pass it in as a prop. The child's like, parent, please give me this information. So progress, we need the, oh, actually it's right here. I'm just going to copy this. I like being lazy. Okay, and then I'll copy this and then do pulse intensity, and this will also equal pulse intensity. Now let's go to detail T and let's get in those props. So we wanted progress, I should have copied them, and then pulse intensity, and let's set some defaults here. So hold down Alt for two cursors equals 0. Use the spread operator for any extra props. And then we need to import useState because we need a hovered state. When we're hovering over something, the state changes of that thing. So I'll just call it const hovered mesh. I don't know, like, it doesn't really matter. And this will just be set hovered mesh. And I'll do useState, and I'm gonna default null, meaning we're not hovering over any meshes. So let's create our materials to be a little bit brighter. So let's do const bright. I'll call it bright hovered material. And we'll just clone this material right here. So let's just copy this, and we'll use the clone method, which is also in the Three.js docs if you want to read it. Return a new material with the same parameters as this material, except we want to set its color a little bit brighter. So what I'm going to do is go here, go back, let's get rid of this const, and I'll set its color property equals new 3.color. Whoops. .color, and I'll set it to 222. What we're doing here is basically we're doubling the amount of reds, greens, and blues in the image. And by doing that, it makes the image more white, right? And if you remember when we were looking at our texture, there was the red, green, and blue channels. And the more white it is, the more of that is present, right? So what we're doing is if we're doubling the red, that means this is going to be increasingly more white. And if we're doubling the green, it's going to be increasingly more white. And same with the blue channel, which is very, very low, but it would be more white as well. We're actually taking that 0 to 1 value and making it 2 instead of 1. So we're essentially overblowing the reds, greens, and blues, so it kind of makes it look brighter. We just have to do the same thing with the pulsating material. So I'm going to call this pulsing material. And then of course we need our base material. So const base material, and it will also just equal materials.clone like so. Cool. Yeah, so now we need to add some event listeners as well as progress points to our meshes and to determine when they're going to be pulsating. But before we do that, I kind of want to put this in a loop because it's really repetitive. We only have 4, so it's not that big of a deal. And even if we did have like 10 projects, like it would still be readable because everyone knows what's going on here. But I did have a viewer ask me about using loops for certain things with IDs based on a Blender name. And since these are all the Blender names that I gave it, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, or you could go for any key, like if you had like ID2 in Blender in your name. So I kind of just want to show that. That'll also apply for things like file names if you have a lot of them. So I've seen a lot of people where they would like load all of these separately, even if they had a naming convention already. And that's just a lot of extra code. So I'm going to show you a for loop method of this. So let's just comment this out. And remember, the only reason this works is because we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have a consistent naming scheme here. So I'll create an array and it'll be our IDs. So in our case, our IDs are just numbers of strings. So I'll do, and then we're going to map them, map. So if you go to the JavaScript MDN docs, you can see what .map does. And you can see it takes this, creates a new array with whatever we did in there. Cool. So .map, and then we can call this project ID. Project ID. So these are all our project IDs, right? And let's copy this. So let's just copy any one random mesh. So we're not going to use a dot notation here. We're going to use the square bracket notation. So, and then let's use a string literal so we can have some JavaScript in here. And again, all of them start with project. So we'll do project underscore. Then here we need some JavaScript. So let's create that. And then now we just need the project ID. Whoops, I don't want a space in between here. And then we're going to take the first character. So just this, and we're going to set it to uppercase. So we're just capitalizing .to uppercase like so. And then we'll just use the slice function to get the rest of it. So if we slice at 1, then it's going to return the rest of it. So we'll do project ID .slice, and we'll just 1. Again, you can just look this up in the MDN docs, and I'll show you some examples. All right, now we can add some event listeners. So one of the really awesome things is that the meshes in React 3 Fiber already have events that you can just use as part of their props. So I can just do on pointer over, and it's going to severed hovered mush, and we're going to pass in the ID, which is going to be the project ID. So this is the mesh that's being hovered, and when the pointer is out, we're going to set the hovered mesh back to null. And then, yeah, now we can get rid of this stuff. So let's just get rid of this. And we can copy and paste this all the way for the about me stuff as well. And then here we don't have an ID, so we can just call this about, and then we can leave this null. Cool. Okay, now we need a function to determine what material to use, because right now we're just hard coding the materials. So let's create this function. I'll call it const get material, and it's going to take element ID in, so either about or one of the project IDs, and it's also going to take a progress range. And our progress range we're going to pass in through here. Progress range will be an array, so let's use some deconstruction, and I'm going to do const min and max. This will make sense when we pass in progress range, but progress range will be just min and max values, so we're just deconstructing it right now. And I'll call that equal progress range. We're just grabbing those values out of that. And then same thing here, if progress is greater than or equal to the min of that range, and it's less than the max, less than or equal to the max, it means our progress is between there. Whoops. And then let's set our pulse color, so const pulse color equals 1. And the reason I want to start with 1 here, because by default it is 1, so if you go 1, 1, 1, this effectively looks exactly the same as the base material. Again, you can also come here, it says default is 1. We're just starting with 1, and now we just want to add the pulse intensity. Just going to multiply by some sort of arbitrary factor, maybe 1.5. Okay, so now we just need to set the pulsing material color to the pulsing intensity that's varying on every frame. So pulsing material dot color dot set RGB, which again, if you don't know where that is, you can come into color, look up set RGB. It's just setting the 3.color RGB, so it's just setting this. Here we're creating a new one because we're just setting it to the property. Here we're changing it on every frame, so we're going to be using this setter function. So let's just set it to pulse color, pulse color, pulse color, pulse color. Remember, our pulse intensity that we're passing in, it's a value that's going between 0 and 1. That means if this is going between 0 and 1, then it's going to 0 and 1.5, which means 1 plus 1.5 at the max means that pulse color will be anywhere from 0 to 2.5. If you want, I guess maybe we can also update this to 2.5 as well. Okay, now we just return the pulsing material. So return pulsing material, and then if this is never going to execute, then we can just return the base material. Return base material. All right, let's come in here, and instead of using this, we're going to do get material. And then we need to pass in our object ID, so it's going to be about. And then we need our range. So about, if I remember correctly, is somewhere arbitrarily between 0.55 and 0.62, because I remember my progress points back in experience. Now, if it's hovered, this is what we need to account for. If the hovered mesh state that we set here equals to the element ID that we pass in, then we don't even want to check this at all. We don't want the pulsing material and we don't want the base material. We just want the bright hovered material. So if hovered mesh, the one that we set here as well as the other places, equals to the one that we're passing in, element ID, this is not in the parenthesis, which is why it's glitching out, then what we want to do is just return the bright hovered material. And then let's just copy and paste this and replace it for here as well. And this time we're going to take the project ID, and I'm forgetting a parenthesis, so let's close that. And then the value, I think it started about 3.5, it ends around 5, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I'm also missing the key here, so the key should be project ID. We're going to need this because we're returning a loop of similar things. And this should not be brackets, these should be parentheses instead. Whoops. So let's create a parenthesis and get rid of this bracket and parentheses. Let's get rid of the semicolon. Cool. Because we want to return JSX. And then the last thing we need to do is I did not import 3, so let's do import all. Whoops, import, I said all, but as 3 from 3. You'll notice that I did not deconstruct properly, so I just need brackets there. And it's still not working. Honestly, it's probably a typo, so let's just look. I misspelled this several times, so let's just check. Yeah, it's probably still a typo, and I'm going to guess it's this, because I think I remember, yeah, I didn't spell this correctly, so let's just do Control-Shift-L to select all instances of that and just replace it with pulse intensity. All right, let's go. Okay, let's check. Let's cross the threshold. And now you can see it's pulsating. And now when I hover, you can see it's going to stay that while the other ones are pulsating. And let's make sure About Me works. So it's not pulsating, but when I get to it, it's going to start pulsating. Cool. You'll also notice, like, depending when you enter there, it might start at a really bright value and seem a little abrupt. You can mathematically calculate and accommodate for that if you want to, but I don't think it's worth the effort, so I'm not going to be doing that, but you could totally do that if you wanted to. Anyway, now that we can hover over it, we want to change the mouse state to the pointer, right? So that's really simple. Let's go back to detail.jsx and let's just create a use effect here. So use effect. And then we're just going to target the body. So document.body, the style.the cursor of the style. And we're just going to use a ternary operator. So if, sorry, what did I call it? Hovered mesh. If hovered mesh, is it hovered? If it is, then set it to pointer, the pointer cursor, or otherwise just set it to auto or the default cursor. And this will change every time we hover or unhover something, or whenever this state changes. So this will also change every time this changes. So that's why we have this in the dependency array. And you can see when I hover, I get the pointer. And if I go back here, hover, pointer, pointer, auto, pointer, pointer, and so on and so forth. Okay, so now what we need to do is when we click on a mesh, we need to show some HTML content, like about me. It will show some about me information and so on and so forth. Now there's several ways to approach this. You could just put all your JSX, sorry, I called it HTML, but you know what I mean. You could put all your JSX into this file itself, and then just show and hide based on state, right? And there isn't anything inherently wrong with that. And sometimes I do that too, like if the project has a very short and tight deadline, and it won't be revisited, things won't be changing, and we just want to get the project done and have a very minimal basis on code quality and separation of current concerns in each file and things like that. So honestly, it's really up to you where you want to put your HTML content. I'm just going to say HTML even though it's JSX. But what I like to do, like I said earlier in the video, is I like to keep my 2D and 3D worlds in separate areas. So experience contains everything in our 3D canvas, our 3D world, whereas our source folder, I'm going to create another file here called components, and this will hold all our HTML and CSS components. So that means when I go to app.js, this is our 3D world, and then we'll have our 2D like UI over here. So it'll just be like UI or something like that. For us, again, if you just want to shove everything in here, you could totally do that. In other projects, like when you have different URL routes and things like that, separating the two worlds in their own folders and files definitely helps out a lot. So the first thing we need in our HTML components is a modal. So something like this will pop up when we click on a project, and it'll just give us project information. So let's come into components here in the source folder, not the experience components, in here, and let's do modal.jsx. And just do the same snippet that we used before. Okay, so before we start making our model, I want to get some styles on. So I'm going to install Sass, and this works out of the box with our bundler, so we don't have to configure anything. -D for development, dev dependency, sorry. Like so. And now we can create an SCSS file here, so I'm just going to call it modal.scss. If you want to, use modules, you can. If you want to use Tailwind or some other CSS package, like totally go for it. I'm just going to be using SCSS because it's pretty much CSS, but with a little bit more features. So if we look at the modal, there's kind of a few things that we need. So we're going to need this title bar here. We're also going to need a scroll bar that comes with every modal that will probably dynamically update depending on how much there is to scroll. And then beyond that, everything else within the modal that is overflowed hidden when you scroll above, this can just be associated with whatever content that we pass through it. So something like this, children, and it wraps the children. So the children will have its own styled content, like it could look like this, it could look like this, but the modal itself, like this bar and this here and the X, they will all belong to the modal instead. Okay, so let's import our modal styles. So I'm going to do import modal.scss. So let's create everything that's related to the modal. So the first thing you'll notice is when you open a modal, the background will dim. So we want some sort of like black opacity, transparent, semi-transparent overlay. Now, if you wanted to go for a full screen, you could totally do that, but I think full screen is going to be a little bit overkill. But we can also make it responsive. So on mobile, it might be full screen, whereas on desktop, it will be a modal. What I'm going to do, let's just get rid of this temporarily. So I'm going to use emit, and I'm just going to do .modal overlay. Then in here, we can have our modal content. So modal content, we'll need a modal-content that close button. And then we probably, this should be in a header. So we can call this .modal content header. And then we can put the button in here. We can replace this later. I'm just formatting generically right now. And then since actually modal overlay, you can leave it wrapping. I think semantically that also makes sense because the modal content is within the overlay. But for now, I'm just going to keep it separate. So there's like a modal, the overlay, and then the content, which is the modal itself. And then our children needs to be in here. So it's not going to be in the header. It'll be in the modal content though. And then we can also have like a modal title. So Maybe we can just do h1 here, modal title. Again, this might not be the final structure. I just want to see something on the page. Now let's create a project component. So I'm going to come back into components. Actually, I should create a folder. I'm going to call this modal and move this in here like so. So it's organized, and then come back to components, create another one, and I'm going to call this project. And then I'm going to create another component, and I'm going to call that about me. So in project, let's create a same file. Let's call it project.jsx. Same thing here, REFCE. And I'm just going to leave this, but for now, just be like project 1, information and content. This is going to be the children that we go into the modal. So let's go now into app.jsx and let's import our modal. So let's do modal, auto import, nice. Do that. And then let's import our project. So let's just put in a project here. So project, cool. It auto imports like so. And it won't work yet because modal does not have children. So let's get the children in here. And now if I go back here, you can see indeed we have our project 1 information and content. And if I go into the DOM, you can see it's wrapped by our modal content. Our modal overlay is going to be here and so on and so forth. Super, super cool. So this is going to change, but the modal content is always going to be consistent. So if you're not familiar with this syntax, you can go into the docs of React called passing props to component and click on this one called passing JSX as children. And you can see this is kind of the format that we're doing, except we have a modal and a project instead of a card and an avatar. Unlike our other props where we did something like equals something, React by default will already have this children prop that we can just access, and it'll automatically recognize that anything that you wrap is going to be a children that you can just use. And the reason that works is because, again, React is just code that someone else wrote, and they determined that it would be a much better developer experience if we could just wrap child things, just like regular HTML, right? So, you know, you could totally do that if you wanted to. If you could come here, do children equals brackets, and then paste this, you can see it still works the same. But this looks really weird compared to just wrapping it, right? You would have card equals avatar, div equals image. That would look really weird. So React just out of the box supports this sort of formatting. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is when we click on a object, right, we need to show the modal. And when the modal is displaying, we need to disable our controls, like our wheel controls here, as well as these. Actually, we can reinstantiate these now. But we want to disable these. You might want to disable mouse move too, but I think I'm going to leave it in. That'll be okay. And the reason I want to disable these when the modal is open is because I don't want the user to lose their current position when they're like scrolling on the modal to like if there's more content, right? Like pretend this interface is the modal and I'm scrolling to read. If I don't disable this when the modal is active, it's just going to keep moving along the curve. Now, in some cases, you might actually want that behavior, but for us, we don't want that behavior because all our stuff is really close to each other and we don't want them to have to come back to click on the thing. So intuitively, you would make sense like, okay, let's just put the state here, right? Like just use state, you know, is open, whatever. This is just pseudocode, but like we have a use state here, and then we just pass it in, you know, is open as props to the modal, as well as the experience. And then if we go into the experience, you know, we'll pass it into here, right? It'll just be like is open. And then like in somewhere here, you know, we just check for the state. If is open is true, then we just return. So it's a guard clause. So this will never run if the modal is open based on the state that we put in here. But then detail is also in scene, right? So we would have to come to scene, and then we would have to pass the experience is open into the scene. And then this is open would have to come into detail here, and this would be another prop. So let me undo all those changes. So I'm going to undo all those changes, and let me just draw this out. Let me undo here. Let's get rid of this. So let's say we have our app here, and that contains our modal state. If it's open or not, modal state. Then what it passes into our modal component, as well as our experience. Sorry, this doesn't look good, but experience. And then our experience, it needs to pass it into the scene. right? And then the scene needs to pass it into the detail component. So there's nothing inherently wrong with this. And for us, it doesn't matter that much because I think this is going to be the only global state that exists in our app.js. That's not particularly wrong, but we're kind of getting a step closer to what we call prop drilling. And essentially, when you lift the state to a higher parent component, it's going to have to work through multiple things just to get to that child component that needs it. And some components along the way don't actually need that at all. So where in our structure here, which component does not actually need the model state? And it's actually scene, right? So scene is in the same file as experience, but we could completely take out scene as well into its separate file, which we might do later. But scene itself is, let's say it's something like this, right? So let's say this is experience, then this is scene, and then this is the child component. This is detail that needs that prop. So here we have something, our scene, that never actually uses the model state at all. And then this is where React context comes in. So you can read this if you want, but I'm actually not going to be using React context just because it's a little bit more messy for what we're going to be doing than using an external package. So what we're going to be doing instead is using this package here, decoupled from the React tree, which makes it look a lot nicer to implement. It also has a lot of optimization benefits. So if you want to scale your thing or future-proof this project, you could just use this package. So by using this package instead, I don't know how to pronounce it. Essentially, it's kind of living over here. It'll still live in our code, obviously, but it's kind of living over here. Instead of having this hierarchy, all 4 of these that need that state can just look at this. Just directly like this. All they have to do is import the store. So they call it a store, but we can just call it a global state or whatever. But yeah, anyone can just walk to the store. Anyone can just walk to the basket and check what's in there and use that information. And let's come into our source folder. Whoops, in here, and let's create another folder, and let's call it stores. And then in stores, okay, so let's install Zustand, npm I Zustand. Oops, in here, and let's create another folder, and let's call it stores. And then in stores, called modal stores, modal store.jsx. Now let's take a look at the Zustand docs. So we already installed. Now we can just copy and paste this in here. So we're just importing create. So it says set function merges state. So what does that actually mean? So here is a state that is unchanged and will never be changed except by calling these methods that, again, since Zustand is like this global state, once we import this store, that means all our components that have access to the store can call one of these. And then these methods will take the current state and update it. So it'll take the bears, it'll take 0. This one will take the current state of the bears plus 1. And then set function tells it to merge that state with this state, right? Say I add like wolves 0 here. We call it merging, or they call it merging at least, because you're not replacing any value. You're just adding 1 to it. And then the next time you call this, it's going to add 2, right? So this is going to be the state of the store that's only being updated by these. And you can see like here, we're merging this. So in this case, we're just setting it back to 0. So if we call this, this would go back to 0 and so on and so forth. And then here, this one passes in new bears. So let's say one of our components passes in like 5. That means we're going to set automatically bears to 5. So yeah, we're pretty much just creating a storage that our whole application can use. So if we go back to our model, there's kind of a few things that I can't find it. So I'm just going to type Control-P to go to model. So when it comes to the model and the store, technically all we need in the store is if the model is open or closed. Everything else can be sort of facilitated with like props and just like manually coding an array of strings or something like that. For future proofing, I'm going to be storing a lot more than just on or off into our store. So for example, for the modal title, our project titles are going to be here. Our about me section title is going to be here. We're also doing the type of children. This way, if later down the road we needed a different kind of modal style based on the children, we could check for that. But primarily, yeah, we just need if the modal is open or closed. And let's do that. So we're going to set this initial state, right? And it can be anything. And if you come back, you can see it can be anything, primitives, objects, functions, etc., etc. So what we're going to do is create a Boolean. Actually, let's rename this first called use a modal store. And now we just need a Boolean value. So is modal open. And we're going to set that to false by default because no modals are open by default. So we comma, and then we'll have the modal title, and this will just be an empty string. Then we need the modal content. So this is going to be our project component, also our about me component, and we can also create one for the menu right now. About, menu, and project are all going to be wrapped by modal. So we'll call it modal content, and we're going to set it to null. And then I guess I don't know yet, but we might need modal type if we want different styles later down the road. So I'll set that to a string. Obviously, you could also check just based on the title and content instead of having a separate modal type. But just for semantic purposes, you might just want to include a modal type here anyway. Okay, so now we need some functions. So let's do an open modal function, open modal. It's going to take in the title, some parameters, so the title, the content, and the type. And then let's do set, like so. Whoops, what is happening here? Oh, we need a comma here. And then set, I think it requires parentheses, yeah. Okay, like so. And then we're just going to set this stuff to the parameters that we have. So title's going to be here. Content's going to be here. That'll be our JSX element. And then type will be type here. And then we can just set this to true because we already know that. So now we just come here. Let's do close modal. And let's just copy our initial state, which is right here. So since we have these global functions, that means when we click on a project in detail, for example, we can click open modal. Then this function will be called, and it'll pass in the title, the content, the type. When we close the modal, it's going to set back to null, and the modal is going to close. Okay, and now let's just make sure to export this. And then let's go into our modal. I don't know where it is. Control B modal. And now we can just import it. I wonder if it will auto import use modal store. Yep, it will. Awesome. And if you go into the docs, you can see that in order to use it, we just call it, get the state, and then use whatever we want. So let's just grab all that stuff. Let's just do const. And let's go back to modal store and just copy this. We're just going to deconstruct all this. I'm gonna use 4 cursors, delete everything to the right with Control E. Oops, I should also have done it here. I'll put a comma and then do Control E, save it, and then I need a closing bracket. We're going to be deconstructing this from the use modal store, like so. Cool. Okay, and the first thing we want to check is modal open, right? So if it's not open, if it's false, by default it's false because it's not open. Then we just want to immediately return, so we have this guard clause right here. If it's not open, then don't even do anything in here. Now, if it is open, because we clicked on a project, it would trigger open modal, and then this would be true. So then once we check the state here, it's going to be true, so this isn't going to execute. So go here instead. So assuming the modal is open, we want to put the modal title in here in H1 for the modal title. And then let's change this to button. And then on click, we want to close the button. So we should, I forgot to put in close modal. We don't need open modal on the modal itself. We just need close modal. So let's get close modal here. And then just add an event handler right on here. So on click, and it's going to equal close modal. And then we should probably have something here because we have modal content header. Then we can call this like dot modal body. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Can always change it later. And then we no longer need this children prop here because we have this modal content, which will be passed in the store. And the modal will check the store for the children. So instead of children here, let's just put the modal content here. And then, sorry, actually, we don't even need this. This is only if you want to get a single one of these. So we don't actually need this at all. We can just deconstruct straight from the hook. Yeah, and at the moment, we're currently not using this, but it's going to be there just in case. Okay, and in the close button, I'm just going to call this exit just so we can see it. And then let's go into our experience and do the same thing. So we'll just deconstruct. So straight, let's go into experience, like so. And come up here. Well, actually, we don't need to go up there. Experience. And then deconstruct from the hook. So I forgot, use, use modal store. Okay. Auto import. Cool. And then all we need is this one. So we can just do const deconstruct this, like so. Deconstruct equals, and then from the hook. And then now we can just come in here. So if not is modal open, then we just return. Same thing with over here. So we actually only need it here, because if it's here, then this will not be true. And then this guard clause that we had earlier is going to take care of that for us. And again, if you wanted for mouse move, you can, but I'm going to leave the mouse move interactivity. We just want to disable the pointer down and the wheel. Okay, so now let's go into our detail. So detail here, and then let's do the same thing. We want to deconstruct. And in here, let's do the same thing. It will be use modal store, auto import. Thank you. And then what do we need? We need open, so const. And then let's create a function that, yeah, so now we just need a click event listener. So what we can do is come here and just do const handle click, and I call it element ID, so I'm going to keep that the same, element ID, and like so, and this will determine the content that we have. So if element ID equals about, then we will open modal, and well, we actually haven't created the about component yet, so let's do that right now. So I'll call that about.jsx, and then I'll do RAFCE, like so. Modal takes what again? It takes a title, content, and type. So our title will be, I don't know, about me. And then our content will be the about component that we just created, that needs to be imported. So let me just start typing about, and hopefully it'll auto import. About, yeah, okay, cool. And then we need a type. Honestly, I'm just going to make it the same as the element ID. And otherwise, if it's not the about, that means it's one of the projects. So we're going to do the same thing, except... Okay, so now the issue is our projects have a different name each. So what we could do is create a separate function here called one for open about model, and then one for open project model, and then like different states here for each one. Or we could just make like a map, like a object that has a bunch of objects. Honestly, I'm just gonna do that just because it's faster and we don't have to change this. I don't really want to change this. So what I'll do is come up here and I'll just do const project names equals like this. So and then since our project IDs are 1, 2, 3, and 4, then that's going to be also our keys for this object. So 1, and then let's give it a title. Okay, now we need to replace this with project. So let's do project, like so. Oops. And it didn't import automatically, unfortunately, for some reason. So let's just do import. Well, actually, we can just type it project. Okay, cool. Okay, and then we do have a modal type here for project to check which project to display. And that would work, but this is not the reason why we created modal type, right? We created modal type to determine if it was about project or menu, not what project it is. So it would work perfectly fine, but I'd rather just make it a prop to determine which project to show. So if we come to project, what I'm just going to do is do project ID and yeah, deconstruct for any remaining props. And then for project ID here, I'm also going to pass in the element ID. Whoops, like so. Okay, let me just close this side because it's getting kind of crowded. Okay, and then what we can do here is we can either do this and do element ID and then pass in one of the element IDs on click, or we could just do it in the edit thing itself and add another parameter here called title. And then replace this with title instead. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. We're just jamming everything in this file anyway. So I'm just going to leave it like this. So now we just add an onClick. So let's come to here, onClick. And let's create our, sorry, it's dark in my room, I can't see my keyboard. Handle click. And what are we passing in here? I think we're passing in about, which is the ID, right? Yeah, just equals about, otherwise it's going to be a project. So let's come down here, let's copy this on click, and then let's just add it over here. And this time it's going to be the project ID. So project ID. All right, so if I go and check, hopefully I don't have to refresh. Yeah, so it does seem to be working. Let's click here. But the IDs are backwards. Surprise Pikachu, Success Kid. Okay. That is okay. So we just need to replace this. So roll save goes here. Surprise Pikachu goes here. Roll save goes in here. Success Kid goes in here. And this is because in the experience class, I actually have if model is not open, then return. But if model is open, then we want to return and not execute this. So get rid of those exclamation marks. And then the second thing we need to do is add isModal open on our dependency array, so the use effect runs every time this state changes. That will allow our functions to work with the updated value here. All right, let's go to the about me just to make sure this one works as well. So let's click here, and yeah, we have about me. Cool. So now we can just start styling our modal so it doesn't like completely shift our canvas. I think I mentioned this earlier in the video, but if you don't have it, make sure you have this Minecraft font. It's free download and it has a public domain license. So here are the fonts, and now I want to use transfonter to convert these into WAV files. There's other ones that you can use like Font Squirrel, and there's also some command line tools to convert to WAV as well. WAV files are, they're specifically fonts that are made for the web. You can read it in the MDN web docs. But I like to use this one, so I'm just going to click and drag and add my fonts here. And I'm going to turn this on. So vertical metrics is like the line height and the line spacing and things like that. And what happens sometimes is like, let's say your font looks like this. Well, actually I can visualize this in Figma real quick. So what happens sometimes if I do like Minecraft and then I make my text box really small, like this. So the line height of this is actually a lot smaller than the actual font itself. And then sometimes you get it like this, and then it looks perfectly fine. But let's say I turn this up to like 200, and you can see now it's like a little bit messed up. And then sometimes there's inconsistencies between the types of letters and types of characters. So this will kind of just fix those issues. Yeah, so sometimes it's actually better if you leave it off, but sometimes it's better if you want it on. So it doesn't really matter. For us, it's not going to change anything, but I'm going to leave it on anyway. And I'll hit convert. And then let's do download our face font kit. Okay, so here in our transfonter file, we have all our WAV files. So let's come into our public folder and let's create here and let's just call it fonts. And then just hold shift, select everything in between, drag it in there. And then here, let's open this with VS Code. And then let's just copy in this and let's create our styles folder. So let's come back into the source right here. And let's create a file called, a folder called styles. And in here, I want fonts.scss. And whoops, get rid of that and just paste this in here. So all of them start with URL. So what I'm going to do is highlight URL, Control Shift L to place a cursor at every point, hit right to cancel the highlight. And what I'm going to do is /fonts/Minecraft-italic, like so. And then what else I like to do in styles is add a variables one, a variables.scss, so like colors and things like that. And then another one we can do is index.scss. So this will import all of these. And then I also like, you'll see this a lot, it's called reset.scss. Yeah, so the reason we do reset styles, if you're not familiar with that, is because of this. You can read this if you want to. But, you know, browsers have different ways of handling similar things. So it might look a little bit weird on one screen towards another. Additionally, sometimes you're overriding default properties. You don't actually know what you're changing. So just by setting everything to null, just by setting everything to nothing, like no text decoration, nothing like that, you can just work from scratch. And you can actually know what you're changing at certain points. So if you look up CSS reset, you'll see a lot of on here that provide CSS resets that you can just copy. So here, this is probably another one that someone created and things, and they kind of give you why they did the things that they did here as well. So I'm just going to use this one for the reset. I do have my own reset, but I'm just going to use this one because it's public and it was the first result on Google. Yeah, and I'm just going to trust that this works. Credit to myweb.com. He did say on there that it is also public domain license. So let's set some color variables. Okay, now we can set some color variables. So I'm just going to pick an interface that I want to work with, and I'll just choose those colors in Figma. So let's come here. Let's just do fill here. Okay. So I'm going to create a variable. So this is how you create variables. Color base green. And I'll just set hashtag this. Yeah. And then let's get our default gray. So something over here. C6, C6. Cool. Let's copy that. Shift Alt color base gray. You can also, like, you know, if you have color naming conventions, like if you want to do primary, if you want to do secondary, tertiary, if you want to do like gray button, like gray dash button and things like that. We don't have too many colors, so we don't need like an extensive naming convention, but if you do want to be more professional, you know, definitely name your colors. So if you do want to get into the nitty-gritty of naming conventions for colors, I highly recommend you take a look at this Figma Learn article. There's a lot of other ones that you can look at too, like Adobe, their Spectrum design system. They also cover how and why they name the colors the way that they do. So yeah, you have a lot of options. Just look up like design systems and naming conventions and things like that. Even if you never plan on designing, I definitely recommend taking a look at it because it'll allow you to work with designers a lot better. And then I kind of also want to check what color that is because it's not actually black. It's like some sort of gray, or sorry, some sort of gray. So it's like this. I'll call this base dark gray. Again, you know, I'm not naming them particularly great, so. And then we can check this one here, 588569. Dark gray 2, so even darker. Again, not the greatest naming. And then we have one more here, which is even darker. So let's click this. And 3. So these seem to be UI colors, and then these are like font colors, you know, whatever. So in index.css, what I'm going to do is import fonts. So import ./fonts.scss, shift alt down arrow. Let's not forget our semicolons here. And we want to do reset. And then we also want our variables. Now order is important here, not for these three in particular because they're independent of each other, but let's say you want to use a font, then the font has to come before next SCSS file that uses the font. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, on the side on my second monitor, I'm just going to open a model, and then that way we can just see the style as we change it because it'll just hot module reload this and it won't refresh the canvas every single time. The thing I want to do is import, and let's navigate there. So \one directory, \another one. Then we want to go into styles, and then we want to go into index.scss. And you'll notice that we actually get this deprecation warning. So if you want to read it, you can, but it's actually not a concern for us. Essentially, add import rules will eventually be trained as plain CSS imports. And then here's like a migrator if you wanted to upgrade. Now, if you want to future-proof your project, maybe you do want to upgrade. But since we don't need any of those complex features that will be deprecated, we technically don't really need to quote-unquote future-proof our project because it's kind of already quote-unquote future-proofed in a certain way by locking to this specific version. So generally, when it comes to packages, the 1.0.0 release is kind of like the like major standard first release, and it's like, oh wow, this is amazing. Obviously, there's exceptions like 3, right? This is still at 0. I think React Native is also not at version 1 yet. But anyway, the point is, with this caret symbol, it allows for minor and patch updates only up to the first number version of 1. That means, let's say someone has a higher version of Node and comes here and runs npm install. It's going to check this, and it might, like, let's say it's 10 years in the future, it might be like this, but it'll never go to 2, which means add import will still work for our code and run perfectly fine. And then you can be more restrictive with the tilde. You can see it only does patch updates. And then if you only have the version number itself, then you're locking in only to 1.83.0. Since we're only working within this version and we're never planning to upgrade to 2 or 3, then there's no reason for us to migrate. And I'll kind of say it's kind of the same exact reason why you can still install, previous releases of Minecraft and work on those, because some tools that other people made only work on previous versions. That's the same thing with Blender. There's like a Goo engine out there that's currently running on Blender 4.1.1. So there's a lot of reasons why you would want to still have the older version. And for us, that's kind of the same reason. Like, we don't need to upgrade to the future version. So if the warnings are really annoying you, you kind of have a lot of options. You can use the SAS command line tool, which they mention over here, and talk about the quiet dependencies flag. Or you can just, use this and set our entry point SCSS files with the migrator and have it update automatically. So if I come into our entry points here would be index.scss because this imports all the 3 other ones. And then technically this would also be an entry point because depending on anything. So usually, like, sometimes you don't want to import it this way and then have your model SCSS and then everything will import in index.scss. That way you only have one entry point rather than multiple. And that's fairly similar to React's main.jsx entry point, right? Like, we're taking all our React code, all our app stuff, all our React code, compiling it down and injecting it into the DOM right here in main.jsx. But yeah, it's not too big of a deal on how you want to structure your SCSS files. Yeah, some people I know, they actually take out their styles not in the same folder. They completely take it out and put it into a separate styles folder rather than containing it within the component folder. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use their new syntax called use. So I'm going to Control D and just change this to use. Again, you don't have to change from import, but if you don't want the warnings, you can just do this and get rid of it. I think you can also run a script in your package.json to navigate to your dist folder to silence the dependencies as well. But yeah, we can just upgrade to use right now. Okay, before we continue, let's start making some of our SVG assets. Now, all of them are pixelated. So I'll say, like, there's a lot of tools to make pixelated SVGs. You could try possibly finding these and they would probably be online somewhere. If you just look up like convert SVG to pixel art, I'm sure there's different methods. Like, you can see here, this guy uses Adobe Illustrator. This here, free online pixel art drawing tool. You probably can you can create your own pixel art, and I'm assuming this will allow you to download it. This one I just checked before the video, and it seems like this one is also like that. So you can just see, I don't know what I'm drawing, but looks like you can just save the SVG or copy the code. If you also just look up pixel art popular software, I know there's a free version one that I was using to create pixel art assets a while ago. I forgot what it was, but I think it's this one. I don't actually know, but there's a lot out there that allow you to export as SVG. Since these are so simple, honestly, I'm just going to make them in Figma. So when you zoom really close in, Figma will automatically give you grid lines. There's also Figma plugins that you can check to help facilitate pixel art, and you could also make your own pixel art board with, I don't know, just make it like 31 by 31, and then add a layout grid in here. I don't know, set this to like 1, and now you have the pixel art board, and then you can just snap your squares into these and hold Alt to duplicate and drag, and then Control D just to repeat that action, and it'll automatically snap to this grid. So what I'm going to do is zoom in, get these grid lines that Figma automatically shows, hit R for a rectangle, hold Shift to make it uniform on length and width. Then I'm going to hit Alt and just click and drag and snap here. And then for the last one, I'm going to select all of these and I'm going to give it this color here. And then for this one, I'm just going to snap it here. Then what I'm going to do is move the image out of the way, highlight this, and Control G. And there we have our back arrow SVG. You'll also notice, like, for some of these other ones, they're also just pixel art. So if you zoom in, you can have the blocks here, right? You can make your own blocks and just move them around to trace here. This is just a screenshot from the Minecraft interface that I made. But yeah, so Again, if you want to do it here, you can. If you want to do it somewhere else, like in another software, that's okay. And I'm going to duplicate this, and what I'm going to do is do 180. And then I'm going to delete this one right here, and then drag it until here, and then now we have our close button. And then if you're going for the stylized border here, like you can see, there's a pixelated border here. What you can try is this online tool here that will show you how to do that with clip path. Other thing that a lot of people like to use is border images. So what you would need first is a screenshot of the UI, which you probably can find online. So in order to use a border image, you would need to cut out the center and only keep the border. If you wanted to get the border, you can use it like the difference operators in Figma. So you'd like create this and then slice it out from the image and then probably slice out the corners. That would be a lot more tedious in Figma, so I definitely recommend using something else like Photoshop in that case, because you could just select the white and the gray here, or just the gray, and just cut out everything else, and then it would automatically remove the background because the black is kind of distinct from the background. And then once you have the transparent border, what you can do is use the border image generator, and this will kind of help you orient your border around your div. So you could upload your image here and play around with that. For this video, I'm not going to spend time making more assets just because it's getting too long. In future videos, I'll make videos that are focused on creating digital assets. This video is more focused on the React 3 Fiber stuff. Yeah, so I just made some quick ones straight here in Figma, and the great news is, no matter how much you scale them, because they're SVGs, as well as pixel art themselves. So even if you export this as a PNG, it will never get blurry because it's pixel art. Yeah, so I kind of just made our SVGs. Again, these are all just blocks. Yeah, and then you can just spend your time resizing them if you want, just to see what happens. Now, before you export, make sure that it's being tightly hugged. If you have like an accidental group, then when you use your SVG, it's going to be completely misplaced. Notice how every time I select on one of these groups, this blue bar is completely contained within the SVG. Let's say I duplicate this, move here. Now when I click on the group, you can see this is going to completely mess up. So just make sure all your group values are together like so. Yeah, and then if you want, like pixel arted SVGs for your other social medias and things like that, you can probably look it online and trace something, or like we did earlier, you can use a PNG to pixel art converter, or you can use something like Photoshop, which has a lot of tutorials on converting images to pixel art. And then there's a lot of methods taking pixel art that are PNGs and converting them to SVGs. Similarly, if you have a SVG of something, you can try in changing that SVG into a pixelated SVG. So yeah, that could be a workflow if you wanted to, but I'm just going to be sticking to this for now. Yeah, creating digital assets will definitely be a topic in a future video. All right, so here in mine, I'm just going to select all of them, and I'm going to make sure it's SVG select, and then export. Okay, so I'm just going to come back here, and in my public folder, I'm going to create a new file called SVGs. You could also call it icons or whatever you want to call it, and I'm just going to drag it in here. And yeah, if you click on them, you can see the code for that. So my approach to CSS is very prototypey compared to what you might see online, primarily because I am a prototyper for most of my projects, which means I just put out stuff rather than commit to fully long projects. So when it comes to CSS, I have a very prototypey sort of style, as well as coding, honestly, because a lot of my work is about creating ideas, and then once those ideas are validated, then we go into the long project mode, and then that's where I become a little bit more formal. Depending on where you are and how you work, sometimes the structure might be laid out at the start already. Like your designers have already laid out with auto layouts, and Figma kind of has a dev structure. So you have like a design system to work off with. But for me, my work is mostly prototypey, and I kind of just like, get something out there to show someone. So when it comes to SCSS, I don't tend to have the best practices when it comes to styling, but it definitely, the way I like to do it is I like to just get something working and then fix up the code later. A lot of people don't like that approach. They like to structure everything before, like set up variables, set up everything beforehand, and then start styling and then getting all the structure and things like that. I kind of bounce back and forth everywhere. But the key idea is to remain adaptable depending on your circumstance. So for this one particularly, I'm going to take a half blend between structuring beforehand while also just randomly prototyping. And if we go back to the Figma thing, essentially we're just making this UI right here. And there's kind of two things I see. So we have the exit button. Well, this is the back, but exit button. And then we'll probably have a title. So this is where our title will go. And then we have our header. And then inside here is going to be our project. And then the rest of this, the cursor and the border around everything else is going to still be the model. So only the project is going to be in here. And then, so we kind of have a few things, right? Oh, sounds good. So let's see. I don't want to call it modal overlay. I'm just going to call it overlay. And I feel like originally I had it wrapped. And like, I guess semantically it's not terrible, but it's fine. Anyway, dot overlay. It's going to take up the full screen. So I'm just going to do height 100%, width 100%, display absolute, because we want to take it out of the flow of the document. And our background color. So let's go back to variables.scss. Base overlay, and I have some alpha here. So let's do this, and let's do color base overlay gray. Yeah, okay. And you'll notice when you go back, this is not working, even though this is right here. And it's because of that at use. And the way that works, since it has more functionalities, it requires namespaces. If you use at import, we could have done this perfectly fine. But since we updated to at use, we have to do it the at use way. So one way to do that is go into, so one way to fix that is do at this and change this and also import variables. And then you can do the namespace of the file. So variables.this, like so. Go back, you see we no longer have that error. So you could totally do that and just like use the ones that use the SCSS files that you actually need rather than the index one. But I'm just going to use add forward. So what I'm going to do is change this to as styles, and then I'll name this styles. And then in our index SCSS here, I'm just going to forward this. So I'll do add forward, which is in the docs. And well, actually, I'll just copy this and paste, and then Control D, and then add forward. So it's telling, okay, we're using this in this file, and we're also forwarding it to any other file that imports index.scss. Now if I go back, you see I don't have an error. Okay, so let's just orient our stuff to be top 0, left 0, just so it's over there. And then we need our z index to be over the canvas, so I'm just going to set it to a high number like 100. Now I will say, there's a lot of better ways to manage z indexes, like creating a variable or some sort of object where you like z index modal, for example, like z index modal or something. Sorry, modal. That way you have like a systemic naming convention, so you know if something has to be the third layer deep, you give it modal or something like that. That way you're not like randomly making up z indexes left and right. What I'm doing is like this prototypey sort of workflow. I'm not setting that up beforehand, I'm just doing it right off the bat. And then since our modal is, sorry, let me close that. Since our modal is within the overlay this time, we can just do display flex, flex, and just do place content, center. We don't need justify content, but you can do it anyway. And then align items, and we also want center here. So if I come back here, you can now see that everything is centered. Okay, now we can style our header. So modal content header. Actually, I'll just call this modal, and I'll call this modal header. So let's do the modal header. And this one is also going to be display flex. This one's also going to be display flex, justify content. This one's going to be start, flex start. And then this one, flex direction, is going to be a row. So this is what we have so far. And then what we can do is align item center. And this will just align our stuff to the center of our header. Yeah, anyway, let's upgrade our font right now. So let's make sure that's working. Let's go into index.scss. Let's come over here, and you could do it here if you wanted to, or reset or whatever. I usually create another file here called defaults.scss. So I just realized that this stuff is still existing. So what we can do is bring index out to the root folder. Then let's highlight this, Control-Shift-L, select all instances, and we want styles.this. Then let's import this to get rid of styles here. And then main.jsx, it will just import SCSS. And, yeah, so I might want this, and other than that, we can just delete this file. I guess technically we're setting our defaults directly in app.css. So we could just rename this to SCSS. And this is like a default, right? So we can also come here and just paste this here. And then I guess we're not going to need a default.scss file. And I'm just going to set the font family directly to the Minecraft one that we have, the SCSS. That's called Minecraft. Okay, so we can just call it Minecraft here. And then we can have a fallback font of Inter. So now let's go back to app.here and let's do SCSS instead. So if I go back, you can see that, okay, everything is now using this except the button. So we can just tell the button to, hey, inherit this. So font family, and we'll just do inherit. We might make a button component later, so this might be redundant, but it's totally fine. Now you can really see what I mean when I have a really prototypey workflow. Others would probably come and make a button component by default, but I'm very interested in just getting things out there. So let's go back to modal SCSS. We come to Figma, there's actually no background or anything at all. So what I'm going to do is background color transparent, and then outline none, border none. And let's replace our button right now with the SVG. So I'm going to come back here. We're actually not going to use the image source. We're just going to copy and paste it right directly in there. So it's going to be really, really long, but that's totally okay. So we want the close one. Just copy this and put it in here and just save that. You can see it's really, really long, but that's totally fine because what you can do is just come up here and hide it just like that. Then let's add some arbitrary padding. I don't even know how much I want, like 24 pixels, maybe 40 pixels left and right. Yeah, and let's just set an arbitrary width of like 700 pixels just to see what we're working with. Okay, so if this is our like full browser, 700 pixels seems like a okay size for a modal. I guess I also kind of want the header to start out a little bit up there. So what I can do with instead of aligning item center here, I can get rid of this and then maybe add some, and then maybe adding some padding to the top. So maybe like, I don't know, 150 pixels. Let's see. Yeah, so this is like an okay header starting point. Okay, and since we want the X button, since we want this X button to be over here, well, I guess you could have it here either. We're going to need another inner wrapper within the modal header to be able to organize this without affecting the modal header itself. So we can come back in here. Let's do modal header content, or call it a wrapper. It doesn't really matter. And then we can set its width to modal header wrapper. And then we can set its width to like 100%. Display flex, justify content. All this stuff doesn't really matter. Justify content, and this time we can do like space between. And now you can see it's over here. Then with SCSS, instead of having a separate with this in normal CSS, you can just do and hover. And then here we can just do cursor pointer. And then for the modal title, what we'll do is like font size, I don't know, like 24 pixels. Increase it a little bit. Yeah, looks nice. And then we can come into the SVG and just Control D this and make it like 24 or something. And then it's a little bit bigger. And then let's just do a background color. I think it was like slight. We can just go for one of our grayer ones. Oh, whoops. And then we need styles. You can see it's not in the center. Now this would be occurring as well if our blue outline wasn't hugging in Figma, but this is just because it's not centered. So again, same thing. Let's just copy and paste this. Display just for content center right here. Align items center like so. And now when I highlight this, you can see it's perfectly wrapped around our outline. So let's just give it some padding now. So I don't know, maybe like 5 pixels. Let's just see how that looks. Cool. And this is a little bit too dark, so maybe you can do like 2. And then when I highlight over this, I think on Minecraft it turns white. So what we can do is we can change this fill to current color. And this will take the current color of the font color that we set it to. So then we just set the font color to white. And it's still not working, probably because we need to change these as well to current color. So let's just do, let's highlight all of these and Control-Shift-L and do current color. And then by default, let's do the color of whatever it was. So wait, what was it? Okay, let's just copy this. And then the default color, so let's make sure we don't have it in variables already. So let's do, we probably do. Yeah, it's this one, color-based dark gray. So we can do this. And we need styles, like so. Yeah, so if you like that, yeah, so very simple there. Okay, and then for this, it just looks like a simple border bottom. Do is come into the modal header, border bottom. Maybe like 6 pixels, I'm just guessing, solid, and then let's do styles dot color base gray 2, I'm assuming. Let's actually target the modal itself and set like a fixed height. And then the width, I'll actually make it maybe I'll set the model width here actually, and then we'll just set this to 100%. And then we'll set its height to something arbitrary, I don't know, like 600 pixels. So when I click on it, yeah, so this is our modal. It will only contain everything within 600 pixels. Okay, so let's add the modal body, and it's that dark, I think that's dark gray 3. So let's just go here and let's do dot modal body, and we'll do our background color. We'll do styles dot $sign color base gray, and then it's going to be 3 for sure. And then our model body is going to be height. Let's just set it to 100%. And width, set it to 100% as well. And then we can add a border around this. Maybe I just make it the same as this. There's actually no border on the screenshot that I have because it was full screen. So maybe I just copy this, honestly, and see what happens. Might not look good, might not. And then, yeah, get rid of this, so it's border around. And yeah, so, yeah, obviously this is going to be filled up here, but I feel like maybe you do want a larger border here. But if you don't, then we can just get rid of this. So yeah, we kind of have this, we have this sort of thing going on. Yeah, okay, so now I want this to be better, like responsive. So I want it to take up 100% of the width when it's on mobile. So I'm just gonna set a default of 100% width, but then set the max width to 700 pixels. And then I don't know, for some reason this seems odd. Like I'm not usually, I think for some reason our box sizing is not working properly. So what we can do is just come into index.scss and just test. So let's do box sizing border box. Yeah, so now the border and the padding, all of them are calculated into the width itself. So let's take a look here. And you can see when I make it smaller, it's getting close together. And then when I expand, it's also always going until, and then it hits 700 as a maximum. Cool. So that's kind of all for now. We can change this later, but let's move on to the project content and place it. So for this next one, we already have the project ID, but we need a structure and I guess like some basic headings. And if I come into Figma, here, you can see the content is fairly straightforward. We have a header and then some paragraphs and an image, right? Yeah, so the content isn't too hard. We can just use AI for this and it'll significantly speed up our process. And I'll say I have a project ID passed into my project.jsx component. They are strings 1, 2. Whoops, actually, I'll just type it out. 2, 3, and 4. Each of them have 2 headers and 2 paragraphs, same style, and it's in order header, paragraph, and it's in order project image, button to visit external website, then header paragraph, and it's in order project, and it's in the order of top to bottom, project image, with a URL to an image in my public folder for a Vite project, button to visit external website, then header paragraph, then header paragraph. Okay, so please update my code with some of these dummy objects with random information that is filled in my project.jsx component. So it's going to be this one here, and then these are the project names. These are the project names. They're all popular names. This is the component project.jsx. Okay, so hopefully this works. I think it should be completely fine doing this. Okay, so yeah, I have so this is what it gave me. So if we look at it, we have a map, right? So we have the 1, and then we have project data, and then we're passing in 1, 2, 3, or 4. So we're just grabbing the project data from the key, and then the project data is just all this, right? And then we're putting that into this project. And if somehow the project ID doesn't work, they added this check for us. Okay, cool. We are only returning in known values, so this is probably never going to be needed, but it's nice that they gave us this check. And then since we have all these objects right here, that this is like a project object, let's say we pass in project ID 4, this would be project, this object right here. So what they're doing is the image source is going to be project.image URL called surprise Pikachu. Cool. Alt is going to be, I guess, yeah, the project name. And then they gave us some class names for us. And then they gave us a link to the external website. Cool. And then for the project content, they're looping through them because I told them that headers would have the same exact style. ChatGPT did a pretty good job, so I should just be able to copy this. And let's go here and paste this. And now if I go back to the Vite project, you can see, okay, yeah, we have content. And if I click on this one, we have Success Kid. This one says Salt Bay. Cool. Yeah, so now we just need our images, and I'm just going to compress them with Squoosh. All right, so I compressed all of them. I just realized I misspelled this. Whoops. Anyway, let's go back into our public folder, and let's come here and call this images. Whoa, that's not how you spell it. Images. And I'm just going to click and drag my images in here. So now I have one, and I'm going to rename it to whatever name they gave it. So I'm going to Control-Shift-L and just change this to WebP because all my formats are WebP. This one is called Success Kid, so I'm just going to copy and paste this. Yep, then I'm just going to click on here, hit F2, rename, and just paste Success Kid. Salt Bay, I'm guessing is just Salt Bay, so I'm just going to type it instead of copy it. Surprise Pikachu. Sometimes copying is faster and sometimes typing is faster based on Surprise Pikachu. And yeah, if I come here, you can see that is indeed working. And what we need to do in here is overflow.x. It will be hidden. It won't probably be an issue, but overflow y needs to be scroll for sure. And now you can see we have a scroll bar here instead of it blowing out over there, right? So this is kind of what we want. Yeah, I mean, at this point, honestly, just style it whatever you want, right? We're all containing it in the body anyway. You could have a horizontal scroll bar if you wanted to. You know, it's like living in its own world in the modals. So you can really do whatever. I'm just going to follow this because it's simple. Now, given that it's formatted like this, we actually don't really need much CSS at all. So again, like spend some time here and design it how you want to design it. I'm keeping things fast because this is not a CSS tutorial. It's more of a React 3 Fiber tutorial. So what I'm going to do, I don't know, just give a class name here, class name, and I'll just set it to, just going to call this section header, generic, and then .section header, and then let's do some padding, so maybe like 8 pixels. And then it's the background color of that gray that I was talking about, so background color, we should also import our stuff. So let's go to modal.scss and let's copy this. It will have the same import directory because it's in the same level. Okay, and then this will be styles dot color. I think it's 3. It might be 2 actually. And then let's, of course, we need to import this. So let's come to the top and let's do import dot slash project dot scss, like so. I think that's the color. I hope it is. Anyway, and then I think they gave us some class names for the wrapper. So this wrapper, yeah, it does. So I'm just gonna do dot project section and padding. Let's just do like 8, like I don't know, 12 pixels. Cool. It kind of looks like it. I just want to make sure we don't have to change as much even when it's on mobile. So yeah, like even setting 12 pixels, you can make it dynamic if you want to, but honestly, this is totally okay. Yeah, so let's hit exit. Let's go back out. And then we have section paragraph here, so I'm just going to copy the same thing and just call it section paragraph. Section paragraph. If you want to skip ahead, you totally can. I'm not really doing anything. I'm not doing anything interesting here other than just adding generic styles. So here, I'll just have margin top, so give it some spacing. And then I don't want the background color, and then I'll just do color white. And the header should also be color white, so we can just do this here as well. Okay, now let's put the image in a wrapper so it's always consistent. So what I'm going to do is put, I'll call this image, whoops, whoa, not that, image dash wrapper. And this way we'll just have a consistent image all the time. And then, yeah, so we can just make image 100% width. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. Width 100%, height will just be auto. And then overflow hidden, I guess. Overflow hidden, like so. And then our dot project image will be object fit. So project image will just be object fit, cover, and then we'll just have height 100% and width 100%. And actually, I don't want the height auto. Maybe we can just set it to like 400 pixels, so we'll have consistent height as well. This one's a little messed up. It's fine. It doesn't really matter. These other ones, they're a little blurry. That's fine as well. It's okay. Okay, so now let's create our Minecraft button component. And in components, I'm going to create a button component here. And same thing, I'm just going to call it button.jsx, button.jsx. And then I also want button.scss, RAFCE, Control D, get rid of this. And let's import button.scss, import button.scss. And then let's make sure button.scss also has this import in here. Super cool. All button it is just a button with a class, so I'll just call it button and then button-default, or default button, whatever. Oh, well, too late. Backspace T just to get Emmet back. And then, of course, we need to pass in the prop. So let's just come here, and this will just be children. So children does not have to be JSX. It can simply just be text as well. So I'll just put that children in there. Let's go over here. Let's go to button.scss. We kind of have this, the corners are overlaid the gray and the white. So it seems like the white is overlaying the gray to make this sort of light gray. Whereas on the corners themselves, whereas on these corners, they're overlapping to make a slightly darker white. So what that suggests is that we're going to need something that's semi-transparent that's overlaying each other. So how do we do that? Well, one thing we can actually use is this thing called a box shadow. And you would think that by shadow, it would generally be outside. And that's like the generic use for a box shadow. But you can also make inset, which puts it inside of the box. And then you can put some values. So this is from the left side. And then this is from the right side. So if you put negative here, you're going to see it's going to come from the right side instead. So that's all we have to do. We just need a border that comes from this side and one that comes from this side that's semi-transparent and overlapping each other. So we can actually do this right here, and I'll just try like, I don't know, like 2 pixels might be okay. That looks okay, actually. And then 2 pixels this way. So to select our colors, I'm just going to come back here. To do it, you could probably find an online thing, but whatever. We're going to need this anyway. So button default color, and I'll just set it to hashtag FFF, so white. And let's just reduce the channel a little bit. So this looks okay. I don't know. So it's got some alpha here, and then we can just do hashtag. And I guess you can't really tell because the background is white. So let's just do this. I feel like 2 pixels is good enough. So we don't need this anymore. Let's get out. So what I'm going to do is paste that box shadow that I just created there. And then we want another one. So let's just copy and paste this like so. And this one will be some sort of gray. So let's make this darker. I don't know, like something over here. Sure. And then now we just need the opposite direction, so both of those are negative. Okay, so let's go to our variables just to see what colors we have again. Control B, let's open that up a little bit. So I'm guessing the background color is obviously going to be color-based gray, so I'm going to do styles dot color-based gray, base gray, cool. And let's just center a text, so let's come back to modal, SCSS, display flex, whatever, align items, center, cool. And then the font color is not going to be this one, it's probably going to be this one, I think. So let's just do styles dot and $sign this. So let's go to project now, and let's import button. So let's just do, actually we can type button. Let's need the capital letter button. Okay, cool, auto import. Let's cut that out here. And then, okay, so buttons are not typically used to navigate outside. We could put the button in here or put the button outside, but that's just not good semantics. So let's actually go back into our... Okay, so if you want to just like speed things up, you can just turn this into an A tag and be done with it. What I'm going to do instead is create another ref here, and I'll just call it type, and then I'll do some conditional rendering. So we need JavaScript, so we need those brackets. Type, does it equal link? Right, we'll just use does it equal link. If it does, then let's return a, let's return an A tag instead. So let's copy this and do Control D and do, hit change. Then if it's not, let's come in here. If it's not that, then let's return a button instead. I won't actually be using this in this video, but if you do eventually come back to this project, you'll have a separate button that you can use that won't link to other pages. So I can just leave this here. I'll just copy and paste this in here. Target equals blank, rel no refer open, which is good practice. And then we can have our href here as well. So href, that'll be a prop. And then we'll just have href equals href. Href equals href. And then now we can get rid of this. So let's get rid of this here and use our button. So call it button. And then let's put this in here like so. Yeah, so I guess there's a lot of ways you can fix this formatting. If you just want to set the padding left a few pixels, like that would work perfectly fine. I actually kind of don't like the image taking up the full width anyway. So why don't we just put the padding on the project container? That way everything will share the same padding. Again, it's really up to you. This is just all CSS at this point. Let's just do the entire project container, and we'll do padding 12 pixels here. And now you can see everything is like that. Cool. Yeah, cool. And then maybe let's add some padding. So I don't know, like 10 pixels, like so. There we have our Minecraft button. Font size, it can be a little bit bigger, like 400, like 32 pixels, I guess. Whoops, whoa, that's way too big. 24 pixels. So font size can be a little bit bigger, maybe like 18. Cool. And then you can put, I don't know, you can put margin here, or you can put it with the button component itself, inline styles. Honestly, like it really does not matter at this point. Like so. Bottom. I'm kind of just rushing at this point. So we have this, and let's just add the hover state now. Yeah, so when I hover, it's just going to turn green, and the outline is going to turn white instead. and this is going to be green and light green. And let's copy the box shadow again, except this time we're going to change this to something green. Okay, and now if we go back, you can see we have our button. And if you take a look, you can see we have those corners nice, and it kind of looks just like the Minecraft button. Super, super cool. And it does look okay on mobile as well, which is great. We don't have to change any font sizes. We don't have to change anything. We can even go in responsive and just like make it one of the smaller ones. And even on the smallest phone possible, this is probably like a Samsung Flip, it still looks okay. You know, if you want to fix the padding here and make it a little bit smaller on mobile, you can totally do that. But honestly, it looks pretty good. Yeah, and we don't actually have to work with media queries or anything just because our layout is so simple. Obviously, if you have a more complex layout, you're going to have to spend a little bit more time with the CSS. Okay, so before I move on to the About page, which is probably going to be nearly identical to the project page, I just want to say that you'll see that we have a lot of these pixel values. We have a lot of repeated things like this and this and this, right? And what I'm doing again is a prototyping workflow. Normally, you would have like font styles in here, and then you would refer to those variables, right? You would have like a font primary 500, something like that. You would have text styles that you can just refer to. And then you have like things like extend, where you can just like write a class and then extend it, and all your classes would do that. So something that I would definitely do, for example, and then you would create dot center in here, dot center, and it'd be like this. And this way, any class that has @extend center, it'll automatically just use this, so you don't have to type it out every single time. You'll just know what it is automatically. And then of course you can have multiple extends. And then if you want more functionality with like parameters, that's where this thing called mixin comes in, and so on and so forth. Again, I'm not doing all of that formatting just because I want to save time. And the reason, again, why I take a prototyping workflow is because I feel like it's easier for people to understand when I teach, and you can always go back and polish it up later. When you spend so much time polishing up at the start, it kind of becomes a little bit confusing about what is what and where is where. So this is why for tutorials, I kind of take a prototyping workflow. Okay, so let's just copy and paste this and go into About. Now, obviously, your About can have a completely different format than this one. And then again, we don't need an object of objects. And then honestly, I think we pass in the About Me ID. But we don't even actually need the ID either. So we can just call this About Me Data. And here, let's just call this About. And let's make sure this is also About. Yeah, and then I don't know, we could just directly refer to it or just keep the same structure. And I'll call this Data. We don't need this. So we can, like, that won't happen because it's right there, but yeah, whatever. And then here, just Control D, get the next ones, just call it Data. And then we don't have this button anymore, so it's just this. So I'm just going to drop my Wone logo into images, which is just this, and then here I'm just going to call it Wone logo. I gave it a capital letter. Oh well, it's not consistent, but that's fine. And then here I'm going to put my YouTube channel. This is the first paragraph describing Andrew Wone. This is the second paragraph with more values, and I'll call it name, Andrew Wone. And then I also have 1 here, so I guess we still need that key there, and I'll just automatically call it 1. Yeah, I guess this is also the time, like if you had multiple pages, you could have like multiple IDs for the multiple pages. If you had like a CMS, a content management system, you could fetch the data here instead of hard coding it in your code. Anyway, let's go back into project.scss, and let's just copy this. And then let's go into About. Let's create about.scss. Let's paste this in here. And instead of project, let's Control-Shift-L and just call it data. And then let's make sure this also says data container. And then we don't need button, and then this should just be about.scss. So one thing that's not working is the button in our project.jsx file, because I forgot to pass in the href. So href equals project.external link. And then I also want to pass in the type to make it this one. So let's also pass in that type. and I'm just going to call it link, like so. And now if I go back, you can see it is here. But now it has a text decoration by default for the A. I thought our reset would take care of that, but I guess not. So what we can just do is come into button.css and do text decoration none. Cool. And then I guess I'll just leave it fully width. I guess why not, you know what I mean? And yeah, this seems to be working as well. One thing before we go to our scroll bar, I just want to fix the overlay. You know, everything was working fine. It's just like, it doesn't make semantic sense. From a user experience point of view, generally when you click outside of the modal in the like the dark back arrow, it also closes the modal. So you kind of like two methods. You have the exit button, but then you also have the overlay button to close. Sorry, the dark overlay. That unfortunately means we can't use this anymore. Because what we can do instead is just do the simple translate thing. So transform, and we'll do translate -50%. I'm at -50%. If you've ever centered a div before, you've probably seen this. These should be 50%. So I'm just gonna do 50% like so. And then top, I don't want it to be directly in the center, so maybe I'll put it at like 40%. Cool. Maybe that's a little too much actually. Yeah. Yeah, and then also make sure to get rid of padding top here. Yeah, so if you don't know how to make a custom scroll bar, we can just use these selectors. So scroll bar is just the scroll bar itself. This is the track, so that's what they call this thing that slides on. This long thing is called the track, and then they call it a thumb for this stuff, the thing that you click and drag. Actually, I'm just gonna copy it straight from that website so I don't have to retype everything. Then our scroll bar looks like it has one inset shadow for the white on the top, and then one inset shadow gray at the bottom. So we can do the same thing that we did for the thumb. We're going to place that box shadow here, and then we don't want anything left or right, so let's get rid of this. And then the bottom, so from the bottom it's going to be this color, and from the top it's going to be this color. The gray is the same as the button, so that's just our default gray. So background color is going to be color base gray. I'm just going to copy that, and you can hit Alt left arrow to go back to where your previous cursor is, so you don't have to always keep doing that. It's the same as if you click these arrows to go back and forward to the previous place your cursor was at. So then I can come in here and also do border. So we can just go into about CSS, and then section header. Okay, it's dark gray too. Let's come back here, and our track can be background color dark base gray too. So I'll just do width 7 pixels. And honestly, I don't think we need a hover state, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. So honestly, it kind of looks like the Minecraft scroll bar. Now it looks a little bit weird, primarily one, because it's too thin. So what we can just do is make this like, I don't know, 12. Yeah, so now that looks nicer. And the other weird thing is that the border color is the same as the scroll bar color, so it looks a little bit weird. So maybe I'll just do color base gray. I mean, yeah, it doesn't look great, but at least it's not like blending in with the border. Honestly, if you're fine with it blending in the border, that's totally okay as well. Honestly, it's just a stylistic choice, but at least we have a custom scroll bar here. So now I want to add some sounds to the website. So when I click on a button, I want to play the Minecraft click. And I got it from this website, so you can hit download here. Shout out to the author here. Then for the Minecraft open, I got it from VoiceMod. You can hear it there, here as well. And then from the Minecraft soundtrack, you can get it from the Spotify list if you have Spotify. You could probably get it, and if you have YouTube Premium, you can download it on YouTube and then convert it to an MP3 rather than a video. But I got this from this website. If you go into the Minecraft Creator playlist, you'll notice that Sweden is on here, so we are good to go and use Sweden. So the next thing we're going to do is convert our MP3 files to .ogg files, which are usually smaller. We're going to be using Audacity, a free software, to convert our MP3 files into OGG files. There are online converters that do it, but I haven't found any good ones, and I don't want to use paid software like Adobe Audition and things like that. Okay, so let's come into Audacity. Let's go here and let's do open. And then I'm going to navigate to where I saved my stuff. And then here we are. So I'm just going to select all of these and hit open. I thought I could do a a bulk export, but maybe I can't. Anyway, what we can do is do export audio, and then let's export to computer. We're going for a mono here. And the reason we're doing mono is because we don't need the stereo data like left and right channels. And then if you look up 48 hertz audio, I think that is what it is used in Minecraft. It's also used in a lot of games. So that's what we're going to go for. So we're going to do mono, and then we're going to do 48 and hit export. You can see when I come here, my Minecraft click, it went from 15 kilobytes to only 7. Cool. So here I have my .ogg files. So I'm going to come into my public folder, and I'm going to create another one called music. And then in music, I'm just going to click and drag here. I guess it doesn't really matter. Utils, it could be also like components, utils, you know, whatever. And in this utils folder, not the one in the experience, we're going to create a button sound. And it'll just be a regular JS file. We don't need JSX. And I'll just call it const button sound equals new audio. And then we just want a path to our button click. So I already forgot what we named it. Button click.ogg. So dash music dash button. Whoops, that's capital. Button click.ogg. And then let's just export this function so we can use it in other files. Export const play sound. And then we'll just do button sound dot play. And then we can catch an error if we want to. So I'll just catch the error. And then we'll just console.log if we have an error. So console.error, error playing sound. And then we can log out the error if we want to. Cool. So now we can just use this wherever. So we only need it on the exit button. And I don't want it on the click. I just want it on the project button and the click button. So, and then in here I can just do import play sound. Oh, okay, it already has it here for us. And then we can just alt to our 2 cursors on click equals like so. And let's come back here and do play sound. So now if I go back and click it, you notice that it does play, but if you go to the audio file itself, you notice there's a delay. So let's go back into Audacity real quick. Audacity, let's open button click. Okay, and now we just want to highlight the place that we want. So probably around here. This is probably the sound, so we can play it just to hear. Yeah, so it seems like there's some waveform there, but it doesn't feel like it adds anything. But you can see it's a lot faster than waiting for the delay. And then all we have to do is select this, and this will cut off everything on the sides, like so. And now we only have this. And now let's just drag this to the start and hold shift until it snaps like this. And then we should just be able to export now, like so, and hit export and replace it. And now we can come in here and then just replace this one here, replace it. And now if I click on it, and so now when I go back, you can see as soon as I click it, it plays. Okay, so now we also need the modal's exit button. So let's go back to the modal. And then, yeah, we can just do here, we can do import, right? Play sound. Let's hope it shows out. Yep, cool. And then same thing on click. And then, yeah, okay, so we're going to need an arrow function here just so we can play too. So close modal. And then we need the parentheses. And then we also need play sound. Whoa. Play sound like so. And then we need our, whoops, we need these. Cool. Okay, so let's make an audio toggle button. I was planning to make a menu, which is why we had this folder. And that was where the audio toggle is going to be. But I'm actually just going to delete it. You can leave it in there if you're going to plan to come back. So since we already have a button component and it already has a type, it could also be a variant, which is another really common thing. We could just put the audio button also in this file because it is called button. Or you can name this buttons and then have 2 folders, one for the generic button and then the other for the audio toggle button. So both of those are kind of valid. So you could have 2 folders in here, or you could just use variant. I'm going to take the easiest way out and just create another separate component called audio toggle button. You know, coding should not be stressful. So I'll call it audio toggle button.jsx and just RAFCE. So we probably need use state So we definitely need use state actually. Use states. So let's just create a function here called const toggle audio, and let's just copy this because I'm lazy. Honestly, I probably could have typed it faster, but oh well. So like in button sound.jsx, we can just copy this. Let's go back into alt back arrow. Let's come here, and then we call it. Hopefully we call it Sweden. Sure, Sweden. Yeah. So if you don't know what new audio is, it's in the docs, in the MDN docs, and it actually creates a new audio HTML element. So what you could do instead is in here, you could create an audio element HTML tag, and then in your function you can target this with a useRef, right? Just refer to it, useRef, and then you would play and pause the audio through there. So if you want an HTML element, so you could definitely do it that way if you wanted to. Okay, so now we just need a simple state. If it's playing, then we want to show one SVG, and then if we don't, we want to do another one. So is playing, and then we're going to do set is playing, and it'll be use state false by default. And then let's use a ternary operator. So is playing. If it's playing, then audio.pause when we click on the button. So audio.pause. So let's use a ternary operator. So is it playing? If it is playing, then let's set, let's just call this music. Then set music, then pause the music. So music.pause. If it's not playing when we click on it, that means we want to play it. So music.play. And whoops, I accidentally left this in here. So it should just be this. Cool. And now we can set is playing just to be the opposite of whatever it was previously. So we'll just set it to the opposite of is playing. And then here, let's just get rid of this. And then let's do button and button.audio toggle button. Another conditional rendering. So is playing. If it is, do this. Otherwise, do this. Now let's copy our SVGs. So if it is playing, that means we want. So if it is playing, that means we are showing the audio on SVG. Copy and paste this into this one right here. That's going to be huge. That's fine. And then if it's not playing, that means we have the audio off button here. So we can do show this. Cool. All right. So yeah, this is a really long file because of how many blocks we had. And our thing was definitely not optimized, right? We had a block for each of these. This entire section of different color could just be its own thing, right? It could be like a rectangle, and then you edit this, and then you add some points here, right? Obviously, I need to add another one. But yeah, you just shape it up like so, and then it would just be one color. So instead of having like 12 different blocks just for the center, you'd only have one, but with a bunch of points, which would be easier, and the file won't be as large. I'm sure there's like optimization SVG software out there, but oh well, it's not that big of a deal for us. Okay, so let's go into our app.jsx. Sorry, we definitely don't need use state anymore, and let's just import our audio toggle button. So audio toggle button, cool, and let's just place it somewhere here arbitrarily. So there's our toggle button, but it doesn't seem to be working. And it's not playing anything because I didn't actually ever call it. So let's just do on click. And just pass in toggle audio. Let me turn up my volume so you guys can hear it. Cool. So it works. Let's style it up. So I think I'm just going to get a lot of inspiration here. So I'm just going to copy this, and let's create a new folder called audio toggle button.scss. Let's import this, import /audio toggle button.scss. Let's paste this. Let's come here and copy this. So we have this like so. And then we called it audio toggle button. So let's just copy this here. Let's just paste this here. And then let's do position absolute. Let's do top like 24 pixels, right 24 pixels. And then let's do a z index of like 125. So it doesn't look that bad. One thing I don't like is that when I click on it, the SVG size changes, so the button size also changes. So one way to fix that is just to have a set width and height, and we don't need the margins anymore because it's not spacing anywhere. So what we can do is set a base width and height. I don't know what's at, about 42, 43. So let's just do width 43 pixels, height 43 pixels. And now you can see it's not changing its size. And then hopefully that looks okay on mobile. I feel like it's small enough that it should be okay. iPhone Protein 4. Cool. Another thing is that's a little bit awkward is when I mute the music, I kind of also sort of expect that this sound thing means it also mutes the button, but it doesn't mute the button. So when this is off, I also want to mute the button. And again, you might think, oh, we can just use a global state, and that would be okay as well. But since we only have two things, we can just export it from here. So what we can do here, what we can just do is export this const, and since this is an HTML element, we can just check if it's playing or not. So let's go into button sound.js, and then we can just import, whoops, let's come to the top, not below here. Import, and let's call it music, and then we'll just, oh, it was already showing, whoops, music, audio toggle, and then in play sound, if the music is paused, which we can just check, then we just return. So that means if the music isn't playing, that means we don't want to play this sound either. And the last thing I want to do for this is set it to the loop property equal to true. Okay, so now I just want to play the doors every time we call these if statements. So let's just come to audio toggle button. Let's just copy and paste this as inspiration. Whoops, get rid of this. Call this door opening sound. Closing. We can just check door. Yeah, door closing and door opening. Okay, and now we just play them. So in here, this is open, and this is also, and these are closed. So let's alt here, and then Control D, door closing sound. So I don't know if you can hear that, but it is working. And of course, now we need to make it mute this if we need to mute it. So again, we can use this export here. Honestly, maybe now's the time to go into our stores folder and create a music store and just say is audio enabled instead of using the music. But whatever, it's fine. Semantically, that would make a lot more sense to do it that way rather than just listening to the music. But effectively, we're doing exactly the same thing. Obviously, if your application has different settings, like you want mob noise but not music and things like that, you definitely should have a global state. But since everything is based on our toggle button, it's okay. It's not the best practice, but it's okay just to do it on the music. It's not like we're taking performance hits or anything. We're just missing out a little bit on semantic clarity. So we can do the same thing we did in button sound, import this into extras 3, music, like so. And then here if music not paused, then we can play this. Let's just copy this here. Alt for 2 cursors, go down 1 line, hit Control to snap to the end, like so. The door sound is a little too loud, so I'm gonna put it at around 90% audio. So so the volume setting is between 0 and 1. So we can just set it to like 0.9, and you can play around with the volume until you get a volume that you like. Yeah, so I set it with 0.4. Okay, so we're pretty much done. We just need the loading screen. But before we get there, I guess I kind of just want to talk about some things you can do at this point. So I'll say like things like this debug curve. If you want to move them into their own utils class so you can use them in the future, you totally can. And in our experience, let's just split here. Let me zoom in. I forgot I'm zoomed out. Whoops. You can move things like here, and then you can export it to use it later, like so. You can also, I guess you can have other here's export const things. I guess you could call it helper. Let's see, debug curve. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. Actually, before I get carried away, I'm just gonna put this back temporarily. Now's the time to update all your camera curves and your rotations and everything. And the awesome thing is once you update a position, it will automatically, you don't actually have to refresh the page at all. So you can see if I just put the starting point to like 80, you can see my camera just automatically jumps there and starts there. So yeah, you don't actually have to restart and reload everything every single time. I will also say I made a mistake here, having the same ending point as the starting point. But since it's the same point, essentially we're traveling no amount of distance, but the progress value is still increasing. And that's why when we come to the end here, we have to scroll like 3 ups before we start moving. So I'm actually going to get rid of this. But if you want someone to stay in like a relatively similar place, this is kind of how you would do it, right? This is kind of how you'd do it, or you'd make something really small, so they would only travel a short distance, but with a very long time. I'm actually going to completely get rid of that. And now you can see there's no delay between when we go on the loop. And because we deleted that value, we also have to update our pivot points. So the first one is actually unaffected, whereas the second one was affected. Now we could have also used this ourselves during our development process, like when we were getting the curves. But I knew that I was just going to do it once, and then setting this up just for a small benefit. And setting this up wouldn't have had any real benefit for us. But what you can do, see, you have like sliders and things. So what you could do is put your rotations as well as your vector values into this UI. And then you can like click and drag, and then you'll watch your curve move up and down. So that way, that could have been a good way to like slightly adjust these if you want to implement them. Also, when we had our split screen, we could have did a conditional rendering, and then we could have used this UI to facilitate toggling between split screen view and full screen view. But yeah, so now if you wanted to, you could also come back and make adjustments with this. That way you would also have a debug state if you ever wanted to return to the project. Okay, so yeah, I'll talk about a little bit more cool things you can do at the end. But let's move on to our last final thing, and that'll be our loading screen. So let's get rid of this debug curve that I re-added. And let's kind of clear up everything else. So we don't need camera controls, orbit controls, we don't need view, we're not using helper. And then also for orbit controls, you can also like enable and re-enable different controls, also using that Leva UI, but we can just remove it because we're never going to come back. In the future, I feel like you'll create your own boilerplates, so you don't have to set up everything from scratch every time, right? Like you will have functions like this where you can just copy and paste into projects, or complete templates where you don't have to set up the canvas and the scene every single time. And you have different boilerplates for different projects, so you don't have to start from scratch like we did every single time, right? Like even your styles, you would have fonts already set up, you would have your reset in place already, you would have all this sort of stuff already set up. And you can develop your own boilerplates as you develop more and more projects. And now let's get rid of debug curve, and let's also remove our console.logs because we won't be needing them. All right, so let's come into components and let's create our loading screen. So I'll call it loading screen. And here we'll just do loading screen.jsx. Cool. And then let's do loading screen.scss. Same thing as usual. Let's import this here. /loading screen.scss. And now we can come into app.jsx, and our loading screen is going to be here. So let's do import loading screen. Cool. Well, I guess I could have just started typing here. And we can just place it anywhere. I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay, so what I want to do for my loader is I want 2 divs, one that takes up half of the top screen, and then half of the screen, the bottom half, sorry. And then once the bar is loading, once it's loaded, it'll show a button that says enter experience. They click on that, that button disappears and the top goes out and the bottom goes down as well. So it gives a sort of a reveal effect. Okay, so let's do that. So what I'm going to do, let's get rid of this as usual. And then loading screen will obviously be position absolute screen. Take it out of the flow of the document, position absolute. Cool, same thing, top 0. Again, redundant code, but yeah, that's whatever. Height 100%. What's width 100%? So let's create our background top and bottom. So I'll call this dot background top half. Cool. Screen, loading screen. That's a little long-winded for a class name, but whatever. And then in here we need a loading bar container. Loading bar container. And then we need a loading bar itself, and this is going to be the one that expands on so loading bar when it's loading. So dot loading bar. So I'll just call that dot percentage. Okay, and this is probably all we need, right? It doesn't matter, we can always come later. Anyway, now let's get the progress values. So React 3.js has this thing called import use progress, and it gives you the percentage value of your assets being loaded. So that's really, really cool. And then we need to grab the progress from use progress. So we can do const progress. And again, if you don't know where this is, you can find it on the docs, but you can also just control and click on it, and you can see they actually export use progress here. And it seems like their dependency, Dre, also relies on Zustand, which is what we use as well. So that's actually kind of really cool. Anyway, you can see progress is a number with this hook, so that's really cool. Okay, so we can just round it. I don't actually remember what kind of values it gives. I think it gives rounded values, but I'm just going to round anyway. Wait, sorry, we need JavaScript, so let's add some brackets here. And then we'll just math round the progress value. And then let's add a percentage symbol here at the end. I could probably just Google it if it returns 0 to 100 or not, but whatever. For the loading bar itself, I'm just going to use an inline style here that's based on this progress. So what I'm going to do is come here and just do style equals, it's going to be the width. So it's going to have a width of 0. And then it's going to increase its width as the loading progress goes, kind of just like my highlight like that. Need some JavaScript here, so I'm going to use a string literal. And then we need the $sign and the brackets. Put in there, and we need that hashtag percentage there. Okay, and then we want to do some conditional rendering. So when the progress is less than 100, we will show the loading bar container. Otherwise, we will show a button. So let's create a button. It will also be in the container itself. And let's just do, and then let's wrap this, all right, then let's wrap this in brackets, and then parentheses, and then here we can do is progress, is progress less than 100? If it is, render this out, otherwise, render this out, which is going to be right here, whoops, like so. And sorry, these shouldn't be brackets, they should be parentheses. And we're still getting an error because this div should be in here like this. Cool. So if progress is less than 100, show the loading bar. And then when it's not, show the reveal button. Okay, so let's style this stuff. I'm just gonna double click, Shift Alt, Shift Alt, Shift Alt, Shift Alt, left arrow, left arrow, left arrow. Come here. Let's place some two cursors, dot, and then place it here. Go like this. And then we just need a comma here because CSS syntax doesn't require duplicates. And then both of these will be position absolute, right, on the screen, out of the flow of the document. We're going to take width, and width is 100%, height is just going to be 50% of the screen, right? And then the background color is going to be one of our grays, so styles dot, I want the darkest one, so color, see, this is why I don't set up variables, because I just set arbitrary colors and they look like similar enough. I'm just going to assume it's this one. Honestly, it doesn't really matter that much. So let's just copy and paste that here. Cool. And then the content container itself is containing all the content. So let's just center everything. So content container, this will also be position. So content container will also be position absolute. Probably button. Honestly, probably button. SCSS has something here. Yeah, so we can just copy this. Overkill, again, bad code, oh well. So this just centers everything, all our contents. And then we want a little bit of a gap between the loading bar and the percentage, right? So content container is containing this. So this is a flex box, this is a flex box. So then we can just use the gap property, and I'll just arbitrarily set 24 pixels, which we can save later. And then we can just like explicitly set the flex direction to column. For loading bar container, I feel like we can just set a fixed width. I don't want it to span the whole screen anyway. You can make it a dynamic width if you want to be responsive, but I'm just going to set a fixed width. So I know font sizes are about 375 pixels or something like that. So I'll just do like 350 pixels. And then same thing with height. It'll never be too big height wise. So I can just set a fixed height there. And then let's do a border, and I'm gonna make it white. So I'll do 2 pixels solid. Hashtag FFF. You could just do FFF, but whatever. I don't think we have to set width 0 here because by this inline style will override this anyway. But you know, just to be safe, we can set a default width of 0. And then height, we want it to take up 100% of our loading bar container, right? I guess I should have showed this earlier, but here you can see this white outline is our loading bar, and then this inner loading bar is our loading bar, which is what I was talking about right here. Font size, I don't know, we can try like 18 pixels, I guess. I don't want it too large. And then we don't actually see anything yet, so why don't we just come over here and set our z index to like 9999, so we definitely see it. Okay, and okay, so both of our stuff is at the top. That's why we can see the bottom. So let's come here and have 2 separate ones so we can translate them to their respective areas, like so. So top half is going to be top just 0, and then bottom half is going to be top 50%. And now when we go back, you can see it's completely black, which is exactly what we want. And sorry, I just realized this is not content container. I think I typed that earlier and then I forgot to change the name. So it should be loading screen info container. Yeah, so this should, okay, this is not loader bar container. This is loading bar container. So now let's refresh the page. And then, okay, so we can't see our loading bar, so we can just give it a background color. And it's also going to be white, I assume. So let's see. Cool. I'll just copy this border and put it on our loading bar. And then the background color for us is dark gray 4, so that'll be the same border here. So 4. And then I'll set it at like 4 pixels. And then we can't see the font either, probably because its color is not white. So let's just do hashtag FFF. Like so. Just leave it abbreviated. And now we actually can go to our button class. And I said we weren't going to use this, but wow, plot twist, we actually do use this. So let's come back to the loading screen, and let's come here. Oh, well, actually, we don't have to import it. So instead of calling this reveal button, I'll just use our button component. So button. Oh, cool. And then I'll call this enter world. And for some reason, our button default is up in the left corner. And yeah, that's because my loading screen info, the one that centers everything, is inside the progress, which is a mistake. So let me get rid of this and place it out here. Same thing here. Yeah, so this should be okay now. I don't know where this came from. We can get rid of it. Okay, so now we see our button. Cool, cool, cool. And now the percentage is messed up a little for some reason. I guess I kind of figured out why, but let's just copy this and put it in the percentage, because it's spinning the full width. So this should be okay now. Yeah, cool. And then let's just add some margin top. I don't know, like 48 pixels, why not? Okay, so now let's just implement our animation. So here we can just do we can add a class. So this is a really common way to animate things. It's like toggling on and off classes. Like you add a class and it does something and you remove a class. So here what we're just doing, and if this class is added, we'll just transform this and it'll be translate, we can, I think, translate Y and then negative 100%. So we're going up negative 100%. Remember, because the corner is 0, 0, which means if we're going up, we're actually going backwards. To the bottom half, it's going to go up 100%. Well, actually down 100%, but you know, 0 to 100 or some. And then let's add a transition. I have no idea what I'm going to do it, but let's just do like transition. You could write your own custom Bezier curve here if you want. And there's actually a lot of online tools to create your own custom CSS cubic Bezier curves. But I think we should be fine. So we're just going to target this CSS transform property. 1 second, and I feel like ease in and out will work properly, but you can always come here and add your own function later. Track the change of the state, right? So whoops, that should be a comma. And we'll just call it const is revealed, comma is, set is revealed equals useState, Boolean value, so false. And then we just set is revealed equal to true, like so. We can just put handle reveal right in this button. So let's just do on click, like so. So what we need here are string literals. So I'm gonna copy, hold Alt, and highlight 2 here. Brackets is revealed. Is it revealed? And ternary operator. If it's revealed, add the revealed class. Otherwise, don't add anything. And I'm getting messed up here because this backtick is not where it's supposed to be. And then did I type it? Did I get rid of that somehow? Whoops. So this should just be handle reveal. And this still won't work yet because our button is a custom component and we need to pass in the onClick here. So what we can do is just do onClick. Let's just do const handle click. And then if the onClick prop exists, then let's also do whatever function that is. So we'll just do onClick, like so. And then now we can replace here with handle click and this with handle click as well. So now if I go back, let's refresh the page. We have a loader, enter world, and you can see we have that reveal. Okay, so yeah, we want to disappear the button now. So what we can do is actually another conditional render. So if it's not is revealed yet, that means we want to show the button. So we can do question mark, show the button. Otherwise, we'll just do null. Everything seems to be okay, but look, we can't click this. And that's because our loading screen is still taking up everything. So let's remove this from the DOM once the animation is done playing. And one way we can do that is we can use this event listener called transition end. So let's create another state here. And is animation finished? Is animation finished? And then set is animation finished. And then we can just do const handle animation finished. And we'll set animation is finished equal to true. And then so if is animation finished, then we just return null. And then we can just attach on transition end to one of these because we don't need it on both of these because both of them they have the same timing. So we can come here and just do on transition end, and we can just do handle animation finished. So now when I refresh the page, you can see I hit enter world, it opens up, and now I can click everything and everything works. And you can see it's completely removed from the DOM, which is amazing. It also looks fine on mobile, which is great. Now, if you want to style this custom button here, you can update our button component to accept class names, and then just pass them in here. But unfortunately, inline styles isn't going to work with custom components like here. You have to pass them in as props. Also don't like how as soon as I click the button, it plays. So what we can do is add a transition delay. So maybe like 0.75 seconds and hit enter. And now you can see there's some sort of delay. I feel like that's a little bit long. So half a second is probably good enough. Okay, and then let's add like a instructions container. So I'm going to call this instruction. Just I don't know, like swipe / scroll to navigate. You can also make another one for like about the portfolio. And then font size, I don't know, let's make it like 24 pixels so it's bigger than the percentage. Cool. And then for this, and since we want to hide this when the animation plays as well, we can just use the same revealed class. Not particularly, I guess it's okay. I mean, it doesn't really matter. And then obviously we don't want that class name, we want an instructions container here. And then in here, and if we add the revealed class, we're just going to do display none. And it will be removed after, so display none is okay. So now when I refresh the page, you can see swipe scroll to navigate. enter world, disappears and it comes in. Yeah, so I don't actually like keeping it in the DOM because now what's happening is that we remove one of our flex boxes and replace it with something with a different height. This is like moving up and down, which looks kind of weird. So what I'm going to do is actually make this position absolute, position absolute. Let's go to our modal and do the same thing here. So let's just copy this like so. And then let's display flex everything. Cool. Default is row, so we can get rid of this. And then, yeah, 40 is a little bit too close. So let's do 40%. Yeah, so now it's right here and it doesn't interfere with the positioning and it looks a little bit better. And then the last thing I want to do is when they click this on click button, I want to play the music. I just want to start it automatically. Normally you would give them a choice, like, do you want to enter this experience with audio or not? But for us, I'm just going to start it once they click. And you can't just automatically start playing audio until a user engages with your application. So same thing like we did to other ones. I'm here, and then we can just, in handle reveal, we'll just do music dot play. Now here's the issue that I've been kind of dreading. So now notice when I hit enter world, the music does start, but this state is not synchronized because it has no way of knowing that. So we could create use context and audio context with React, but again, we have Zustand. So, and yeah, so now you can see why as your application gets larger, you should definitely be more organized and not use as many hacky methods. So let's create an audio store. Let's just copy this stuff so we don't have to type all that stuff again here. And let's say is audio enabled, and I'll set it to false by default. Is audio enabled, and then we just set it to the state that we do when we pass it in, so like this. And whoops, this shouldn't be parentheses, these should be brackets. Yeah, so we're going to pass in a true or false value to update this. Every time this is called, it'll re-render our components. So let's go back to our audio toggle button and update here. Using state here, we're going to import our use audio store. So use audio store, like here. We're going to grab this stuff from the use audio store. And then it's no longer is playing, and so I'm just going to Control-Shift-L, and I'm going to name this is audio enabled. Then we want to deconstruct the object, so like so. We'll deconstruct this stuff from here, right? We're just grabbing these two from the hook. Now we no longer need to export this music thing, and let's do Control-Shift-F and search for everywhere that we imported music. So extras 3 imported music. So we can no longer is just refer to the HTML element, so we come in here. Let's just copy this. All we need is, whoops, let's come down here, is audio enabled. This is the Boolean value that we need to check. Just get rid of this one. Just get rid of this one, is audio enabled. So we can Control D and select these, paste it here. If audio is enabled, hit play. And then now back in our loading screen, same thing here. We need to, instead of using music, let's import our audio store. Let's grab it from use audio store. So like here, set is audio enabled. And then we come in here and instead of music.played, set audio enabled to true. And this will automatically start playing our music. And since this function is called, it will update our audio store. And then our audio toggle button will get re-rendered. And it seems like I forgot that our button sound, this one also needs to be updated. Store, use audio store, like so. And then since this is a JS file, we kind of have to do a little bit different things here. So we can just do const is audio enabled, and then we can do get states, and then is audio enabled. And then if is on audio enabled, if it's not, then just return. So I'm getting this error, set is audio enabled, not a function. And it's because I misspelled it. I need a capital I here. Now, since I copied and pasted it from auto toggle button, I must have also misspelled it here. Yeah, I did. So let's get rid of this and let's capitalize both of these, like so. Okay, so if I refresh the page, hit enter world, states are synced, but the music is not playing, and that's probably because I guess we still need to export this to play the music itself. So let's import music still. I get too excited when I'm coding, and then I just like remove stuff without actually thinking of it. So I'm just gonna do music.play here. So we're still updating the state, but we also need to play it when we click that. So now when I refresh the page, it should play the music when I hit enter world. It does. And then of course I also want the button sound to play when clicking on it. So I'll do play sound like so, and then I'll just put it after the audio is enabled. So play sound like so. Okay, there's not much left to do other than we can get rid of our SVGs because we just had them in code, and then we can start preparing our to release. So there's a few things we need. If we come into index.html, we want to change this. So I'm gonna call this name this Minecraft portfolio. Yeah, so I was making some favicon icons in Figma, and I've settled with this one. So if you want, you can also use this. I'll be sharing the Figma file, so you can use this. And again, so I'll do export, and then I'm going to do SVG. So this is just a radial gradient that I sampled from the Addon HDRI. And then these are just blocks, right? So like the ones that I made earlier. So I'll just export, and I'll call this favicon. You can rename it later. And then when you have a favicon you like, it can be a PNG, it doesn't have to be an SVG. Just click and drag it in here, and it'll show you the preview of it, and if you like it, then you can start from here. Honestly, I don't think anyone's ever going to put it on their Android homepage and whatnot, so I'm not going to worry about this at all. But if you want to fix this, I would make the sort a little bit smaller so it has more room to breathe, whereas everything else, it looks fine. So I'm just going to go. I'm going to hit next. Yeah, so they have a lot of other options here. I'm just going to use the HTML, and let's download this. All right, and let's just go into our, I guess we can go in our public folder, and we have some SVG. We do have some SVGs here, but I'm just going to call it media, which means it's like public facing stuff. But you know, if you want to call it favicon folder, you can totally do that. I'm just going to click and drag in here. So we have the different icons for the different browsers and stuff. And then a manifest just tells the browser how to work with something. So let's copy and paste this. They did it for us, so let's just place this in here so we don't have to waste our time doing it. And then for each of these, and then I'm just gonna place my cursors here, and then we put this in media, so it'll be /media. Oops, I misspelled that. /media. And now if I go back, wow, it looks like they removed my background, which is kind of offensive. And that's okay. So the reason they did that is so they can manage it themselves across different browsers, like different themes. It would look okay. And if we check this, yeah, they actually completely sliced out our background, and they kind of even made a mistake there. So what you can do instead is, if you want the background, which I do want the background, I'm going to export as a PNG instead. So now when I upload my PNG, download, same thing. Obviously now I no longer have a PNG, but if I look at my favicon, you can see I do have the background now. Okay, so let's just delete all of this stuff. Let's put all this in here. Let's put this into media. Let's just undo all these changes here. And then let's go back here and just copy this HTML and paste it in here. And then obviously we don't have this anymore, so we can get rid of the Vite, default Vite SVG. And of course we need to navigate there to the media folder, so let's just place everything here as well. Now, is it bad we don't have an SVG? Not particularly, because it's so small. But yeah, so it's totally okay. And now you can see when I refresh the page, we have our sword with that purple background. Yeah, so if you want to really polish up your website, I suggest you take a look into the Open Graph protocol, and then some Google Docs about meta tags in HTML. Lots of ones. You probably definitely want to set a description. You can see it shows a snippet. Also know when you like share your link, sometimes there's like a mini preview, and it's kind of different between different platforms. Most platforms are going to be just using the one that you said og.image. This will show that preview image. But then I know Twitter has their own, but it seems like it'll show that if Twitter's not provided, then you can do the other ones. And then there's a few online tools that help you quickly preview an image and what it would look like. If you really want to polish up your website, definitely take a look into some meta tags in index.html. Okay, so before we deploy this to the web, I just want to talk about code smells. So code smells are just a term for bad coding practices. So shotgun surgery is definitely a very common beginner mistake, and we actually kind of have it a little bit in our code. It's not this severe, but we do have some places that could be optimized in shotgun surgery. So what do I mean? Well, if I go into detail T, you can see we have projects names and their ID 1, 2, 3, 4 here, and then as well as a title. But then if we go into, we have completely separate. We also have the IDs here again, and then we have even more information related to this. So normally what you can do is you can put the project names as well as all this project information into the same object, and then you'd put it in a separate file and call it like project.data.js or something and just export that object. That way this project.js can just refer to that object because, again, we're using the same key in the map here. So there's no reason to have two objects. If we change a project here, then we would also have to come to this file and change this here. Now, we only have two, so it's not that big of a deal. I would take this object into a separate folder, merge this title that the modal uses into this object as well. So this is what I mean by shotgun surgery. Here it's only two, but imagine you want to change all 4 projects. That means you have to change 8 times. And I'll say another thing that we have is probably a large class, which is a bloater. So if you go into experience, this is definitely a bloater. I would consider this a bloater because scene can just be in its own file, right? And then it would just import scene, and then we would just pass the props normally, right? So even in the scene, like there's a lot of things like rotation targets could be in its own separate file and then like exported it and you just refer to this. But I will say, just because you are committing a code smell does not mean you're a bad coder, and it does not mean you're losing efficiency, because we did have a large class in experience, but we did not have a hard time navigating any of it, actually losing efficiency either. Additionally, I'm sure you've heard of the dry principle, like do not repeat yourself. I mentioned it earlier in the video, but we repeated ourselves a lot in the styles. So I would consider using mix-ins or extends. Now, anyway, our bundler, depending on what kind of bundler you use, a lot of it will handle like duplicate code and messy code and things like that. But a lot of times it won't. But it's not good practice to just rely on your bundler. You should be doing general good practices. Anyway, let's take a look at our build output. So if we go to our package.json and you see this build thing here, it's going to take all our code and then compile it into something the browser can actually use. So if I do npm run build and scroll up, you can see we have this dist folder, and in here you can see we have our assets. So all our SCSS is compiled into this single SCSS file. You can see our reset file is compiled here, all the white space is gone. And then all our React code is compiled into this JS file right here. And both of these files are being injected right into our index.html, and then they saved all our assets for us so we can refer to them, which I'm sure is referred into here somewhere. So if we type .ogg, you can see indeed it is there. This is what the browser reads, but obviously no one codes like this. And then now we can run npm run preview, and this will just preview whatever you build out here. For us, since we didn't have any errors and we weren't doing like custom configs, preview is pretty much going to be identical to the dev server. But there's often cases where you build something and it works on the build, but when you preview it, like there's something that's completely messed up compared to the dev environment. So we can expect this to pretty much be exactly the same as our dev server, because we weren't doing anything fancy with builds and things like that. Right, and there's also some other things in here. I guess you could, if you want to lint your file, like do error checking, also consistent formatting across other developers. So when they open their code, it shows the same amount of spaces, same coding format, that sort of thing. So there's a lot you can do to polish up your code before you share it and prepare it for presentation. And I encourage you to do that after the video so you get something that looks very, very professional. So I'm going to assume you already know about Git and have Git installed. So I'm just going to be doing basic Git commands. And obviously, if you're working on a real project, we should have been pushing We should have been pushing a lot, like when we made fixes and like when we did all those sorts of things. So we should not have waited until the end to push. Anyway, come into GitHub, create a new repository, and give it whatever name you want. So I'll call it One Minecraft Folio. Yeah, we don't have to touch any of this. I mean, if you want to, you can. We do have a README file, which I will be updating, but not now. And then we also have git ignore. You can see it's like, don't push out the build folder. We definitely don't want the node modules pushed to Git, so ignore that. So what I seen in a lot of my previous videos is that viewers will not have a git ignore, and they'll upload the entire node modules folder to the GitHub, and it'll take a really long time. GitHub actually might prevent that because it's so big. And the reason you don't want things like node modules is because when someone runs npm install, what it does is it looks at your package.json, and then it installs all those modules, and then it creates a node modules folder for you. Luckily, since we used our Vite boilerplate React thing, they kind of handled all the major issues for us already. Yeah, you can edit this if you want, and I will definitely be editing this a little bit later. So let's create this repository. I'm just going to do git init, so you've probably done this a lot of times, but let's do git init, git remote add origin, just copy this here. And then I have my branch on main, so I'm going to do set to the main branch. I'm going to add everything, so git add. Cool. And then we can do git commit. I'll just keep a first commit, why not? And then git push -u origin main. Alright, mine is done, so let's refresh the page. Cool. Okay, now come into Vercel, and the reason I'm using Vercel is because it's very easy to deploy, but you know, choose whatever service you want. And I'm gonna come here and click add new project, and then it should automatically detect your GitHub when you connect to your GitHub account. It should automatically detect your recent repositories. So I'm gonna hit import, and then I'm gonna leave the project name like so, and then we'll deploy. And we don't have to touch anything here, right? We just ran npm run build too, so they already identified our bundler for us, and they already identified the build command that works, and so on and so forth. And now you can see it's here, so you can visit this URL. And now you have something to share with everyone. And if your Wi-Fi is a little bit too fast and you kind of want to test it a little bit, so if you want, you can add some custom throttling to make it last longer. So if I do fast 4G, for example, you can see the lower is going to be a lot slow. And then you can add your own custom throttling here. And if you look online, you'll see a variety of different throttling profiles that you can use. Just make sure you turn off throttling, otherwise you might be navigating, wondering why your internet is so slow all of a sudden. Yeah, the throttling thing I should have mentioned earlier, because you can also do it when you're deving, and if your loader keeps going too fast and you need to throttle your network, you can totally do that. Yeah, I don't have really much else to say other than thanks so much for watching this video, and you should be really proud of yourself if you've came this far. It's a really long video, and it's extremely content dense, and I jumped around a lot. Yeah, I guess just some final words. Where to go from here? You learned a lot, so maybe what you could do is like when you click on a door, it opens, or when you click on a cake, half of it goes away. Or let's say you click on a treasure chest and it opens and makes the sound. Yeah, so you could add like an Easter egg, like this chest. If you click on it, it's like a secret diary opens up. You could add some shader smoke coming up. So a lot you can do from here. But again, it doesn't have to be Minecraft themed at all. You can apply what you know, create your own worlds, create your own scenes, and when you do, definitely don't hesitate to tag me and post and share your work. I would love to see it, and I'm sure a lot of other people would love to see it as well. Don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions. We can hop on a call or something like that. I'd love to chat with you, and if I have time, you know, I'll definitely try and help out. You can join my Discord server. You can reach out through email, through YouTube, whatever. I'll try and make myself available as much as possible. Yeah, and I just hope to see you in my future videos. Thanks so much for stopping by, and take care.